stars in the league or some of the young players in the league, kind of blossom a little bit. What is this? Cade Cunningham's like third or fourth season in the association. And but when I watch any game involving the Bulls, I have to watch the Bulls broadcast because Stacey King is just and not for any, I wouldn't even say that it's competence, but it's very much entertainment to listen to him on the color for the Chicago Bulls because he just makes me laugh. But that's my POV. I watch Cleveland. I'll watch Cleveland a lot more this week than I will throughout the season, other than their national TV appearances. And I'll watch the Suns anytime they're on. Now that might be on a side TV, but I will watch them and I will follow along because they've got a completely new look this year. But season started Tuesday afternoon, if you will, with the Thunder and the Rockets. By the way, the Thunder are the reigning world champions. Rockets are a prohibitive favorite of sorts this year, and I'll let the guys that talk about the NBA and know about the NBA kind of take it from there.
Well, like you said when we were talking off the air, when we have talked about football, with the training camp being shorter and not as many games, and then more games during the regular season, all season, maybe the first 3 or 4 games are like trying to figure out what you're doing and how that works and how that fits. And basketball, we said there were some really entertaining games, some teams that are supposed to be good. The are stepping quickly and play some, which it changes your perspective on the 2 sports that I watch, where basketball takes a little while for football to get started. Agree, there were some really entertaining games, things definitely worth watching. It seems that we used to say, you say a lot that you don't really want to watch the NBA until Christmas time, and it feels like the league really a lot of excitement going on and a lot of strong performances that took place in the first 2 or 3 games of the season.
Oh, then, Daniel, do you feel like this NBA Cup is necessary to draw early season, viewers into the game? Because I saw the Suns court, and I love the color orange. They're my Phoenix Suns colors. They're my Cleveland Browns colors, and I hate the aesthetics. The only thing I like worse than this Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat, court layout is the gray layout that makes it look like you're watching black and white television. So court aesthetics aside, what does the NBA Cup do for the league and the game itself?
I guess I might be the wrong person to talk about this with because I think it does absolutely nothing. I have zero interest in it. I'd be more interested if it was just, regular season games in general. I think the whole, whatever you want to call it, in season tournament, whatever, it just feels
Forced.
I guess I'll try to use a metaphor here, but it feels like when you're trying to hit on or date a woman and they don't have an interest in you, and then you're trying too hard, which makes them even less interested. That's sort of what the in-season tournament feels like to me.
I think that's a nice way of putting it. I think that's a little bit sugar coated, but
yeah.
Shane, what do you got on the NBA Cup?
I think.
Please stand by for a special presentation of Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Rose City wins the PAC. The Cinderella story is alive. Piper takes the snap. Looking to throw. Fires downfield. Frazier made the catch and scored the touchdown to win it for the Wolverines.
This afternoon, the Grove City College football team returns home to Robert D. Thorne Field as the Wolverines host local rival Westminster in a key President's Athletic Conference battle. Kickoff coming up at 1 o'clock. But first, it's time once again for the Andrew DiDonato Show, brought to you by Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash in Grove City. Hi, everybody. Ryan Briggs here, along with Grove City College head football coach Andrew DiDonato. Coach, as always, thank you for joining us.
It's always great to be with you, Briggsy.
The Grove City Wolverines, they've won 3 in a row now, going on the road last week, a 42-6 victory over Allegheny. And it's making contributions. President's Athletic Conference battle kickoff coming up at 1 o'clock. First, it's time once again for the Andrew DiDonato Show, brought to you by Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash in Grove City. Hi, everybody. Ryan Briggs here, along with Grove City College head football coach Andrew DiDonato. Coach, as always, thank you for joining us. The Grove City Wolverines now on the road last week, a 42-6 victory over Allegheny.
So 3 guys know that too. You deserve 2.
That's not good at all. Got it. And to have guys who are both, starters on defense making a play, as well as guys who have played some on defense, but are more, kind of more the 12th, 13th, 14th guy on defense, if you will, to be combining on plays. That's really, just really says a lot, about the importance of special teams, and also how committed these guys are to performing well, and not just looking at it as, well, it's just a kickoff or whatever.
You couldn't have said that any more perfectly, Briggsy. There's 2 major themes that you described there that are so important if you're going to have a great special teams. The first is you have to have depth. Like, you think about it, kickoff unit is a defensive play, but you can't put your D linemen out there. So the reason you have to have depth is obviously those D linemen are out. That's just one example, but which means you have to have depth at linebacker, at safety, at the corner. You have to have a lot of depth there because the skill sets required on special teams, you can't just run out your starting 11 in any unit. You're not putting your offensive line on kickoff return, right? So you got to have depth of guys who can block in space, right? So that the first thing in special teams is when you talk personnel, you have to have incredible depth for that reason. The second part is your best players have to be passionate about special teams, which those 2 things are not easy to find, just every year. And when against Waynesburg, you have Jack Jolly, your starting middle linebacker, blocking a kick. Noah Wheeler, your starting corner, returning it for a touchdown. This week, Ben Bladel, another starting linebacker, getting the block. Caleb Brubaker, your starting. I mean, these are our best players making significant plays on special teams. So, it may sound simple, but it's sometimes hard to find, hard to build. But right now, what we're seeing is a lot of depth, which means we have enough safeties and linebackers to have our starters and our second group go out there and be all of them be awesome on special teams, and includes our best players taking special teams serious. Those are the 2 things that personnel-wise that make special teams happen.
And offensively, a lot of personnel being used as well. The Wolverines coming out in a little bit of a different personnel package. Wyatt Barzak is started essentially as a tight end. Seth McGordy, who started the first couple weeks, back in as a starter, with those guys being bigger bodies at receiver. And Seth McGroarty, 5 catches, 113 yards. I know he's a guy who you have singled out in a positive way for continuing to work, even though that he was a starter. Sam Penna came back. Seth's playing time was not as much as it had been, but to come out last week and perform the way he did, given I don't want to say another chance, but given with the personnel that was being used, you have to be tickled for him because kind of embodying everything that you want in a Wolverine football player.
Absolutely. My undergrad was business management here. I spent 3 years in medical sales. I love business. I mean, my passions are number one, faith and ministry, just in my own life, faith, and then obviously football, and then businesses would be a third passion. And I share that because one of the key themes in business that I loved was have an understanding of what you can be best at, not what you want to be the best at, not what you, but be realistic of what can we. Well, offensively, what we can be best at Grove City College, and what we found to get to this point was running the football and playing big and utilizing big receivers. And it doesn't mean you can't use the fat. We've seen what the fast receivers do, make big plays. I mean, we've had guys do amazing things. But what we found after the first few weeks is we got to find ways to get guys like Wyatt Barzak more involved, Seth McGroarty. Now, what's awesome is Seth's first pathway to the field was blocking, and then why you saw all those packages is that's a specialty of Grove City that has to be a staple of who we are. That we're going to use big bodies, big receivers, shift, use 2 fullbacks. Most people don't use a fullback anymore. Like that's Grove City football. That's what makes us unique, makes us special. So the first pathway for whether it's Dustin Hoddle or Wyatt Barzak or Seth McGroarty to get on the field with Anthony was we needed to get back to that. And I thought our guys did well with that in the run. But then it sets up Seth McGroarty in the pass to go 5 catches for over 120 yards. So I would say, and that's why I shared the business mindset is, with the new crew on offense, we've been finding our way, felt like a little bit more of who Grove City football is, that we got to highlight that a little bit more, use more packages, we've always used multiple personnel, get back to doing that. Last year Sullivan would come out, Lenhart would come in, like all those things. And it was cool to see that. And I think it's something we're going to be able to continue to develop.
There was new personnel on the offensive line as well. At the center position, Zeke Swift making his first start after Bobby Benton being injured for the season. As in watching the game, I didn't notice him. That's probably a good thing for a center. But how did Zeke do? Well, obviously, I'm sure he was fired up and probably a little bit nervous as well.
He did really. I mean, first things first, we got into the right checks, right plays we wanted to, and that goes with Sutton Ellis. Big credit to him as the quarterback, and Anthony Burnett, who's been a leader there, helping us as well. But Zeke, that's a big thing on him, and I thought he did a great job first and foremost communicating, get us in the right things, which is neat because for a guy in his first start to not let the moment be so big that you don't know, you're not making the right checks, not. He was flawless, which means he's been studying, he's been ready to go. His opportunity came, and honestly, he executed like a veteran as far as just what we need a center to do in the run game. So just was very proud of him in that regard. And, I'm excited. I think he stepped right in. Our line didn't miss a beat. And I think this group's going to continue to click with Zeke leading the way in the middle.
You mentioned another guy who helps with those checks and so forth, Anthony Brunette. Well, Anthony caught a pass, caught a 4-yard touchdown pass in the fourth quarter to help put away the game. And I think that was for probably 100 guys on the sideline. The highlight of the day was seeing number 41 catching that touchdown. A guy who has been talk about a guy that's done the dirty work, has been selfless. Being a lead blocker the last 3 years in tandem with Robert Tamburino, now being the lead dog, so to speak, in that role for Chase Rankin and Ian DeMary and so forth. But he got his chance and he made the most of it. Had to be pretty cool.
Oh, it was so rewarding. Anthony does just everything you would want and everything you ask. And for him to have an opportunity to get his hands on the football, catch a touchdown, celebrate that, it was just a special moment, the excitement. And it was neat because when you interviewed him after the game, obviously just this excitement in his face of catching a touchdown pass. And in that interview, he talked about, when he came here, he knew he was coming here to block. And then he talked about, a guy who understands our system, was explaining in detail how, hey, the first 15 to 20 carries, we're just paving the way. We're kind of getting the run game going, but it's really those 25 through 40 carries. Like, he just explained that so well. And I share that because it's just a young man so bought into our identity, understands who we are. And you just get excited for a guy who buys into his role, owns his role, and then gets to have something special like that happen. It usually works out that way. And he's just such a bought in guy, and was so excited for him.
And the byproduct is, so now Westminster this week and the opponents down the road, they have to
Watch
be aware of it.
41,
They have-
41. You don't know where he's going to release to. So it's another thing that everyone is going to be aware of is 41, and really anybody, any of those fullbacks or big receivers, they're a threat in the pass game.
And you mentioned the usage of the fullback, and we don't see fullbacks very often anymore in college football or even in the professional ranks. Occasionally on 3rd and 1, they'll put a quote fullback in or whatever. But the Wolverines in utilizing that, and I know when you are kind of identifying guys that could play that position. Oftentimes, like in the case of Anthony Brunette, he was a center in high school, correct?
Correct. Really, the two paths that have been best for us have been undersized high school offensive linemen. So
that
guys
started
that are
with Jared Reppert.
Started with Jared Reppert. Obviously, recently Robert Tamburino is a great example, and then Anthony Burnett a great example. There's 3 great examples of guys who were very good technicians on high school. High school football, sometimes you can play a line at 230, right? And you just can't do that at the college level all the time. So that's number one. But second, the linebacker types. So very, very physical linebackers. Jacob Sheila and Tyler Beal were the first 2 we identified that. And they were just an amazing tandem for us when you go back 2019, and then obviously Dustin Hoddle right now would be that description. So I think with Anthony and Dustin, we actually have the 2 different ways to become a fullback for Grove City, both represented in these 2.
Now, in the recruiting process, we're getting a little bit in the weeds here. Do you, because the fullback is used so much, do you sometimes maybe, I don't want to say specifically seek that out, but when you're recruiting or whatever, do you see a guy that maybe plays left guard at whatever high school at 225 or something and say, well, this guy can move, he's physical, he's a guy maybe who could project
exactly
that.
The way it's gone for us is the linemen that have fit the fullback role we have identified in recruiting, and the linebacker types have been more, they started out at linebacker, but like in Dustin's case, you're just fortunately or unfortunately behind 3 returning starters this year in Brubaker, Blado, Jolly. I say fortunately because it's really good to have all of them back, but unfortunately for a guy who very talented but just stuck at a position where it's really loaded right now, and guys who were returning starters. So yeah, the offensive linemen have typically come in recruiting, and then even back with Jacob Sheila, Tyler Beal, the linebackers have come through starting at linebacker and moving them over.
Couple of other guys on the defensive side who, again, do a lot of unglamorous work at the defensive end spot in a 3-4 line. Jordan Karcheski and Dave Cower, they combined for a fumble force and a fumble recovery. Grove City, number 2 rushing defense in the league, held Allegheny to 58 rushing yards. And to have the type of defense the Wolverines have had and continue to have, starts up front, and those 2 ends who maybe don't rack up a lot of stats per se, tackles, sacks, etc. It seems like they're doing yeoman's work up front.
Oh, they've been incredible, and that's the thing, just the way our system works. When you see Blado, Jolly, Brubaker flying in the backfield, making tackles for loss, making sacks, it truly, we always talk about it, starts up front. It starts with winning the first second. I think that's the big thing with those 2. When we talk win the first second, when that ball's snapped, really within that first second, you're going to see whether it's the offensive lineman or defensive lineman who's going to win inside positioning, right? And who's going to win that first punch. And they consistently do it play in and play out. A little something that no one would know, no one would notice. But when your defensive linemen are consistently moving the offensive lineman backwards, good things happen. And that's what those 2 do. They're not getting pushed off the ball, but they're usually pushing the O lineman back. And that's a very big reason we've had the success with our run defense that we've had.
Jordan Karcheski, 3rd year as a starter. He just like big raw bone, to use an old term. He has the old man strength at 22.
He does, and just a couple of plays that just stood out with him. I mean, there's been plays where Man, he's truly pushing his guy 3-4 yards into the backfield or on an outside stretch play. He's stretching the O lineman, right? Honestly, he is. When it's said and done, we always look. We say brick by brick. We want models of every position, and we've had some good ones at D line. And when I think about, and there's so many, I could give an example, but how much we use of R.J. Debo clips of how to play that. Well, there's going to be a lot of Jordan Karcheski to join those clips when he's all said and done.
Both of them a couple Beaver County guys.
That's it. That's correct.
The Wolverines last week getting the win 42-6 at Allegheny. The Wolverines are now 4-2 overall and 3-1 in the President's Athletic Conference. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Coach and I will discuss today's opponent, the Westminster Titans. They also are 4-2 overall, 3-1 in the PAC. Both teams looking to stay in the championship chase in the league. We'll talk about the Titans. But first, there's Joe Anderko with this week's PAC Football Report. You're listening to the Andrew DiDonato Show, brought to you by Valley Express Care and Car Wash, Grove City.
Welcome to the PAC Football Report for October 25th, 2025. I'm Joe Anderko. This week, we will take a quick look back at last week's football action in the President's Athletic Conference. We're also previewing Week 8 games this Saturday. Washington and Jefferson remained unbeaten in PAC play following a 56-10 road win at St. Vincent. 4 teams have one league loss, including Geneva, which improved to 4-1 in the league following a 62-20 blowout at Waynesburg. Grove City won its third straight contest, 42-6 at Allegheny. Westminster celebrated homecoming with a 48-6 win over Teal. Finally, Hiram earned its third win at Bethany, 42-21. Case Western Reserve had the weekend off. Offensive Player of the Week honors in the PAC in Week 7 again went to Geneva junior quarterback Caleb Romano, who threw for 373 yards and 4 touchdowns at Waynesburg. Defensive laurels went to Grove City senior linebacker Caleb Brubaker with 11 tackles, including 2 for losses and a QB sack at Allegheny. Special teams recognition went to Westminster freshman wideout Gianni DeSora, who posted an 83-yard punt return for a TD versus Teal. Newcomer of the week was Westminster freshman quarterback Quentin Good, who threw for 324 yards and 4 TDs in his first career start versus Teal. The Week 8 slate again features 5 league matchups, while St. Vincent has the bye. Longtime rivals renew acquaintances as 4-2 Westminster travels 14 miles down Route 208 to face 4-2 Grove City at Thorn Field at 1 p.m. It's the 107th all-time meeting between the Presbyterian schools since 1892. The Wolverines have won the last 2 meetings against the Titans, including a 36-9 final in New Wilmington a year ago. Grove City head coach Andrew DiDonato previews the heavyweight matchup.
I mean, all of these games, Grove City, Westminster, for the most part, have come down to the final drive. They've just been exciting football games. And, we're 2 programs that have been to the postseason, have seen success in the postseason. Every year we strive to want to put ourselves in position to get back there. And this game always has huge implications on that.
4-3 Geneva is off to its best start in over 15 years and will look to improve to 5-1 in PAC play for the first time ever when the Golden Tornadoes host 0-6 Bethany for homecoming at Reeves Field in Beaver Falls at 3 p.m. The GTs have dominated the all-time series 37-12-1, including edging the Bison 34-27 in West Virginia in 2024. Veteran Geneva head coach Gino DeMarco talks about his program's recent success being a true team effort.
Approaching every week differently, different guys stepping up. This past week, I know everybody looked at the point total, but no one's talking about the defense that caused 7 turnovers. It's just a different feel with this group. They're hungry. They've shown this throughout the year.
Fresh off the bye, 3-2-1 Case Western Reserve heads to Greenville to face 0-6 Teal at Alumni Stadium at 12 noon. The Spartans have dominated the series with 11 consecutive wins over the Tomcats, with the last Teal win in the series being a 54-13 final in 1981. Tomcat head coach Sam Bauman talks about his goals for his program heading into the final month of the season.
we are a really, really young team. So it's keeping guys motivated, excited, and understanding that, while the score lines have been not in our favor, there's been some really good football that's been played. And there's a lot of bright spots. The negatives that are there are big, and we got to fix those. But the positives are also big.
In other Week 8 action, 4-2 W&J looks to maintain its hammerlock on first place when the Presidents host 2-5 Waynesburg at Cameron Stadium in Washington at 1 p.m. W&J has won 48 of 52 all-time meetings against their local foes, including a 55-16 decision at Waynesburg last season. Finally, 2-5 Allegheny travels to face 3-3 Hiram at Henry Field at 3 p.m. The program's longtime conference rivals in the NCAC will meet in a PAC contest for the first time since the 1980s. The Gators won the last meeting over the Terriers 38-13 in 2021. That's all for this edition of the PAC Football Report. Log on to the conference website at www.pacathletics.org all season long for the latest news, scores, statistics, and other league information. You can also follow us on social media via X, Facebook, and Instagram. Links are available at the PAC website. I'm Joe Underco. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you at the stadium.
Express, carrying car, watch a girl.
Ken Frenchak here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Experience. We're all about experience. The experience of our expert quick lube techs and also the experience we provide you with every oil change. You can go anywhere for an oil change, but you come here to the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City for the experience. Drive in, drive out. It's that easy. The Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
Welcome back to the Andrew DiDonato Show here on the Wolverines Sports Network. I'm Ryan Briggs, joined by Grove City College head football coach Andrew DiDonato. Our show this week, as always, brought to you by Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash in Grove City, located on North Broad Street. Coach, the Westminster Titans, a team that the Wolverines obviously know very, very well, just 14 miles down the road, a rivalry that dates back to 1892, a sports series that dates back to 1884. And just at that first glance, no doubt Westminster has another very strong football team coming to town Saturday.
Yeah, they're good, and the big plays potential. I mean, when you throw the Case Western game and Case Western kicks it into the end zone, and they got a guy 5 yards deep in the end zone and return it again, and everyone knows Case how good they are on special teams. They return it for a touchdown. And then a deep pass for a touchdown. And then I put on Teal, and one of the first passes there that I think second quarter I throw it on, long touchdown. I mean, just a long touchdown run a little bit later. Just so many big plays, and that's what makes it dangerous. It's if you can play great defense, but if you have one breakdown, man, they're going to make you pay. They have freshman quarterback who had an unbelievable first start, and it's just Westminster defense. They're so good on defense. Coach Benzel does an amazing job, throws everything at you. You got to prepare for so much. It's honestly, they're playing Westminster football. We talk about identity. They're playing the Westminster football that Westminster needs to play when they're having their great teams and great seasons, and they certainly have one of those this year.
Yeah, we'll start on the defensive side. Of course, Coach Benzel, his specialty defensively. And when we do the preseason information, we always ask basic offense, basic defense, and it'll say 4-3, 3-4, or 4-2-5, whatever. Westminster's, it's always multiple, and sometimes I think teams put that just because, well, we run multiple. They want to sound like they're really doing a lot, but in fact, it's a 4-3 or whatever. But with Westminster, multiple probably doesn't begin to describe what you've seen on film and what you'll likely see from them Saturday.
Again, you said it perfectly. A lot of teams, when they put multiple, they say that, and then you put the film on, and it just means they're pretty much an even front, and sometimes on third and long, they go odd front, and they call themselves multiple. It's not multiple, right? Well, then there's Westminster, when on any given play, you have no clue what you're going to see. I mean, last year, they're an even, they always base out of an even front. You have to have a starting point. But man, we would see they did a couple of blitzes out of a stack that I had never seen from them prior. Just that week they're going to put in something new. So he does an amazing job, and really, and they're not doing it aimlessly. They're trying to accomplish something specific. They know what kind of schemes you're running, and they're going to do something to try to attack that specifically. So it's multiple. It's throwing a lot at you, but it's not a multiple where you're just doing something to get cute. No, no, no. There's a specific purpose that it's going to serve and something you're trying to take it away. That's why he is so good. I have a ton of respect for him as a coach and why his defenses are so good. And it's fun though, but we always say, I said this back, when we first started getting in the contention for the top of the league. It was one of my most enjoyable games, and I've told Scott this because coaches like him bring out the best in you because they force you to. And so just a lot of respect for him, and yes, a great defense.
In their secondary, the cornerbacks, Lamont Austin, the sophomore from Sharon, PAC newcomer of the year last year. And on the other side, they listed Bright Cannon, who we'll talk about him as a return man and receiver. Cannon doing the two-way thing. Travis Hunter made it en vogue at Colorado the last couple of years, but Austin, obviously, talented guy, is the conference newcomer of the year last year. Then Bright Cannon, to be able to start both ways and be the returner. Obviously, he prepared himself physically to be able to do that. You just don't show up on August 15th, do some jumping jacks, and go get them.
Yeah, I mean, you gave the Travis Hunter example. The only reason he was able, not everybody can do that. Most people can't do that. Not at the college level. I mean, high school you kind of have to, but the game's set up that way. Shorter quarters, you're able to, right? But college football, to play both ways is something unique, and man, they have a guy who can do it. And not even just playing both ways. The plays he's made on special teams, they're just finding ways to get the ball in his hands and put him on the best player on the opposite team. And he's been so effective of that. Just a very special player. He does it all for them. And trust me, we will know in all three phases where number 2 is at all times.
Up front, a veteran unit led by fifth-year senior Gary Joseph at end, and then Mason Manos at tackle. One thing I noticed, especially about on both fronts, the offensive and defensive lines, Westminster, they are physically a bigger group. Not that they were middleweights or anything previously, but it seems like that they have purposely gotten a little bigger, but they've done that without sacrificing the quickness.
Correct, and it's one of those things where it's something we've prided ourselves on, is we want to be there's the ends that are 260 and D linemen in that ballpark. Obviously, the O line that's 285 to 300, and we've found a lot of success with that. And this year they've built to have that as well. And I think that something I think is very important, especially when you think about controlling the line of scrimmage. Some of the things we talked about, when we were highlighting Jordan Karcheski, in the last segment. They're very big. Honestly, they're always Westminster, just talented and multiple as far as fronts and things they're doing. But one of the biggest crews, which poses a new challenge that they bring to the table this season.
Their linebacking core led by Dylan Sleva, senior out of Moon High School, leading tackler in the PAC this year. He's been a 4-year guy. Makes you think couldn't be a whole lot of fun playing Moon High School a few years ago with Sleva and Bladel both at linebacker. But obviously Sleva, he is like the prototypical 3-down middle linebacker.
He is. He's been that way for them many years. You say that, man. I remember watching that Moon Penn Trafford game, and I see these two and Jolly, and obviously Penn Trafford, a Division I guy over there as well. I'm like, these was just some very good high school football.
Yeah, you can see why they were playing
at
Heinz
Field at the time. Now Acrisure. But no, he as good of a middle backer. When you think about true middle backers, 30 techniques, meaning playing on the outside shoulder of the guard, in most cases, they do a lot of different things with him as well. But just a model linebacker, and he's been incredible for them. You can tell he's the leader and calls the defense.
On offense, quarterback Quentin Good made his first start last week, 5'10", 160 out of Aliquippa, threw for 300-plus yards, and as a PAC newcomer of the week, not surprisingly, when you throw for 300 yards on a homecoming win, you're probably going to get some sort of recognition. With Good, were they doing things differently offensively than in previous weeks? Because I know they've had some kind of musical chairs at quarterback time. McGowan, he was hurt. Sean O'Shea was in there earlier in the year. Did they do anything differently, or they just do it very well?
Yes. They've used 3 different quarterbacks. Honestly, certain games, it's a completely different offense. I mean, what they were running with Sean O'Shea, which, by the way, what an unbelievable runner. I give him all the credit. I mean, he's exceptional ball player. But they were running a completely different offense at times with him. Now they're kind of doing more now what they were doing when Ty McGowan, when he was healthy. Obviously, he's been dealing with a lot of injuries this year, so you do see a lot of that. But it's everybody has their own identity. Well, Westminster, their talent thing they present, they do so much, and sometimes it's honestly week to week a different scheme almost. But I think they found their guy because they've been dealing with injuries. The other two perfectly capable of being their guy. But yeah, I could see them kind of building it now around what he can do. Obviously, throws the ball extremely effectively. He threw for over 300 yards, but just a quick release. I mean, he gets it out fast. I was very impressed as a freshman. Sometimes you see freshmen holding onto the ball, right, not trusting what they're seeing. Talk about someone who just trusted what he see and got rid of the ball quickly. A very talented player, and I think they're going to get comfortable building it around him. Very good player.
Up front, the Titans, this is a veteran group, certainly. The tackles, Braden Micah, 275, a junior. Dante Compagni at left tackle, 6'3", 300, a senior. Gage Dagonski, who missed last year, he's back at right guard, a senior. Again, a big veteran unit. It looks in a lot of ways, kind of like some of the offensive lines that the Wolverines have had in recent years in terms of size, experience, etc. This obviously is a talented group.
It is. That's why I think you explained it perfectly. I think they've built it. Not saying they built it to for us, but they did build it around size up front, and I give them credit. I think it's working out very well for them, and you described it perfectly. When you look at this offensive line, it's a prototypical Grove City offensive line.
You mentioned, and we'll touch on the running backs and stuff in a minute, but you mentioned kind of not necessarily specifically building for a team, but in terms of conference play, and we hear it certainly at the at the professional level, like that the Pittsburgh Steelers, they construct their team based kind of around Baltimore, Cincinnati, Cleveland. In recruiting, again, you're looking for players to fit the Grove City system, but I'm sure in the back of your mind, though, or perhaps, and maybe I may be wrong here, but also think about how can this guy help us beat a Westminster, a W&J, a Case Western Reserve, etc. In addition to then play in like a playoff level team like you saw with Susquehanna, Johns Hopkins, and so forth. Is that the kind of is there an element of that?
I think there absolutely is. I think the best teams do that. That was our whole thing when we were trying to climb into this, is what can we be best at in the PAC? It still is. And I think the key word is paradox. The thing that makes this challenging, and I say paradox because obviously paradox means two things that seem at odds that fit perfectly together, is you really have to, the main question to me is, okay, what can we be best at in the conference? And sometimes that means you build to match what another team has. So if another team's bigger and winning physically, then you want to build to match it. Sometimes though, it's being different. Sometimes the way to be the best is to go a direction, like for us using the fullback. No one was doing that, and that was something we could be special in. That poses a challenge that no one else presents to a defense. So I think the fun part as a coach is you have to get that right. You got to look at is the way that we compete in the conference, we're going to be unique and do something that no one else does, or is it, hey, we're going to have to match what someone else does? And it could go either way there. And yeah, I mean, sometimes when it comes to physicality and the size up front, you want to match what other teams have. And I don't know if that was their intention, but they're definitely matching the size. I'll tell you that.
And the running backs, they have Demir White, a senior, then Clayton Cannon, not to be confused with Bright Cannon, who's a receiver as well. But the two running backs, both about 5'8", 185, similar running styles for them.
Yeah, Coach Vogt, our defensive coordinator, I look at things, but I always enjoy coming up to him and, all right, what are your thoughts? And one of his first things were, man, their running backs are good. They are. And it's not just... I think it's not just the big plays. Obviously, everyone sees the big plays that they've had and the explosive plays, but just so good, such good vision between the tackles. They don't miss very much. They got that big offensive line paving the way, but patient when they need to be patient, letting it develop, finding the open green grass and getting through it, not just bouncing it all the time for these big plays, but a lot of them have come between the tackles, just seeing the opening, hitting it and getting a big gain from it. So great vision, great feet, all the things that make a great running back. Well, they have more than one that has that.
Westminster leading the PAC in rushing offense so far this year, averaging 181 yards per game. No team runs the ball more often in the league than does does Grove City. So certainly certainly a throwback feel to this one. And then finally, special teams coach. Obviously, we mentioned Cannon, but their kicker, punter, etc. Their specialists and their coverage units too. Much like you talked with the Wolverines, similar principle. They have a lot of guys. They have quality depth at linebacker and safety, and it's quite evident in the kicking game.
Oh, they do. And it's standard Westminster. It's something, again, identity that they've done. But when we talk about special teams, they have more punt formations than most people have offensive formations. I mean, and then I give them credit for that because we spent a lot of time in our Monday meeting just covering how we're going to align all the different looks that they give you. I mean, it's just it's fun week to week, the different challenges an opponent throws at you. And one of the things special teams that they throw at you is they do so many different things, give you so many different looks that if you're not aligned, they're going to notice it and try to get an explosive play out of it. So I think the biggest thing for our special teams that's different this week is just so many different looks to prepare for and just making, like for example, in punt, making sure you account for every eligible guy that you recognize, who's on the ball, who's not, who's eligible. It's those type of challenges that certain weeks, if teams just line up in the same punt formation every play, you don't even have to think about. Well, here, I mean, that's a unique challenge that all of our guys on special teams have to prepare for.
And they're not afraid to roll the dice with a fake punt or a reverse on a kickoff, something of that sort.
I told Coach Bress Monday, every time I get to Westminster week, I go back to 2018, and they had a stretch of, they had a fake punt, they did a surprise onside kick. I mean, they kind of threw everything at us, and ever since then, I'm like, all right, it's Westminster. What are how are we preparing for all these different things, And we don't want history to repeat ourselves in that situation.
Absolutely.
The end result, we do, though.
Yes. That 2018 game, we think about, there've been a lot of landmark wins, certainly for the Wolverines, but that homecoming win over Westminster, 36 to 33, I believe was the final. But Cody Gustafson catching the touchdown late, just a wild second half back and forth. And really, that was kind of a game that really showed that the Wolverines had taken another big step, because Westminster was and has continued to be one of the premier teams in this conference and region. That certainly, when we think back to that game 7 years ago, kind of an important brick laid that day.
No, it is, and I didn't go to that specific instance, but I did talk to the team, this week. I always try to relate football and faith, and I tell them, like when I talk about the Bible, that this is who Jesus is. This is what Jesus does, meaning it's not past tense. This isn't a history book. It is, but it's not. He's alive. Yes. It's not like, hey, this is what he used to do. He's alive. He still can comfort people. He still comforts people, gives people peace, gives people joy. My metaphor there is this is who vision is. This is what vision does. Cody Gustafson, who you mentioned in that 2018, relied on vision. Right? Relied on vision to go get that 2-minute drive, taking what the defense gives us, living and win one-on-ones, all those elements of vision. Dan Jackson, the interception in that game. Well, single high coverages. He rolled the deep Ringo, got to where he needed to be, and then he got the interception. But my point to the team was, vision's alive. Vision's what was there at us. I had my Susquehanna badge. Like, vision didn't die in this game, right? This is who vision is. This is what vision does. And that was my metaphor, relating faith to vision. But I share that because the same thing the 2018 team needed to beat an unbelievable opponent like Westminster and start to play their best football. I still don't believe where we've played our best football yet, especially offensively, I obviously in all phases, but in that regard. And what I'm excited for our guys is, look, this is what vision does. Let's keep our eyes on it and let's keep working to play our best football. And I think the situation in 2018 is a great highlight of what vision can do.
There have been many wild games between these schools over the years. Some have gone the Grove City way. Some have gone to the guys in the blue and white as well. Coach, what do the Wolverines need to do Saturday to extend the win streak to 4 and pick up what would be a third straight victory over a very, very good Westminster team? I
mean, offensively, we're going to have to establish the run and commit to it. That's who we are. And they're going to obviously try to take that away, but it's where everything starts, winning the line of scrimmage. So winning the line of scrimmage up front. And we're going to have to hit some big plays in the past. Every big game we've won against them, you have to. And that's something we're working hard at. And we got to be able to, when the opportunity comes, maximize it. I think defensively, we're known for our run defense, and that's our first priority. They're so good at, they're talking about the leading rushing team. It's one of the best rush defenses versus the best rush offense right now. And that's going to be where the battle is first and foremost. I know they threw for 300 yards, but can we take away their run game and force a freshman quarterback to beat us? I mean, that's just the reality of it. And then when we do that, we can't give up any explosives in the pass. They're going to get their completions, but no explosives, no long touchdown passes. If we can do that, and then special teams, no assignment mistakes all game, because they throw so much at you and win field position. So if I look at that offensively, run the football, hit some plays in the pass, big ones. Defensively, take away their run and keep all their passes in front of us. Special teams, no miscues, win the field position battle. I think that's how we win the game.
Coach, always a pleasure. Best of luck Saturday. We'll do it again next week as the Wolverines close out the regular season home schedule senior day against St. Vincent. Best of luck. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Bracey.
You've been listening to the Andrew DiDonato Show on the Wolverines Sports Network. When we come back, Mark Means and Chris Birch will have the call. It's Grove City and Westminster teeing it up for the 107th time all time. And it comes up next for the Wolverines Sports Network.
Valerie Express, Karen Car, Wash and Go, Sing, Drive, check your phone, check your clothes and get you clean. Fast family service for cars, trucks, and SUVs. Microblades or filters, check your tire pressure. Locally off, nationally no appointment necessary. Valerie Express, Karen Car, Wash and Go, Sing, Drive. It's that easy.
Ken Frenchak here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Experience. We're all about experience. The experience of our expert quick lube techs and also the experience we provide you with every oil change. You can go anywhere for an oil change, but you come here to the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City for the experience. Drive in, drive out. It's that easy. The Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. It's that easy.
From Robert E. Thornfield on the campus of Grove City College, the Wolverine Sports Network presents Grove City College football. This afternoon, the Wolverines host the 4-2, 3-1 Westminster Titans in the 107th meeting all time in a series that dates back to 1892, 41-57-8 in favor of Westminster. And Chris, this is a huge game today.
Yeah, I mean, no question about it. I mean, obviously it's Grove City, Westminster, so of course it's huge. But when you look at the President's Athletic Conference standings, two teams certainly still very much in the hunt for a PAC championship. Both with just losses to that very good W&J team. So, as far as keeping things alive for a championship, this is what this game really has at stake.
Captains making their way to midfield. It'll be Wiley, Burnett, Jolly, and Brubaker for the Wolverines. Our official will be Dave Blair today, doing the pregame introductions on a chilly, overcast fall afternoon on the beautiful campus of Grove City College.
Yeah, it's still nice weather, certainly, though, for late October.
Please make your selection. Tails is a call. It is a head. Grove City, you won the toss. Defer the second half. You want the ball? Yes, sir. Direction you like to kick. Kick from the clock. From the clock? From the clock. Come over here. Grove City. Westminster.
So if you were starting to script this football game, Chris, for Coach DiDonato and the staff, that is the way you would like it to start.
He loves that, right? He loves to try to double up, right? Get the last possession of the first half and then the first possession of the second half. A good start before a snap has even been taken here in this game.
Wolverines making their way onto the field to take on the Westminster Titans. As the Wolverines in the all red today, red pants, red jerseys, white numbers trimmed in black. The white helmet with the G on the right side and the bricks down the center. The Titans from Westminster in the navy pants, white jerseys, navy trimmed numbers. And the white helmet with the navy trim down the side as we are ready for a key game in the President's Athletic Conference. One game already underway, a future Grove City opponent. Case Western leading Teal 45-0 in the second quarter.
Obviously a great some great weather here. There is some wind blowing, but certainly not like it could be here in late October. So almost perfect conditions here for a week 7 college football afternoon.
So our officiating crew is ready for this afternoon's game. Brady Lane, listen to these numbers just as a kickoff specialist. 28 kickoffs. Of those 28 kickoffs, 11 of them have been for touchback, and none of them have gone out of bounds.
Right. I mean, those are the kind of numbers you see for guys that are kicking on Thursday night, Sunday afternoon, and Monday night. Right. I mean, those are really impressive kickoff numbers, and again, he is a major weapon to this really impressive Wolverines special teams unit.
So Lane ready to kick. We've got twin returners back deep for the Titans. So Brady Lane handling the kickoff duties. And we are ready for this big game in the President's Athletic Conference to get underway. Last 8 meetings, Chris, even up at 4 apiece.
Yeah. How about that? And again, that's a reflection of where these two programs are and have been, right? Just two great top tier PAC conference teams, and it seems like every game's been right down to it, and the 4-4 in the last 4 games certainly is an indication of that. And I'll make the first mention of the 2018 game. You can carry on with that too. The game that Grove City won in miracle fashion, right?
I think my voice still hurts from that game.
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, that was awesome stuff.
Both teams 4-2 overall, 3-1 in the PAC. And the games this weekend will start separating the standings in the President's Athletic Conference as we are ready for week 7 to get underway. Lane approaches the football, gets his foot into this one. This will be a short kind of pop-up kick that will be fielded at the 20. And they're going to blow this down. If the returner actually put a knee down or gave a fair catch signal, we'll have to see.
Okay, yeah, that must have been it. Okay, good catch there, Mark. Good catch on the fair catch. So yeah, you can see certainly maybe a little scheming, a little game planning there to keep that talented Westminster return team from getting kind of a clean catch and go, right? So it's exactly how you'd want it to work out if you're Grove City's kickoff team.
Quentin Good, last week in his first start, 23 of 29, 324, and 4 touchdown passes. The PAC newcomer of the week. He will run it on a first down and breaking across the 30 and down to the 31-yard line. On that first run of the afternoon.
Yeah, it's Clayton Cannon taking off like he came out of a cannon there once he got into the secondary. Nice tackle by Ryan Montgomery to make sure that he didn't turn that into a big gainer.
Cannon 379, 5 touchdowns coming into play this afternoon. Good, the freshman out of Aliquippa, overlooking that Grove City defense. Play clock now at 10 seconds. They'll run the ball again. This time, no running room for Clayton Cannon. He's going to be bottled up behind the line of scrimmage, back to the 30-yard line, and good pursuit to the football by the Wolverines.
Yeah, no doubt. The guy that's on the cover of the Wolverine Game Day program today, Jordan Kershevsky, just getting after it, throwing blockers off and making sure that Cannon could not get that first down on second down.
Karcheski, a sack and a half, and now 23 tackles on his senior season from that DN spot in the 3-4. Play clock down to 10 seconds. It's 3rd down and 2 for Westminster. They're going to run the football and again drop behind the line. This time it is Ben Blado leading to his career record in tackles for loss.
Yeah, you might want to block that guy, right? And certainly they tried to block him. He just kind of sidestepped his blocker and able to get Cannon right there at the ankles. And what started off an 8-yard run on first down is going to end up being a 3-and-out for this Westminster offense.
It is the senior Bowden Davidson out of Scottsdale, Arizona, back to return this punt at his own 30-yard line. Rush on, and they just get the kick away that going to hit and take a Westminster roll. And this will roll all the way down to about the 29-yard line. And Chris, the Wolverines close to getting another one today.
Yeah. Craig Sonson there, the punter for Westminster, really kind of saving the day for the moment for the Titans as, he was a bad snap. He went way up high to get it, and then all out rush by the guys in red there, and somehow he was able to get that kick away, and it took a good bounce. So good starting field position for Grove City, but that could have been a disaster for Westminster.
Chase Rankin, the junior out of Coventry Township, sixth in the PAC in rushing at 376 yards. Going to get the start again this week. Going to have receivers right and left. Rankin going to get the football on first down, and Rankin gets dropped right at the line of scrimmage for no gain. Chris, these Wolverines have the second and sixth ranked rushers in the PAC.
Yeah, how about that? You know, again, we see both of these teams, the one mirror image that they have is they have a great running game, a bevy of running backs, and then they also have great run defense. So it's strength on both sides of the ball there, and we've certainly seen that on these first 4 plays from scrimmage.
Ian DeMary going to check in, the senior out of Penn Trafford, 478 yards, 5 touchdowns, second in rushing in the conference. Going to give the ball to DeMary, who stepped in the hole and was dropped at the line. And that stout rushing defense for Westminster that gives up less than 80 yards per game on the ground.
Yeah, Dylan Sleva, the middle linebacker there for Westminster, and also Ben Bladle's teammate. How'd you like to play that team in high school? Able to kind of clog things up there and not allow DeMary to get anything.
So it'll be Seth McGrorty going to the left, Breck Peacock, and it will also be Daniel Sullivan. And I have one receiver to the left, trips to the right side on 3rd down and 10. Opening possession for the Wolverines, right to left. Ellis overlooks the defense, drops back to throw. Time in the pocket. Now the pressure gets to him, and Sutton Ellis is going to get back maybe a yard on the run. So give Ellis 1. It's 4th and 9, and Brady Lane will come on to punt the ball away.
Yeah.
Ellis on the run, brought down by Castanzali.
Yeah, Castanzali all over him there, just kind of threw his blocker off and able to get to Sutton Ellis. And so these two very stout defenses, each forcing a 3-and-out.
Brady Lane to punt, 36.6 yards per punt with a long of 60. He's third in the PAC. Lane lost the football, picked it up, and still got the kick away.
Wow.
And this is going to take a big bounce into Westminster territory. Athletic play by the freshman to scoop that ball up and get the kick away.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, if you ever wondered if punters and kickers at this level and above are great athletes, there you go right there, right? As he dropped it, able to pick it up, all kinds of rush on, and he still was able to get a decent punt off. And again, good field position for Westminster. But that could have been a disaster for the Wolverines.
You know, we see kicks get further and further the further up you go lately.
Yeah.
That's because kickers, they're athletes
They're
more than they ever have been.
No question, right.
Quentin Good, the freshman, going to put a man in motion. He'll drop the throw for the first time. Going to take a deep shot. 1-on-1, ball floating downfield and knocked away and incomplete by Noah Wheeler. The defensive back out of McKinney, Texas there, stride for stride, and the ball falls incomplete.
Yeah, if you're making a video on how to perfectly cover someone one-on-one, there it was right there. And, Wheeler just step for step, kept his head in the right spot. That's a great athleticism and terrific fundamentals.
2nd and 10 from the Westminster 49-yard line. 10:30 to play. Opening quarter, no score. Second possession for the Titans. Wing to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Good overlooks the Grove City defense. Play clock under 20. He'll take the snap. They'll run it on 2nd down. And again, that Grove City defense there. Keegan Frazier forcing Clayton Cannon back after a 1-yard gain. It's 3rd and 9.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, Brubaker was there too to get him low and kind of blow that up early, and then Frazier kind of finishing things off. Great defense by the Wolverines.
Keegan Frazier, senior out of Knock, 2 interceptions and 20 tackles. It's 3rd down and 9. Twins to the right and the left. Demir White, the senior, now in at the tailback spot with Quentin Good. Good will drop to throw. Being pressured. Backside. He's going to be hit. He's going to be sacked by this Wolverine defense. Caleb Brubaker now with 3.5 sacks on his senior year.
Yeah, Brubaker just absolutely threw the blockers off of him and came almost untouched all over Quentin Good. And Good thought about setting his feet and throwing it away. He didn't even have time to do that. As a Brubaker all over him, and the Wolverine defense forces its second 3 and out.
Craig Sonson Jr. out of Montour to punt, averaging 35 yards a kick along a 51. Bowden Davidson back to return. Play clock down under 5 seconds. High snap, grabs it, gets this one away, wobbling end over end, fielded by Davidson at the 22-yard line, and both defenses kind of step it up here early.
Yeah, no question about it. As no, it hasn't been necessarily broken plays or bad offense either. It's just been really good defense, kind of disrupting everything execution-wise that the offenses have wanted to do.
And then we'll the immediate timeout. We'll step aside and come back after this on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Hey, is that a faucet running? Nope, that's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. It is? Yeah. Forest rivers provide over 100 million people with clean water to drink. The water comes straight from the forest to us. In fact. What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air we breathe. How do trees clean the air? They soak up the dirty air on their leaves, branches, and trunks, which means clean air for us. Cool. I didn't know that. Yep. But the forest does more than give us clean air and water. It gives us shade for hot days, birds to listen to, and trees to climb. Wow, that's awesome. I didn't know how cool the forest could be. Hey, let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does, just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Off the timeout, the injured Westminster player making his way to the sidelines. And this has been a defensive struggle.
Yeah, it hasn't been a struggle for the defenses, that's for sure, as they have just kind of taken away everything both offenses are trying to do. And that's kind of the definition of great defense, right? Is it's not about making big plays necessarily for a defense. It's making everything that an offense does uncomfortable. And on the 6 plays from scrimmage that the two offenses have run, that's exactly what we've seen. 9 plays, right? Yeah, 3 now.
Sutton Ellis, the junior out of Brunswick, Georgia, ready to take the snap. It'll be Ian Demiri with him in the backfield. Going to have single receivers to each side. The fullback, Anthony Burnett, with the big touchdown catch last week. Good to see the fullbacks getting involved.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for 41, right? If you're a defense now.
Ellis going to give the ball to Ian Demiri. This time a little hole over the short side. And Demiri is going to be down to about the 27-yard line. Much better gain on first down to start this drive.
There we go. Right, yeah. Demiri just kind of waiting patiently for something to develop there, and then able to use those great feet of his to pick up a nice little chunk of 5 on first down.
1 receiver to the left, 2 to the right side. Chase Rankin now is the running back in the backfield. A junior out of Coventry Township, Ohio. Play clock now down under 5 seconds. Ellis takes the high snap, gives the ball to Rankin, tried to bounce outside, and that's good pursuit by the front of the Titans defense to make the stop for a little loss, Chris, and set up 3rd down.
Ricky Cooper, the strong safety, he kind of just sort of sniffed that one out and was able to get to the edge, and just absolutely nowhere for Chase Rankin to go.
Extra receiver Sam Penna going to come in. He'll be in the slot to the right side with trips to the right, single receiver to the left. Ellis turns. The Cards go up on the near sidelines. We're at 7:40 to play in a scoreless first quarter. 3rd down and 6 for the Wolverine offense. Ellis, 3-step drop, stands in the pocket, fires underneath. Contact, and the flag came in late.
Yeah.
As there was some contact definitely by the defender. And the penalty flag flies.
Yeah, Breck Peacock. Nice. Yep, there it is. I tell you what, give Peacock credit for kind of drawing that call with that great route that he ran, right? And it's kind of like that in basketball. You're always you earn a foul call, right? He earned that pass interference call with the great route. Defensive back had no recourse but to try to kind of grab him and slow him down a little bit, and the official saw it.
That was Walter Phillips who got the penalty out of Pembroke Pines, Florida. So the penalty gives the Wolverines the ball 1st and 10 from their 35-yard line. Ellis takes the snap, gives the ball to Demiri, and Demiri is going to be stopped for about a 1-yard loss. This will bring up a 2nd down and 11 for the Wolverines.
Aiden Fletcher used to kind of up top there from that outside linebacker position. Mason Manos, too, the defensive tackle, just not letting anything get going there. Lost one, they're going to say.
Going to be McGroarty outside to the left. Peacock in the slot this time with Sullivan to the right side. Chase Rankins, the tailback. Anthony Burnett, the senior out of Peters Township. Fullback on a wing to the right side. Play clock approaching 5 seconds. Play action for Ellis. Fires downfield. That ball batted down and incomplete.
Yeah, Kazanzali in there knocking that away.
Down by Kazanzali.
Yeah.
3rd and 11 at the 44.
6'4", 300. That's what he is listed at, and he gets those big mitts up there. That's literally a tall task to get that pass over top.
The big guy out of Hopewell High School trips to the left. Single receiver, that is Sullivan to the right side. Tied for the team lead in touchdown catches with 3. Ellis out of the pistol. Play clock now at 3. Takes the snap. He'll drop to throw. Step it up in the pocket. Avoiding the initial rush and able to get about 2 on the play, but it's going to bring up 4th down and 9 for the Wolverines.
Yeah, Mason Manos able to kind of get him around the ankles. It looked there like he was going to be able to kind of get out of the pocket past that first wave of rushers and maybe do some damage, but Manos had him by the ankles, able to trip him up just enough that it just was a kind of a harmless gain of 2 on 3rd and 11.
So Lane will punt the football away. Good snap back to him. Grabs this one. Gets away a high, booming kick this time. Fair catch called for as the returner drifts back to the 19-yard line. And that's the Brady Lane we are used to right there.
Well, I mean, obviously that was impressive. His first punt after the drop was even more impressive.
So with the exchange of possession, we've got a media timeout on the field with 5:55 to play here in the opening quarter and no score on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Founded in 1955, the President's Athletic Conference is regarded as one of the elite NCAA Division III conferences in the nation. Comprised of 12 private institutions and 1 associate member, the PAC thrives in athletics and academics. Now sponsoring 24 varsity sports, the PAC remains unique in this day of high-pressure college athletics, with academics at the core of every program. With over 300 academic All-Americans and over 1,400 academic honor roll recipients with a 3.6 GPA or higher in the past year alone. Our student athletes excel in athletics as well as the classroom. Want to learn more? Visit us at pacathletics.org or follow us on social media.
Right back here at Robert E. Thorne Field off the media timeout. 5:55 to play in this opening quarter. And both teams really struggling to get their running games going. We know about the big game for Quentin Good in his first start last week for the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, he really has not been able to get anything going, just to kind of follow up what you said. All right, neither team really able to even get enough protection for their quarterback to throw a pass so far. And, obviously the running game on both sides has been stymied by these tremendous defensive efforts here through the first, 9.5 minutes of action.
Good with the running back next to him and twins to each side of the formation. Play clock under 20. They fake it on first down. Quick pass over the middle is going to be caught for about a 4-yard gain and then immediately dropped by the pursuit of the Wolverine linebackers.
Yeah, Ryan Montgomery, just kind of hanging back, letting that little short pass go, and then just immediately great fundamental tackle.
And Ben Bladel now down on the field for the Wolverines at about the 22-yard line, Chris.
Yeah.
Now up with some help and making his way to the near sidelines and keeping the weight off of one of his feet as he hops to the sidelines. And that was kind of away from the play, so I didn't really see what happened to Ben.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So he getting told that kind of the lineman fell into the back of his leg, and not certainly not a great situation for the great Wolverine linebacker.
Good with a 2nd down and 5. One receiver to the right, stack 2 to the left, and they will run this one right up the middle again. And he's going to be pushed back about a yard shy of the first down marker. It's going to be 3rd and 1.
Brubaker and Montgomery on the tackle. 3rd down and 5.
Brubaker and Montgomery coming up to make the tackle and make sure that he did not get the line to gain, but Westminster now with a 3rd and 1. Certainly the best situation they've been in.
Westminster 0 for 2, converting 3rd downs in this opening quarter that's under 5 minutes to play. Going to put a single receiver to each side, put a man in motion now, strong to the right side. Good, going to run the football. Going to try to get to the edge. He hurdled the defender, did Demir White, and he's going to have the 1st down for Westminster.
Yeah, Demir White just kind of hurdling that first wave of tacklers. Jolly able to get him after a short gain, but it was enough for a Titans 1st down.
So it's 1st and 10 out to the 38-yard line for Westminster. We approach 4 minutes to play in a scoreless opening quarter. Titans going to send one receiver to the right, 2 to the left, now split back surrounding freshman Quentin Good. Play clock at 7 seconds. Good will drop back to throw, swings it to his back in the flat, and he is dropped back near the 30-yard line. Chris, that high throw really gave the Wolverines a chance to respond and get into the backfield for the play.
Yeah, Jack Jolly just hard charging up there to make that tackle.
And we've got a flag on the field as well at the 30-yard line.
Okay.
So holding penalty on the Titans, also going to back them up now and put them behind the chains, and love to see how the freshman handles this series behind the chains.
Right. Yeah. So 1st down and 1st and 20. So a good play by Jolly, but obviously the penalty yardage is worth taking.
1st down and 20 for the Titans. Single back in the backfield, Good to throw. Now he'll spin out, look downfield. Pass going to be caught by Demir White. And White, a little gain on a 1st down. Going to set up a 2nd down. And still close to 20 for Westminster.
Yeah, Bowden Davidson all over that. Just nowhere for him to go. And then the cavalry arrived. So just really good sort of fundamental defense so far for the Wolverines. You just got to love the way they are.
Bowden Davidson has played a lot of football for the Wolverines now in his senior season.
Yeah.
Twins to the right and the left. Quentin Good and Demir White, the tailback in the backfield. Play clock down to 2. 1, and they just do get it off. Good. Back to throw. Pressured by Brubaker. Going to take the shot, and that pass is going to be caught across the 40 and down near the 38-yard line. As that's a big reception downfield.
Yeah, that was another Moon guy. Tate Beachy able to just kind of haul it in. Good, just kind of planted his back foot and let it rip with everything he had. And Tate Beachy in traffic. Pretty good coverage down the field. As Jack Jolly, actually the linebacker, was covering the wide receiver way down the field, but able to make a tough catch in traffic.
Beachy's 14th catch of the season. Receiver in a wing to the right. Now that wing will reverse pivot into the backfield, and we're going to have a penalty flag stop this play.
Okay, that helps.
So the false start penalty will back them up 5 yards and put the Titans behind the chains as we're under 2 minutes to play in this opening quarter.
Yeah, certainly the most traction that this Westminster offense has gotten is here on this possession, but all of a sudden the penalty problem has been an issue here for Westminster. See if Grove City can capitalize on that.
Receiver in a wing to the right, 2 to the left. Good working out of the pistol, 3-step drop. Steps into a deep out that's going to float away from the intended receiver, and Bowden Davidson had his receiver completely blanketed downfield, and nothing was open.
Yeah, good pressure too on Quentin Good as number of guys in there, including Jordan Krzyzewski and others, just not letting him get the pass that he wanted to throw off there.
Intended receiver was Bailey, the sophomore out of Hollywood, Florida. So 2nd and 15 with 1:25 to play in this opening quarter. One receiver right trips to the left side. Good has a running back to the right. And he's going to run it on 2nd and long, and getting his way back near the original line of scrimmage is Clayton Cannon, the junior, another Floridian out of Parkland.
Yeah, he just kind of found something. It didn't look like there was anything there, but able to kind of just fall through a seam there after several Grove City players kind of had him wrapped around the ankles. Able to kind of really make something out of nothing there, and it's still 3rd and long, 3rd and 10, but should have been a lot worse than that for Westminster.
Single receiver to the right. They're going to stack 2 inside the hash marks to the left side. Now they'll split out. Good to throw, and got a whistle and a Westminster timeout right before the snap of the football, and they've been getting dangerously close to delay of game penalties.
Yeah, they really have, and it doesn't necessarily seem as if that there's been a whole lot of awareness of that, right? So again, you'd almost kind of think maybe they're going to have to get that penalty called against them to kind of wake them up, because there is no kind of urgency as the clock is about to expire. So again, we know the talent of Quentin Good. We heard Coach DiDonato talking to Ryan in the pregame show about how good he is, no pun intended. But he is a freshman, right? I mean, he is a freshman playing in a big time college football game, and so you would expect maybe some awareness issues like that.
Andrew Carana is their sophomore kicker, 3 for 3 with a long of 35. So off the Titan timeout, it'll be 3rd down and 10. Got a little bit of a hold up here with a couple of officials talking to the big O line for Westminster.
Timeout. Okay.
So there's going to be a timeout on the field. We will keep this one here, and it's been the fronts that have kind of really led the way, and especially when you look at the way Grove City likes to play defense. It's that front 3
right
that really they get the push upfield and then let the linebackers roam and make plays.
Yeah, I mean that's great analysis by you, exactly. And certainly the first 14 minutes and 23 seconds of this first quarter have been really just dominated by the two defenses. Obviously, Westminster with the long pass play, really the only offensive breakthrough for either team, in Grove City territory on the 38-yard line, but still not much here. So let's see what Grove City can do. You'd think maybe, Mark, this would be 4-down territory, right? So maybe 2 plays to get 10 yards for this Westminster offense. So big moment here for the Grove City defense.
Both teams averaging under 2 yards a rush in this first quarter that has 37 seconds left. Good. Overlooks the defense. Play clock at 12 as he drops to throw. Steps up into the pocket. Takes the one-on-one shot downfield, and that passes intercepted right at the 1-yard line. That's Keegan Frazier with his 3rd interception of the year.
Yeah, Keegan Frazier just back there in double coverage. And, perhaps a freshman mistake by Quentin Good as he just kind of let it fly, hoping to find the Westminster receiver in the corner. But Keegan Frazier just kind of doing the old, outfielder back pedal, able to get under that, get tackled, and get the touchback. Oh, boy. Okay, I was wrong. Wishful thinking on my part, I guess.
So that is the first interception thrown by freshman Quentin Good, and Keegan Frazier continuing to have his big senior season with his 3rd interception. Came in with 20 tackles as well, but Wolverines now at their own 1-yard line.
Frazier, the definition of a ball hawk, right? I mean, just all over the place. Wherever the football is, that's where you'll find him, whether it be to intercept it or make a tackle on a runner.
Ellis going to go under center. Demiri is the tailback. 1st and 10 from the 1-yard line. Going to send the fullback in motion. Going to give the ball to Demiri. And Demiri's going to fall forward to about the 2. So it's going to set up 2nd and 9, and we'll see if the Wolverines elect to snap it one more time here in the opening quarter.
Yeah. The definition of tough sledding here or for this Grove City offense, setting up shop at the 1 against a, incredibly stout Westminster defense.
And we have come to the end of the opening quarter here this afternoon from Robert E. Thorne Field. And after 1, it is Westminster 0 and Grove City 0. We will take a timeout and come back with more here on the Wolverines Sports Network.
My name is Bobby. I'm a veteran and lost my leg to a roadside bomb. My victory was going from a wheelchair to becoming a weightlifting champion.
I'm Sam. I'm a veteran. My victory was finding a career I can be proud of and supporting my family.
America's veterans are on their most important tour, the tour of their lives.
I'm a veteran. My victory was going from homeless to home.
At DAV, we're on a mission to help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
I'm a veteran, and my victory was finishing my education.
DAV offers veterans of all generations a lifetime of support for victories great and small.
My victory was proving that disability is not a limitation.
My victory was getting my service dog a new best friend.
We help more than 1 million veterans every year as they face and conquer their challenges.
My victory is being able to be there for my family.
When America's veterans win, we all win. Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Getting ready to start the second quarter on the PAC scoreboard. Just underway, 3rd quarter. Case Western on top of Teal, 45-0.
Yeah. Case obviously still a terrific team and a contender in the PAC race themselves.
And we will see them up in Cleveland in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Hard to believe we're down to the final 4 games of the regular season.
It's just this season just absolutely flew.
So it'll be 2nd and 10 for the Wolverines that are now right to left here in this scoreless second quarter.
Do you know what that Western Reserve means, Mr. Ohio? You know what that means?
No.
That area used to be the Western Reserve of Connecticut. Yep, back in the day, that was given away to the national government during the Articles of Confederation in the Ordinance of 1787. So that's what the Western Reserve was.
There's a lot of different Western Reserves than Ohio.
Right, yeah.
Looking at the numbers through that first quarter, not a lot of yards either way. 14 plays for 57 yards for Westminster. First time this afternoon, we see the shuffle of the offensive line. Ellis out of the pistol. Play clock now down under 10 seconds. Going to take the snap. He's going to go sidearm, fires the shot that's complete down to about the 10-yard line. And that is going to get some breathing room for the Wolverines. This Daniel Sullivan with another reception for the junior, his 17th of the year.
He was so close to breaking that into the middle and making that a huge gainer. A really nice tackle by Lamont Austin out there.
So 3rd and 1 for the Wolverines.
Still certainly a good play for this Wolverine offense, maybe to get things going a little bit.
McGordy is the single receiver in the formation on 3rd down and 1. Play clock at 5 seconds. They're going to run the ball. 2 hands wrapped around the football, trying to surge forward to the 10-yard line. And this is going to bring up 4th down, Chris.
Yeah.
4th game.
Let's see what Coach DiDonato decides to do.
This is 4th and less than 1, and a little bit of hesitation before setting the punt team on.
He had some coaches in his ear telling him to go for it, but I think
a little too close to the goal line.
Yeah, a little too close to the goal line. You don't get it in a game as, kind of close to the vest and a defensive struggle like this. This is all about field position and continuing to play great defense.
So Lane will punt, averaging about 33 yards a kick today. Gets this one away. High kick. Fair catch called for and made, drifting back inside the 45 to the 44-yard line.
46 yards.
And that 46-yard punt
44. Westminster will have the ball.
Somewhat flips the field position for Westminster.
Yeah, again, that's what he does, right? I mean, he has just been unbelievable for that. And all right, so Westminster comes out certainly, good at field position on their own 44, but the way this Wolverine defense has played, good. I reiterate, as far as my own sort of the way I think about things, great decision by Coach DiDonato there to punt that football.
2 receivers to the left, wing to the right side for Quentin Good, the freshman quarterback. He'll turn, hand the ball off to Cannon. Cannon across the 50, 45, and down to the 44-yard line. That's a pickup of close to 11 and a first down for the Titans.
Yeah, and you saw that. A running back is special when they can get spun around like that. His entire body was facing back towards his own end zone there for a while, but somehow kept the feet churning, moving forward. But able to pick up a first down and, certainly the best play in the running game so far today for the Titans.
Wing to the left, 2 receivers to the right side for Quentin Good. Play clock under 10 seconds. Going to give it to Cannon, running to the short side, and he'll dive down across the 40 and down near the 39-yard line. First time we really saw Cannon try and bounce something to the short side.
Yeah, able to pick up 5. So, back to back, good gains for this Westminster offense in the running game.
2nd and 5, 12-15 to play, scoreless first half. Titans come to the line of scrimmage. Going to put receiver sprinting across from left to the right side with 2 to the right, wing to the right. Good takes the snap, gives it to Cannon, again running to the short side. Able to push the pile forward with some 2nd and 3rd effort, and that's going to be another first down for Westminster.
Yeah, they found something here that's working for them. That time just kind of going off tackle and a little bit of a push along the line of scrimmage. This is the first time, Mark, that we've seen either team really get much of a push along the line of scrimmage, on the offensive side anyway.
So it's first down Westminster to the Grove City 33-yard line. They'll come to the line with 10 seconds on the play clock. They'll put one receiver to the left, split two to the right side. Cannon remains the tailback. He'll get the ball, try to cut to the middle. And good pursuit right there at the 31-yard line. Give him a gain of 2. It's second down and 8.
Yeah, good pursuit there by the good pursuit by the Grove City defensive line. Dave Cower kind of there to finish things off after some good work by several guys up there along the line of scrimmage.
Second and 8 for the Titans. All at the Grove City 31-yard line. Trips to the right side. Running back to the right is Demir White. Play clock at 5 seconds. Going to give the ball to White. Again, running to the short side of the formation. And he's going to have a short gain.
Yeah.
Down to the 30.
Yeah. Kershevsky, Montgomery, Jack Jolly, all right there to chop him down. So sets up a 3rd and long. Once again, though, you likely think Westminster would take 2 shots at this to pick up 7 yards.
3rd down and 7. The last 4 runs have been to the left, to the short side of the formation. Now they're going to move White to tailback to the left of the quarterback, Quentin Good. Play clock at 5 as they snap it. Good, looking over the middle, fires over the middle, pass is caught, but it's going to be short of the first down marker by a little more than a yard and bring up 4th down.
Yeah, Brubaker making sure that he did not pick up any yards after the catch there. So, yeah, here we go.
So 4th down coming up. Going to leave the offense out there. You can hear the Wolverine faithful below us on the first 4th down attempt of the night for either team. Play clock was at 5. This time they sprint to the line. 2 receivers to the right. Running back to the right is Clayton Cannon. And now Westminster wants a timeout. And
yeah,
we saw that occur a lot here in this first half,
right,
Chris, where they're getting out of the huddle under 10 seconds to go on the play clock.
Yeah, they had to run to it, and then
take the timeout. Leave them with 1 for the final 9 minutes of this half.
Yeah, how about that? So yeah.
So we will step aside for a break, and we'll come back with more on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Ken Frenchak here from the Valvoline Express here in Car Wash of Grove City. It's that time of year again. Buy one, get one free windshield wiper sale. You heard correct. VOCO windshield wiper sale with any of our Valvoline full-service oil change through the end of the year. So get ready for old man winter today before he arrives. VOCO windshield wiper sale through December 31st. You can go anywhere for an oil change, but you come to us for the experience.
Valvoline Express here in Car Wash of Grove City. It's that.
Fourth and 3 coming up for the Titans. Split backs in the backfield with the quarterback, Quentin Good. Going to put a man in motion now. Give the ball to Cannon, trying to cut for the first down marker. He did not get it. Has the Wolverine defense there to stuff that run and turn the ball over on down.
Yeah. Great job. Guess who? Keegan Frazier, the ball hawk that I mentioned earlier. Right there to make sure that he would not pick up the yard to gain. So the Grove City defense holds.
So we've got a player down on the field for the Wolverines. Media timeout. We will step aside as well and be back on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Right back to action. Off the timeout, 1st and 10 for the Wolverines. High snap, they're going to run it on a first down. And getting forward for just about a yard, bringing up a 2nd down and 9 as they unpile on that carry by Chase Rankin.
Yeah, it looked momentarily like Rankin might have a bit of some running room there, but quickly closed down, and Westminster able to hold him to just a 1-yard gain.
This 4-3 front for Westminster has played very well here in the first half.
Yeah.
2nd and 9, 2 to the right, 1 to the left side. Rankin remains the tailback. Play clock now under 10 seconds. 8:10 to play in the half. We've got no score. Ellis takes the snap. He'll drop to throw. Steps up in the pocket now, and he's going to be sacked back near the 25-yard line. He's going to lose a couple and set up 3rd down and long.
Wes Donner, the 5'11", 240-pound defensive end, just all over Sutton Ellis there.
And tried to step up and make a throw, Chris, but that was also good coverage downfield.
Right, that's it. Yeah, step up and make a throw, but all he saw was white shirts next to every red shirt. And that allowed Donner to get in there and bring him down.
Wolverines looking to convert their first 3rd down. They are 0 of 3 so far today. With trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. Ellis going to drop to throw. Stepping up, looking one-on-one downfield, and that pass overthrown, looking for Seth McGordy, and incomplete. And it brings up 4th down and 11.
Yeah, Bright Cannon, good coverage from that cornerback position. I like that, though, certainly kind of loosening up the D a little bit on that 3rd and long play, but Westminster defense able to force another Wolverine punt.
Bright Cannon, a two-way player, defensive back, and a wide receiver with 19 catches for 450 yards on the offensive side.
It's crazy to imagine the kind of the stamina and conditioning it would take to do that.
Snap back to Lane. This is a high, wobbly kick that is going to bounce out of bounds near the 40-yard line. And we've got 7:10 to play in this game, and we remain scoreless.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back possessions for Westminster where they've had pretty good field position. And you almost start to feel like, don't you? There really hasn't been a whole lot of momentum either way in this game, but you start to feel like asking a lot of this Wolverine defense here.
So far, that Wolverine defense collecting on the big downs, holding Westminster to 1 of 5 on 3rd down, 0 of 1 on 4th down.
Yeah, that's been it, right? Is they've bent a little bit, but on the big down plays, they've been great.
Good to take the snap. He will hand the ball off to Cannon. Cannon get a sweep to the outside across midfield, and he's going to be tripped up from behind. Back at about the 47-yard line, but that'll be a Westminster 1st down.
Yeah, Cannon getting some good blocking down the field there. And Westminster's offense starting to get, just a little bit slowly but surely starting to pick up some traction here.
Going to put two receivers to the right, a wing to the left. Cannon remains the tailback. Fake it to him. Good's going to go downfield. A pass caught. Bowden Davidson there to immediately tackle the receiver, Lawrence Grayson, the freshman out of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, really good job by Bowden Davidson there, just kind of stalking the receiver there. And then as soon as he made the catch, bringing him down. We've seen the Grove City defensive backs do that several times today, where they've given up the short pass, but then absolutely no yards after catch there.
Grayson, his 7th catch in his freshman season for the Titans. 2nd down and 6. Two receivers to the right, wing to the left. Good on play action, drops back to the 50. Taking the one-on-one shot downfield, and that pass is, are they going to call that a good catch? We're waiting for the mark. Yes, that pass was caught by the receiver downfield at the 6-yard line. Now they're going to come in and talk about it for a moment.
Yeah.
And they're going to call this
that's the right call,
catch. Good work by this crew to get together.
No doubt. And you could see why that was. The side judge, was really in a tough situation as far as seeing the out of bounds play. She's watching the football, and then one of the back judges was able to see exactly where he went out of bounds. So yeah, you're exactly right. Good teamwork by the officiating. They got that right. I mean, Westminster's probably hooting and hollering over there about it, but they got that one right.
Reset the play clock, and it is also great coverage by Noah Wheeler.
Yeah, that was it. We saw it again, right? Just step for step, doing exactly what he had to do.
3rd down and 6. Trips to the right, single receiver on the numbers to the left side. Good, working out of the shotgun, drops again to the 50. Gonna fire downfield, receiver breaks open across the 30. And down to about the 28-yard line. And that is the aforementioned Bright Cannon with his 20th catch of the season.
Yeah, Cannon, they've kind of kept him under wraps a little bit so far, but that time able to find a seam. And a really nice pass thrown there by the freshman quarterback, Quentin Good.
1st and 10 to the Grove City 27-yard line. We're under 5 minutes to play in a scoreless first half. Receivers to each side. Good to throw, and that pass jarred loose and incomplete. That is Noah Wheeler on a Bright Cannon and incomplete.
Yeah. Wheeler almost kind of like doing the old inside hand basketball denial, right? As he's able to kind of knock that away with his inside hand as the receiver made the break into the middle of the field.
2nd down and 10, 4:39 to play here in the first half. No score.
Just those guys that can cover people one-on-one are so invaluable, and Wheeler can do it.
Trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. Clayton Cannon is the tailback. He's going to get the handoff, and he's going to be bottled up, but still fighting for yardage, and he's going to be driven back before they blow this play down back at the 31-yard line.
Good tenacity there by the entire Wolverine team. Ryan Montgomery kind of had him first and then just did not let go, waited for the cavalry to arrive.
So 3rd and long, 3rd and 13 for the Titans, who are 2 of 6 and 3rd down conversion attempts today.
Yeah, big play here.
Stack 2 receivers to the right, split 2 to the left side. Cannon is the tailback. Good to throw. Swings it out to the running back. That's White, who made the catch, and White is going to be dropped right at the 30-yard line and bring up 4th down.
Yeah, Jack Jolly. He was kind of, the receiver there was kind of dancing around trying to find a seam, and Jack Jolly just kind of came and wiped him out. Looked like one of those scenes where somebody is waving goodbye to somebody on a train and runs into the wall. And that's exactly what that was for Jack Jolly. So here we go. Westminster going to go for it here on 4th and 12.
Two receivers to the right, two to the left. Single back in the backfield with the quarterback, Quentin Good. Pressure coming from the outside. Good standing tall in the pocket, swings it to his check down receiver, who makes the catch and is going to be forced out of bounds, and that's going to be a fourth down conversion for Westminster on the Demir White reception.
Yeah. Yeah, White looked like Brubaker might have a chance to get the angle before he got to the yard to gain, but he was able to just get beyond it and get out of bounds and pick up a very big conversion for the Westminster Titan offense.
So it is 1st and 10, Westminster from the Grove City 17-yard line. Trips going to go to the left side. They put a man in motion. Give it to Cannon, and Cannon's wrapped up after a short gain as that linebacker knifing ahead to make another tackle.
Yeah, Caleb Brubaker. And there again to kind of cut him down.
9 for Westminster.
All right. Yeah.
And we are winding our way to the 2-minute timeout.
See if Westminster does try to go one more snap. Does not look like they will. Nope.
And we have arrived at the 2-minute timeout. And with 2 minutes exactly to play in our first half of action. And we will be able to step aside here for a break, come back for the final 2 minutes and a scoreless battle between Westminster and Grove City on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Founded in 1955, the President's Athletic Conference is regarded as one of the elite NCAA Division III conferences in the nation. Comprised of 12 private institutions and one associate member, the PAC thrives in athletics and academics. Now sponsoring 24 varsity sports, the PAC remains unique in this day of high-pressure college athletics, with academics at the core of every program. With over 300 academic All-Americans and over 1,400 academic honor roll recipients with a 3.6 GPA or higher in the past year alone. Our student athletes excel in athletics as well as the classroom. Want to learn more? Visit us at pacathletics.org or follow us on social media.
Back here at Robert E. Thorne Field off the 2-minute timeout. This has been an afternoon, Chris, where the defense has really stood tall, and the Wolverines are going to ask the defense to do that here again.
Yeah, again, right. It's been all defense here in this game, but yeah, Westminster 2nd and 9 on the Grove City 16 here to come out of the 2-minute timeout.
Clayton Cannon, the tailback. He is to the left of Quentin Good, the quarterback, with one receiver to the left and two to the right side. This will be the 30th play from scrimmage in the first half for Westminster. Officials getting everybody on the same page.
Okay.
2nd and 9 facing Westminster. Wolverines will get the football to begin the third quarter. Ready to go. Good. Overlooks the Wolverine defense. Going to pitch it to Cannon, running short side, and Cannon is able to push forward. And the clock will roll under 2 minutes to play.
Cannon.
It's going to bring up a 3rd down and close to 2.
6-yard gain to the 10. 3rd and 3.
We'll call it 3. Westminster down to just 1 timeout.
Yeah. All of a sudden that starts to play a factor too here.
Cannon is to the right side. Going to wing, goes in motion. Now moves back to the right with two receivers to the right. Gave it to Cannon again, and he got twisted down by Jack Jolly inside the 10-yard line. It's going to bring up another 4th down.
How about
Chris.
that? Yeah, Jack Jolly all over the place here, as you say, on these crucial downs. There it was again. So, yeah, Westminster already with that big 4th and 12 conversion to set this series up. Now back to 4th and 2. Only one timeout. The clock all of a sudden, becoming an ally here for the Grove City defense.
Andrew Carana, the sophomore kicker, who is 3 for 3 with a long of 35 out of Copley, Ohio, stays on the sidelines.
Yeah.
For 4th and 2. Westminster 1 of 2 in converting 4th downs. And now they will take their final timeout to think about it a little more.
Yeah.
And decide what they want to do.
Yeah, it's easy to make these calls from up here, Mark. But if I'm making the decision for Westminster, I'm kicking the field goal, go up 3-0, right? I mean, obviously 4th and 2, they have their running game going a little bit, but the clock is an issue now with 35 seconds to go. So if you can get a lead in a game such as this, I say take the opportunity here, but we'll see.
I mean, you look at the numbers for Carana out of Copley, Ohio, and Revere. 3 for 3 on field goals, 21 of 22 on extra points. He's had a lot of success.
He's good. Right. I mean, he's right. So, yeah, I mean, but I understand going for it here. But, man, even if you convert this, then all of a sudden the clock is still your enemy.
Westminster 1 of 2 on 4th downs here in this first half. Split backs. They're going to bring in an extra blocker.
It's a different quarterback, Mark.
It is. They're going to keep it with him. He's going to be stuffed at the line, and there's no running room whatsoever. That looked like Jake Miller, the junior out of McKeesport, at 6'1", 205, and the Wolverines read that beautifully.
Wow. Yeah, that doesn't make you take your running quarterback out. You put your passing quarterback in. You direct snap it to him for a run. The Grove City defense kind of sniffed that out and makes a big play on 4th down.
All right, that's at least your third quarterback or your potential short yardage quarterback.
Yeah. Yeah.
Westminster now 1 of 3 on 4th down, and the Wolverines 30 seconds left in the half.
Yeah.
Get another big stop.
Wow.
Looks like they are just going to be content to take the knee, Chris. And we are going to head into the locker room here on a 54-degree overcast late October afternoon. And this game in the PAC is going to go to the locker room with no score.
No score. We're going to come out and basically play 30 minutes of football to see who can put some points on the board. So, yeah, hats off to both defenses. They both played lights out. Certainly Grove City making big plays in big down and distance situations.
The officials doing a great job letting Grove City pass through and holding the Titans up as they would have kind of met at about the 20-yard line.
Yeah, that might not have gone well.
Right. Just not saying anything would have happened, but, officials doing a great job monitoring everything as both teams will head to the sidelines. And we'll step aside for a halftime break and be back here on the Wolverines Sports Network.
I'm Sally, a volunteer at United Way. I'm asking people around the neighborhood what they think this place needs. Excuse me. Hi. What do you think this place needs?
I'd like to see more parking.
More playgrounds.
Free movies.
Oh, that's easy. Better restaurants.
And you, what do you think this place needs?
This place? Oh, more ice cream trucks.
Okay. How about you?
Wi-Fi everywhere?
I was thinking more money in the pockets of local families come tax time.
Can I change my answer?
I was just kidding about the ice cream.
Oh, that's way better.
Now that you mention it.
When it comes to getting better tax refunds into the hands of local families, what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org. Because great things happen when we live united. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This is the news. This morning, we are saluting the 2.2 million women who have joined in the war effort. They now make up 37% of the workforce, changing their role forever.
The prestigious Harvard Medical School is breaking ground today, opening its doors to new female applicants.
Today, little girls all over the world look to the sky, where the first woman is now in space.
Military stereotypes are challenged today with the trailblazing promotion of a U.S. female officer to 4-star general. It was just announced that the vast majority of last year's doctorate degrees were earned by women.
We've come so far, but our news is changing for the worse. More women die from heart disease and stroke than men, even though it can be prevented. Make a change at goredforwomen.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women.
Chris, can you put the video game controller down for a second?
I can talk and play. Oh, I'm totally annihilating this punk kid in Nebraska.
I just feel like you're not acting like a grown-up in our relationship.
Am too.
Well, you still ride your skateboard to work. There's the comic book collection, the race car bed.
Look, I'm young at heart, but I put money into my 401k every paycheck. I picked up a few savings tips at feedthepig.org. I have control of my financial life now, and that feels pretty grown up.
Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. For free ideas and easy tips on ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
So, I bet I look like a grown-up to you now.
Well, except for the footy pajamas, I'd have to agree.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
Halftime here on the Wolverine Sports Network in a scoreless battle between Westminster and Grove City. And Chris, not a lot of yards to be had.
No.
Westminster 33 plays for 136. Grove City struggling to get the offensive going. 15 plays for just 13 yards.
Wow. Yeah, I mean it's one of those ones where kind of the way it appeared is Bears is kind of shown to be true when you look over the statistics. Yeah, 13 yards for a half of football, and again, I would not chalk that necessarily up to incredible incompetence by the Grove City offense. That's just been great play by the Westminster defense.
Grove City struggling to get the running game going. Just 4 yards on the ground on 12 carries. And we have seen over the years with Coach DiDonato and the staff that it's, they run the ball to open the pass.
Right.
They may have to kind of flip the script a little bit here and throw the ball to open some running lanes.
Well, I mean, they've certainly made some efforts to throw the football, but the problem is quarterback Sutton Ellis is only getting a second or two to kind of make a read and make a decision before you get swallowed up by white jerseys, and so again, it's just the Westminster defense has kind of had an answer for everything that the Grove City College offense has tried to execute.
And the Wolverine defense has stood tall. Westminster had the football for 20 minutes in the first half of action.
Wow.
But Grove City has held them to 2 of 8 on third down and a 1 of 3 on fourth down.
Yeah, that's been it, right? I mean, obviously the Westminster offense has, been able to create a few more opportunities than the Grove City offense, but the Grove City defense has been absolutely awesome on sort of those money downs, those money plays, 3rd and short, 4th and short, 3rd and long. Grove City's been able to get it done each and every time. The defense has.
3 penalties in the first half, all on Westminster for 23. When you break down the individual numbers, Quentin Good throwing the football, 9 of 14, 87 yards. 1 interception, no touchdowns. He was sacked once. And the leading rusher is Clayton Cannon, the junior, 14 carries for 55 yards. White has carried it 3 times for just 4 yards. Leading receiver is Beachy, who has 2 catches for 44 yards. For Grove City, Sutton Ellis, 1 of 3 for 9 yards through the air. No touchdowns, no interceptions. He was sacked 1 time. Ian Demiri, 5 carries for 4 yards. Ellis, 3 carries for 1. Rankin has carried it 3 times for no gain. As that highly touted defense, especially against the run for Westminster, has stood tall.
They really have. And again, you think about, the Grove City offense, certainly some growing pains early in the year with those 3 ranked teams to start the season. But since then, they've really kind of grown from that experience of playing those 3 teams and have played really well recently. But this Westminster defense has proven to be a tremendous challenge for them.
Leading the way defensively for Grove City is both Jolly and Montgomery, who have 9 tackles apiece. Brubaker has 6. Bowden Davidson in with 4 to lead the way for the Wolverines here in the first half. And it's just one of those games where, the key word for coaches is explosive plays.
Yeah.
There's been one.
There's been one, right. Is that long pass play by Westminster's really been it, right? And other than that, maybe just a couple of 9-10 yard scampers by the Westminster running backs. But it's just been a situation where the defense has seemed to be a step ahead of the offense on just about every play, other than just a couple that Westminster was able to pick up some traction.
As we heard Coach talk about it in the pregame show, and one of the top rushing offenses versus the top rushing defense.
Yeah.
And that's proven to be a very fast first half of football that's been very clean for the most part as well.
Yeah. Again, right. They're just, the officials have really not had much to call. Both teams, playing well, a couple of flags, but nothing that really has impacted the game much. And both teams just come out, stop the offense, and then there's a punt, and then we play that one back. And that's really been kind of the feel of the game here so far.
They look at it combined 6 total punts, 4 for Grove City, 2 for Westminster in the first half. Chris, 4 games underway across the PAC, if you include ours. Case Western in Greenville to take on Teal. It is a 55-7 lead for the Spartans as they've gone under 2 minutes to play in that game in Greenville. Waynesburg and W&J, that is a 28-0 lead for W&J in Washington over Waynesburg, as that game is at the 2-minute timeout. Coming up later on today at 3 o'clock, it'll be Allegheny and Hiram. That is a 3 o'clock kickoff. And then also coming up later today, we've got Bethany and Geneva for a 3 o'clock kickoff, as well as action around the conference heating up as we've passed the midway point.
It's amazing, right? Past the midway point, and again, we start to see a little bit of separation as most teams have played at least their sample size of the teams that were predicted to be at the top and predicted to be maybe towards the bottom of the standing. So, amazing that we are where we are, and W&J continuing to play great. Case Western. Obviously the loss to this Westminster team, but they're certainly going to have a say in the conference standings. So lots of interesting stuff going on around the conference this afternoon in football.
And you look at it from this perspective. 1 home game left on the regular season schedule for St. Vincent next Saturday. It wraps up the regular season portion, and another. It's a celebration and a fun day, but sometimes it's tough to say goodbye to the seniors.
Yeah, how about that? I mean, it's hard to believe. I mean, not only is it a little, maybe a week or 2 early, right, than we usually see senior day, but the season has certainly flown. The fall has flown, but hard to believe it's going to be November 1st, right? It'll be November 1st, the first day of November, and we're having a senior day here at Robert E. Thorne Field.
And of course, 2 games left on the road at Case Western, and then our first trip to Hiram to round out the regular season. And that Terrier offense has been putting up some numbers.
That Hiram team, again, you don't know what to necessarily expect when a team comes from one conference to another. It's hard to make the translation, but right. I mean, everything that sort of Hiram has done so far, you can't help but be mildly impressed.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back with more of the halftime show. Westminster and Grove City scoreless on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Founded in 1955, the President's Athletic Conference is regarded as one of the elite NCAA Division III conferences in the nation. Comprised of 12 private institutions and 1 associate member, the PAC thrives in athletics and academics. Now sponsoring 24 varsity sports, the PAC remains unique in this day of high-pressure college athletics, with academics at the core of every program. With over 300 academic All-Americans and over 1,400 academic honor roll recipients with a 3.6 GPA or higher in the past year alone, our student athletes excel in athletics as well as the classroom. Want to learn more? Visit us at pacathletics.org or follow us on social media.
Check your phone, check your boots, and get you clean. Fast, friendly service for cars, trucks, and SUVs. Wiper blades, tires, check your tire pressure.
Ken Frenchak here from the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Fall. Leaves are changing. Why not get a jump start on the season and get the oil changed in your vehicle? We have your grade of Valvoline oil regardless of your gas or diesel engine. We stock most air filters and windshield wiper blades. So don't forget, we offer 2 automatic car washes along with 2 self-serve bays. Stop by to have your car run and look great. You can go anywhere for an oil change, but you come to us for the experience. Valvoline Express Care.
Halftime continuing here on the Wolverine Sports Network. A busy day in Wolverine athletics. Women's volleyball involved in a tri-match. The women's soccer team at W&J and a 6-0 lead over the Presidents in that one. Both soccer teams have been playing really well.
Playing really well. Yeah, no doubt. Both offenses very explosive, and certainly for the Grove City to go to W&J and put 6 up is awfully impressive.
And men's swimming and diving at Ashland for a meet today as well. So fall is always a busy time in Wolverine athletics.
Yeah, I know, right? You got the winter sports starting and then the fall sports continuing. So yeah.
Chris, when you look at it, let's talk about adjustments for the Wolverines here for the second half. And it's been one where the running game hasn't really been there for either side so far here in the first half. And it's one of those where, obviously to win the football game, they're going to have to get something going offensively. But almost, as important as that is, they need to be able to give the defense a rest.
Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah, when you're going 3 and out as often as these teams have here in the first half, right? You're asking a whole lot of your defense. And, we heard Coach DiDonato say that with Ryan in the pregame show, right? It's like, you got to win the field position battle. The time of possession battle certainly matters. The punt game, the kick game, all of those little things matters because, this is kind of what this game is going to be. But I think the one thing, certainly you look at kind of how the way things are trending in that second quarter, Westminster did not score. But again, they were able to get something going in that second quarter, and it just felt like the Grove City defense was being asked to do a whole lot more than maybe the Westminster defense was being asked. And Grove City certainly needs to kind of flip the script around on that one.
If you were to ask the casual observer and say, well, who has the momentum going into the locker room? Yeah. I don't know if anyone does.
No, I'm not sure. Right. Because if you're Westminster, certainly you're frustrated and you feel stymied that you've been able to move the football a little bit, especially in that second quarter, but not be able to get any points. Whereas, right, Grove City, okay, obviously that was a really tough first half for us offensively. Our defense was awesome, especially in the big plays. Now let's get things going.
And we've seen it the last couple of weeks. It's that third phase of the game, that special teams unit that they have made some huge plays the last couple of weeks, and maybe one of those type of afternoons where it's going to take something from them.
No question. I mean, this is going to be a game where sort of one play, one break, one thing might be the story of the game. And we've certainly seen the special teams play play great for this Wolverines team, and it certainly would be great to see that happen again today.
I mean, we talked about it pregame, the 107th time these two teams have got together, dating all the way back to 1892, and 4 apiece over the last 8 games. And this is just another one in line with the previous 8.
Right. Yeah, that is amazing. Yeah, I mean, these two teams obviously separated by 14 miles or so on Route 208. Have been playing football for a long time. Yeah, 1892, Mark. That was when William Jennings Bryan was going up against William McKinley, and he gave his famous Cross of Gold speech. William Jennings Bryan did to win the Democrat nomination. So I know you remember that well. So
I was right there in the front row.
Yeah, so I mean that's how long they've been playing football. Just about everything about the United States is different than it was then, but what's the same is these two teams playing football.
Know a little bit about President McKinley since
yeah.
He's from my current hometown.
Yes, the Ohio guy, right? Yeah, one of the many Ohio guys to serve that office.
We haven't had a history lesson in a while.
I know. I got two of them so far today. Yeah, so they're just kind of opening up for me. So yeah.
Halftime between these two teams. They are both back out onto the field, going through their second half warm-ups. We'll take our final timeout, come back and get ready for the third quarter here on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Just about a minute before we get underway in the third quarter here, scoreless in the 107th meeting between Westminster and Grove City. Chris, our first final is in. Case Western improves to 4-2 overall with a 55-7 win over the Tomcats, who dropped to 0-7.
Yeah, just basically holding, kind of holding court, right, holding steady there. Case Western able to do that. So.
Halftime between W&J and Waynesburg. It is all Presidents with a 35-0 lead over the Yellow Jackets. And a couple other games get underway later here this afternoon. As had one of our faster first halves we've had in a while.
Yeah, no question about it. Obviously, like I said, a plethora of 3 and outs by both teams. Just great defensive play and. So, yeah, I mean, again, it certainly nothing has given any indication that it's going to be dramatically different in the second half. So, again, it's going to come down to maybe just a play here, a play there.
Chris, not a critical drive for Grove City to start the third, but an important one nonetheless.
I agree. Yeah, I agree, especially when you consider, just how stymied this offense was by Westminster's defense. And then if you go in there and you kind of go back to the laboratory, so to speak, and you try to make some make some changes, make some adjustments, and certainly you don't expect to just drive right down the field and score a touchdown. That's not what defines success here, but certainly maybe doing some things that you weren't able to do in the first half is what you're shooting for here.
So it'll be Cameron Epps, the freshman, averaging 22 yards a return, and Chase Rankin, the junior, averaging 25 yards a return. Back deep on a low bouncing kick that's fielded by Hoddle, one of the up men, across the 30 and down near the 35-yard line. So Grove City is going to have the football at their 35 to start this third quarter, working left to right.
Yeah, good field position here to start for the Wolverine offense, and let's see what they kind of came up with and drew up and thought of to do against this very, very good Westminster defense.
Sutton Ellis going to send 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right side. That's Wyatt Barzak, the senior out of Cochranton, in the slot to the left. Rankin is the tailback. Excuse me, that is Ethan Wiley for the pass, and that is intercepted by the Westminster secondary. So Wiley gets the second half start and throws his second interception of the season.
Yeah, it looked like maybe Deontay Stallings, the defensive back out of Austintown Fitch, able to jump the route there and get the interception there on Ethan Wiley's pass. It was DeAndre Charles. I was wrong about that. So, not the way you want to get started here. As mistakes, obviously, such a premium there.
So the first turnover of the afternoon gives Westminster the football at the Grove City 37-yard line. Receivers to each side. Quentin Good, the freshman quarterback, takes the snap. He will give the ball to Clayton Cannon on first down. And Cannon across the 35 and down to the 34-yard line. He'll pick up 3. It's 2nd and 7 with Jordan Karcheski having a great senior year on the stop.
Yeah, sure. He sure is. And able to kind of step in there and make sure that was a short gain. It looked momentarily like Cannon was going to be able to pick up several more than that. But good play by Karcheski, holding that to just a 3-yard gain.
2nd and 7, just underway. Westminster right to left here in the third quarter. Wing to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Fake to Cannon. Good downfield. Pass caught and immediately dropped. As that is Mason Klaus, the linebacker out there in coverage, did a great job.
Yeah, we've seen that again. I mentioned that in the second quarter that the linebackers and defensive backs for the Wolverines have been able to kind of stop any receivers from picking up yards after catch in this game, and there was just another great example of it.
3rd and 4 from the Grove City 31-yard line. Westminster are going to put 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, wing to the right side. Good to throw it on 3rd down. Stepping up in the pocket. He's going to be spun down right near the line of scrimmage. Ran right into the tackle, and it's going to be 4th down and 4 to go for Westminster.
That was Jordan Karcheski again, able to just kind of wrap him up and sling him down. Yeah.
In that end spot, you don't really get a lot of tackles, but Karcheski's played excellent this afternoon.
Yeah, he sure has. The Wolverine game day cover guy today, and he's certainly playing up to that billing.
Westminster 1 of 3 on 4th down. They will play again. 1 receiver right, 2 to the left. Good play action. Pressure. He's going to be sacked back near the 39-yard line. Breaking through, it's Nick Clemens, the freshman out of Moan.
Yeah, Nick Clemens in there, and several other guys. Karcheski in there as well. Yeah. But Dave Cower as well.
So give Clemens a half, give Cower a half. He's now got 2 on the year.
Yeah, good. Had his feet set. He kept looking down the field, kept looking, and then all of a sudden, Oh, about 1,000 pounds of red jerseys were in his lap.
2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right side. It's Wiley still in there at the quarterback spot. Takes the snap. He gives the ball to Rankin. Bounces off the pile. And Rankin going to drive forward. Back for about a gain of 1. It's 2nd down and 9.
Dylan Sleva clogging things up there and just nowhere to go there for Rankin.
Barzak to the sidelines. Breck Peacock will check in. So it is McGordy and Peacock to the left. And Sullivan to the right side. Ethan Wiley, the senior quarterback out of Mercer. Facing a 2nd down and 9 as we approach 12 minutes to play in a scoreless 3rd quarter. Play clock down under 5 seconds. Wiley takes the snap, play action to throw. Stands in the pocket. Going to take a deep shot. Has McGordy out there. Hits him in stride. 10-5 touchdown Wolverines. That is Seth McGordy. They made big plays together last year.
Yes.
And they strike again for the first touchdown of the year between them this year.
How about that? Ethan Wiley throwing that interception on his first pass, but came back out for that second possession. And rewards his coaches for their confidence as he throws a perfect pass, and the Grove City Wolverines are on the board.
Lane on for the extra point. 17 of 18 on the season. It'll be the snap by Lambert. Ellis to hold. Snap and hold are good. Lane's extra point is up, and it is good. Well, there's the first big play, the chunk play for the Wolverine offense, and it gives them a 7-0 lead.
Yeah, Wiley to McGrorty again. McGrorty able to just get behind the defense. Wiley threw it. Perfect pass.
We'll take immediate timeout. Grove City 7, Westminster 0 on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to. Or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
7-0 Wolverines on the 61-yard touchdown pass from Wiley to McGordy. And Chris, what confidence that the coaching staff has in Wiley after throwing the tough interception to dial up a big play like that on the next series.
How about that? Yeah, Ethan Wiley's just been such a fabulous teammate, you know, obviously backing up Logan Pfeiffer all those years, and then kind of in a, sort of a 1-1A situation with Sutton. Ellis this year throws an interception on the first play of the second half. The defense holds, though, and then Wiley comes right back out there. Coaching staff showing a lot of confidence in him, and they have a lot of confidence in him as he finds Seth McGrorty over the top. Big touchdown play. Ethan Wiley, big-time play for the senior quarterback.
Brady Lane to kick it off, and this will just be a little pop-up kick that is going to be caught at the 25. And we had it again, Chris. Someone, I believe, indicated a fair catch.
Yeah.
That didn't catch the football.
Yeah, okay. Shea Hartnett's like, hey, what are you talking about? Might be a tight end, but I can catch it. Yeah. I don't know, Mark, if I'm a guy that hardly ever gets to touch the football and somebody fair catches it while it's coming to me and I don't even have a say in it, I'm not going to be real happy with them.
Right. It's that tough spot if you're that guy, like coach says, catch the ball and go down. Instinct says, I'm going to score.
Yeah. I mean, jeez.
So 1st and 10 for Westminster. Freshman quarterback Quentin Good out of Aliquippa. One receiver to the right, two to the left. Low snap. He's able to pick it up, step in the pocket. He's going to take a shot deep, looking downfield. The ball knocked away last second. Ryan Montgomery doing Ryan Montgomery type things.
You got it. Yes. Yeah, Montgomery was there. Bowden Davidson was there. Montgomery, though, just hustling over to make sure that he didn't make a great catch.
Montgomery, senior out of Slippery Rock.
Yeah.
2 interceptions. 26 tackles on the season coming in today.
Yeah, he's had such a great career, but this season, the 2025 season, he's gone from being just really solid and good to being a star back there in this defensive secondary for the Wolverines.
2nd down and 10. Good. One receiver right, two to the left. They're going to run it on 2nd down. And we're going to get a short run down to about the 30. Cannon's going to pick up close to 5. It's 3rd and 5.
Yeah, Caleb Brubaker again, just kind of clogging things up from that inside linebacker spot.
Chris, 3rd down defense has been outstanding for the Wolverines, holding Westminster to 2 of 9.
Yeah, 2 of 9, and it even seems kind of more than that, right? They've been great, and the money down, so to speak, here in this game.
Going to stack 2 receivers to the left, split 1 to the right side, single back in the backfield with Good, who drops to throw. Time going to go underneath, pass caught by the receiver. That's going to be good enough for a 1st down. Another check down to Demir White for a 3rd down conversion.
Yeah, Demir White made a great decision there as he caught it, and you could see he was trying to think maybe I could evade some people, but he just decided, right, you could kind of almost read his mind. Nope, I'm going to go and just sneak past that line to gain. And by the time the red jerseys arrived, he was already past that line.
1st and 10 from the Westminster 39-yard line. Titans right to left here in the 3rd quarter. That is 10-19 and a rolling clock. Play clock under 10 seconds. Good. Takes the snap, fakes to Cannon, goes underneath, and a dangerous pass is caught for a short gain. Going to pick up about 4 on the play, set up a 2nd down and 6.
Yeah, it looked almost like a couple of Grove City guys had a shot at it, but and somehow he was able to sneak it in there and make the catch.
So 2nd down and 6, under 10 minutes to play, 3rd quarter. Grove City 7, Westminster 0. 2 receivers to the right, wing to the left. Single back in the backfield, and we've got movement up front and a procedure penalty, going to be the 4th flag against Westminster.
Yeah, give Nick Clemens credit there as he kind of feigned the blitz, and that's when the Westminster offensive line flinched a little bit. Clemens, the freshman out of Moon that backs up Ben Bladel, who was dinged up his lower leg earlier today, and he's gone in and done a great job.
Same position, same school.
Same school, pretty much the same size, too. Bladel's put on about 10 pounds of muscle since he got here. He's weighs 10 more pounds than Clemens. That's it.
Bladel wears a 5, and Cannon wears a 50.
Yeah, that's right. It's great.
So it's 2nd and 11. Again, he's showing pressure. And this is going to be a run to the outside for Cannon, who got tripped up and went down, but tried to stay on his feet for some extra yardage.
Yeah.
He's going to bring up a 3rd down and long now, facing Westminster.
And Noah Wheeler coming up for run coverage, chopping him down at the feet. So setting up that 3rd and long. That was a great play by Wheeler. That should have probably netted maybe 3 or 4 more yards, but Wheeler making a real good fundamental tackle.
So 3rd and 7. 8.5 minutes to play, 3rd quarter. Single receiver to the right, trips to the left. Single back is to the right side of Good. Dropping to throw. Pressure, hit as he throws. Pass caught for a 1st down. Cross midfield, a 45-40, 35, and out of bounds. And that is Bright Cannon, the sophomore receiver from Parkland, Florida.
Yeah, Cannon, he's just such a handful, right? I mean, pretty good coverage, good pressure on Good, the quarterback, but
so 1st and 10 down to the Grove City 33-yard line goes Westminster. Twins to the right, wing to the left side. Single back is to the right of Quentin Good, the quarterback. Freshman looking at the play clock, down to 4 seconds. They snap it with 1. Good to throw, and that pass almost intercepted and went through the hands of Keegan Frazier.
Yeah.
And it brings up a 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, Frazier upset with himself that he didn't make that interception, but that was a great play just to get his hands on it and knock it down because the receiver was open back there. So another great play by Frazier.
Yeah, if you can't catch it, knock it down.
Right. Right. I mean, you're going to catch that. He was about 4 yards away. A pass that was probably traveling at 65 miles an hour. So, yeah.
2nd and 10. Single receiver on the numbers to the right. Wing to the right side. We're going to turn, give it to Cannon, trying to sweep to the outside, and Brubaker there to make the stop at the 30-yard line. What an addition Caleb Brubaker has been the last 2 years, just roaming all over the field and making plays.
You think? Yeah, he's been fantastic. And that time, yeah, I mean, just basically outrunning the running back to the spot and making another great fundamental tackle.
Senior leading the way in tackles coming into today's game with 53, throwing another 2.5 sacks.
That's insane. Tackling machine.
3rd and 8. Westminster 4 of 11 now on 3rd down. Good takes the snap. Going to look underneath. Little crossing route caught by the receiver for a 1st down and down inside the 15-yard line. That's Bailey, the sophomore from Hollywood, Florida.
Yeah.
A different look that time from the Titans.
Yeah, well set up screen, right? As you could see, Grove City came on the blitz and Good just able to kind of almost lob it up over the top to Bailey, and then Bailey picking up some yards after catch, which the Westminster receivers have not done very much of today.
So it's 1st and 10 from the Grove City 12-yard line. Receivers to each side, split backs in the backfield with Quentin Good. As he turns, gives the ball to Cannon, and Cannon's going to be pulled down behind the line of scrimmage, working his way through Jack Jolly, another senior at that linebacker spot.
Yeah, Jolly able to kind of grab him around the ankles until the rest of the guys arrived. So Jack Jolly, another big play.
2nd and 12. Back now near the 14-yard line. 5:45 to play here in this 3rd quarter. 7-0 Grove City leading Westminster. Tailback is Demir White, the sophomore out of New Jersey, with trips to the left. Wolverines coming on a blitz. Westminster picks it up, fires end zone, and that is a Titan touchdown as the receiver Lawrence Grayson, the freshman, scores his 1st touchdown, and we're an extra point away from a tie game.
Yeah, Grove City in zone coverage, Mark, and nice read by the freshman Good, and finds the freshman Grayson in the end zone. Westminster a extra point away from tying this game up with 5:25 to go in the 3rd quarter.
Andrew Carana, the sophomore, 21 of 22 on extra points on the season. Snap and hold are good. The rush is on, and Carana's extra point is up and good. And with 5:25 to play here in the 3rd quarter, we are now all tied up at 7 here on the Wolverine Sports Network. And we will step aside for a media timeout and be back with more right after this.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Well, Chris, both offenses finding themselves with a little bit of momentum now here in the third quarter.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, right after just an absolute, stymieing performance by both defenses. Grove City hitting the big play as quarterback Ethan Wiley hitting wide receiver Seth McGrody for the long pass play for a touchdown, and then Westminster answering with freshman Quentin Good, the quarterback, hitting a freshman in the end zone for Westminster to answer. So 7-7, here we go.
Long drive for Westminster, 11 plays, 75 yards, 6:18 off the clock. And this kick is going to be fielded at the 5, across the 10, straight up field 15 to the 20. And a flag will come in late at about the 21-yard line. And that'll stop play here with 5:15 to play in this third quarter.
Let's see what we got here.
Flag thrown right at the 20-yard line.
Okay. All right.
So that penalty is going to back the Wolverines up. Start this drive at their own 10-yard line.
Grove City will take on a 1st and 10 at the 10 after the penalty.
So 5:15 to play, third quarter, now tied up at 7. It is the senior Ethan Wiley at the controls of the offense with Chase Rankin, the tailback. Wiley takes the snap. He'll give the ball to Rankin. And Rankin got to push out close to the 15. They're going to say knee went down at the 14-yard line. So gain of 4,
Yeah.
2nd and 6.
Yeah, that's the most room Rankin's had so far today. So, I mean, you just can't use enough hyperbole to talk about this Westminster rushing defense, right, against the run, and just not a whole lot of room for Rankin or Demiri.
Really stout at the end spot. Jean-Gary Joseph, the senior, 6 foot 270 out of North Miami.
Wow.
Play action for Wiley. Downfield, pass caught, McGrorty again. And he's going to dive forward and looks like he'll have a first down to the 21-yard line. Chrissy came off a career high and first 100-yard game last week in the win for the Wolverines.
Yeah, and 6'1", 170, a little bit of a throwback as far as like a tall receiver to some of the guys that the Wolverines have had over the past several years. And played great last week, and certainly has come out and is playing great here to start this second half.
1st and 10 for the Wolverines from their 21-yard line, left to right here in the third. Ellis going to give the ball to Ian Demiri, and the outside of the Westminster defense there to knock Demiri down right at the line of scrimmage for no gain. It's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Jack Bible just kind of clogging things up again. It looked momentarily like Demiri might have something there, but it just seems like these linebackers and defensive linemen for Westminster, it just closes down so fast.
2nd and 10. Under 3.5 minutes to play, third quarter. 1 to the left, 2 to the right side. Rankin at the tailback spot. Wiley to throw it. Fires downfield. McGrorty came back to the football, made the catch at the 25-yard line. This is going to set up a third down for Grove City. Wolverines, Chris, still looking to convert their first third down. They're 0-4.
Yeah. So it's going to be, maybe 3rd and 5, 3rd and a long 6, or a long 5. So see what we got here.
Trips to the right. McGrorty, single receiver to the left side. Rankin's the tailback with the senior Ethan Wiley out of Mercer. Wiley takes the snap, stands in the pocket, fired! And that was high as the pressure came in on him and incomplete, looking for Sullivan, and it's 4th down.
Yeah, he looked like he had a little bit of time in the pocket there, but ended up closing pretty quickly. And he really wasn't able to kind of hold his follow through, to use a basketball phrase, on that pass. So the pass sailed. Peacock was in the area, and Sullivan was in the area, but neither one of them much of a chance to catch that pass.
Mark it down at 2:36 of the third quarter, the first basketball reference of the day. 4th and 5 for Lane to punt, averaging 37 a kick. High snap, gets this one off, and this is going to hit and take a Grove City roll. This is going to roll all the way inside the 30 and down near the 25-yard line.
What that?
Another booming punt for Brady Lane.
Yeah, he's been great. I mean, what else can you say?
Westminster takes for the first down and it's 25-yard lines.
Brady Lane, freshman from Jefferson, Georgia, has just been absolutely spectacular all year.
Following his brother here to Grove City.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of that over the years.
Yeah, we sure have. Well, I mean,
and when you establish that great relationship with the family.
Correct. Right. That's it.
It's great to see younger brothers follow.
Right. You see big brother, improving as a football player, improving as a human being, and love being a part of this football program. Then younger brother wants to come. That's a great kind of statement on the Grove City football program and the college.
Good, takes the snap, stands in the pocket, pressured from the backside, trying to roll around, and he's just going to unload this one incomplete. As all kinds of pressure being put on by Nick Clemens, the freshman.
Yeah, Nick Clemens. Just relentless there. Okay, they're saying, there's
receiver in the area.
Receiver in the area. Okay, so we get a little. I don't think too many people were actually calling for grounding there, but good job by the official.
That has been a mark of the officials in this conference. They do a great job explaining.
Yeah, they do. They do. Right. And I mean, I think sometimes if we had mic'd up officials at high school games, coming over the PA, that might solve some of that. I mean,
High snap, good, pulls it down, gives it to his running back, and there is the freshman Nick Clemens. And on another stop at the 25-yard line, it's 3rd and long for Westminster.
Clemens just kind of throwing the blocker off and then kind of getting the spread eagle look there and making the tackle.
So 3rd down and 10. Clemens now with 4 tackles on the afternoon for the Wolverines. 2 receivers to each side. Good to throw. Pressured again. Rolling out. Throws across his body and a leaping grab for a first down by Lawrence Grayson, the freshman out of Washington, D.C.
I mean, Brady Lane did everything but tackle him. Unbelievable.
Ugh. Big conversion for Westminster on 3rd and long.
Yeah. Quentin Good, can't say enough good things about him, right? Just an incredible athlete, and that time rolling out, making a great pass, throwing against his body.
Under a minute to play here in the 3rd quarter. Westminster and Grove City tied at 7. Single receivers to each side. Single back in the backfield. Good, takes the snap. Drops to throw. Going to take the deep shot one-on-one downfield, and that pass is overthrown and incomplete. It's a nice job by Mason Klaus rotating over there to help in coverage as well.
Yeah, Davidson, pretty good coverage there, but you're right. Klaus coming over the top there made that an almost uncatchable ball.
And Quentin Good, 5'10", 160, and that freshman has a big arm.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, 5'10", 160, that's obviously not a big college quarterback, but he plays big, and he certainly has a big arm.
39 seconds to go, 3rd quarter. 2nd and 10 for Westminster. From their 41-yard line, 1 to the right, trips to the left side. Good, looking to that short side and over, shoots Sprite Cannon, the intended receiver. So bring up a 3rd down and 10 for Westminster.
He hasn't missed too many, right, today. I mean, in other words, there's been occasions where he's been pressured or, kind of made the wrong read, but we haven't seen him miss an open receiver very often, but that time he did.
So the incompletion brings up a 3rd down and 10. 35 seconds to go in the quarter. Westminster, 6 of 13 on third down. Good to throw. This time has a clean pocket. He steps up and sails it in, completed off the hands of Montgomery, and it's going to bring up fourth down.
Looks like Bowden Davidson actually got his hands on it first and then knocked it the wrong way. Montgomery might have had the interception if no one had touched it.
So Bowden Davidson back to return this punt.
All right.
It will be the third for Westminster, averaging about 38.5 yards per kick. Craig Sonson Jr. out of Montour to punt. Good snap back to him, rushes on, and he just gets this kick away. Bowden Davidson calls for the fair catch and makes it at the 21-yard line.
How many times have we seen that today, Mark, where I think that's about 4 times today where it looked like they're going to get it. They're going to get the blocked punt, and they somehow not. Great job by both punters, right? Not making athletic plays to avoid the rush.
Ethan Wiley, 3 of 5 since starting the second half, 73 yards, a touchdown, and interception. Going to be McGroarty to the left, Sullivan to the right side. The fullback is Anthony Burnett, and Ian Demary is the tailback. Wiley takes the snap, gives the ball to Demary. Demary spinning off of a tackle and surging forward down to about the 24-yard line.
Yeah, boy, how about a nice 7-8 minute classic Wolverine scoring drive here? That would be right what the doctor ordered.
And that will bring us to the end of the third quarter. After 3 here on the Wolverine Sports Network, Westminster and Grove City tied at 7. We'll be right back.
Score at the end of the
Founded in 1955, the President's Athletic Conference is regarded as one of the elite NCAA Division III conferences in the nation. Comprised of 12 private institutions and 1 associate member, the PAC thrives in athletics and academics. Now sponsoring 24 varsity sports, the PAC remains unique in this day of high-pressure college athletics, with academics at the core of every program. With over 300 academic All-Americans and over 1,400 academic honor roll recipients with a 3.6 GPA or higher in the past year alone. Our student athletes excel in athletics as well as the classroom. Want to learn more? Visit us at pacathletics.org or follow us on social media.
Final 15 minutes of this one put up on the scoreboard. Mark Means, Chris Birch with you from Robert E. Thorne Field on a 55-degree, partly cloudy afternoon on the beautiful campus of Grove City College.
Yeah, really the first cold night of high school football last night of the season. And certainly as today kind of dawned, you thought, all right, maybe a cold afternoon, but it's actually turned out to be pretty nice.
I even got called spoiled because the press box I worked in last night had heat.
Yeah, you're real spoiled.
It was wonderful to work at Warren's Mollenkoff Stadium last night.
Yeah, I was at Wilmington. Wilmington has one of the best press boxes in Western PA too. So,
and I did the game with a mutual friend of ours last night. The other Mark
Means, yes. Yes. That's always cool when you guys get together.
Second and 7 for this Wolverine offense as we begin the fourth quarter. Tied up at 7. With Sullivan and Peacock with McGroarty as your 3 wide receivers. Ethan Wiley, the senior out of Mercer, at the quarterback spot. Wiley takes the snap, drops the throw, and a pressure, and he's going to be sacked back at the 15-yard line. They brought the house that time,
yes, they
Chris.
Sure did. And I mean, Wiley, to his credit, kind of hung in there and wanted it to develop and thought maybe he had a second. But Dylan Sleeve is a beast. I mean, he's, again, obviously a high school teammate of our two guys, our two moon guys on defense there, and he just an absolutely incredible. Again, to imagine Bladel and Sleva as high school teammates is something.
Trips to the right, single receiver McGordy to the left side. It's 3rd down and 14. Wiley turns the ball over. Time, and that ball's going to sail. It might have been partially tipped at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And it'll bring up 4th and long.
Yeah, it was a little tipped a little bit, kind of made it sail. So Grove City trying to get the passing game going here. And, obviously they did on the touchdown. But the last couple of possessions, it's been kind of back to Westminster's defense being very impressive.
Lane to punt, averaging 39 yards a kick. He'll stand at his own 2-yard line. Westminster hustling off an extra player. Snap back to Lane, gets this kick away. High, deep kick. Fair catch called for, drifting back to the 40-yard line. Lane had a little difficulty on the first snap and has been incredible since then.
Yeah, he had a little difficulty, but that was maybe the play of the day, right? As it, because obviously he doesn't make that great play off of the bobbled snap and the hard rush. He could be a different score, but since then, right, it's been clean and he's been as his usual awesomeness.
14:01 to play in this game, tied up at 14, at 7, as we exchanged touchdowns in the third quarter. Westminster left to right here in the fourth. Good, the quarterback has 2 to his left side. Running back as well on a wing to the right side. Going to run it on a first down and knocked down behind the line of scrimmage is Clayton Cannon, the junior tailback, for a loss of 1.
Yeah, Brubaker just kind of knifing through there and getting him by the ankles. That.
2nd and 11. Ball back at the 39-yard line. Westminster going to break the huddle, come to the line. They're going to put twins to each side of the formation. Bright Cannon is a slot receiver to the left side. Man in motion from right to left. Good to throw. Tries to set up the screen. Receiver made the catch to try to hurdle a defender and ran right into the arms of Caleb Brubaker for a short gain.
Brubaker again, just, kind of tackling machine, making back-to-back tackles there. And a lot of activity here for Westminster, but only 3 yards. So 3rd and 7, 3rd and long, big play here for both of these teams.
Yeah, White has been the check down receiver out of the backfield. A team high 5 receptions for 27 yards. Twins to the left, single receiver to the right side, wing to the right. Good, calls for the snap on 3rd and 7. Steps up, fires downfield, and an errant throw incomplete.
And Nick Clemens, all kinds of pressure on Quentin Good. As Clemens has really played well with the absence of Ben Bladel. Bladel actually out of uniform, just in the street clothes down there. So
Braden Mika, the right tackle for Westminster, has been hobbling around the last couple of series, but he's been able to grit it out so far.
Yeah.
Davidson back to return this punt. High snap, gets it down, rushes on, and they just clear another one. And this will take a sideways bounce and going to be down at about the 27-yard line as they just kind of creep closer and closer the last few kicks.
Brubaker did get a fingertip on it, but wasn't enough to stop it from kind of getting all of it. But yeah, that was tipped. But still, these punters have both been incredibly impressive against big time rushes. They are both teams are coming at them.
1st and 10 for the Wolverines, tied at 7, 12:23 to play in this game. Senior Ethan Wiley at the helm. Single receivers to each side with Chase Rankin, the tailback. Play clock at 12. Rankin's going to get the football running right up the middle and down near the 35-yard line. A good gain for Grove City on first down. And no matter how great a D-line is, this big Grove City offensive line just banging on you all game long will wear you down.
Right. And boy, I mean, both of these things are immovable objects, right? The Westminster D-line, the Grove City offensive line.
Rankin picks up 7. It's 2nd down and 3. Again, single receivers to each side. Barzak in there at a blocking spot. They give it to Rankin. And Chase is going to get 2. It's going to be 3rd down and about 2 to go.
Yeah, Rankin looked like he was going to be able to maybe cut back there and pick up some yardage, but again, the hole closing very quickly.
3rd down, they'll call it a long one. 11:20 to play, clock rolling down in a 7-7 game here in the 4th quarter. They'll bring in the extra fullback, Dustin Hoddle, a sophomore out of Damascus, Maryland. Wiley takes the snap. He'll give the ball to Rankin. And Rankin broke free, found himself a crease, and got down to the 40-yard line to move the sticks.
He went right into the teeth of the defensive line and just kind of disappeared from our view, and it looked like it was going to be a no gain, but somehow he was able to get out of the clutches of the defensive line and keep the feet grinding and get into the linebacking core and pick up a huge 1st down.
1st and 10, Grove City from the 41-yard line, working right to left here in the 4th. They'll run the ball again with Rankin, try to step outside, and Rankin's going to get about 2.5 on that carry. And it's going to set up a 2nd down and between 6 and 7.
Yeah. Ryan Briggs telling me that that was the first 3rd down conversion of the day for the Grove City Wolverines. So how about that? 1 of 7. So baby steps, progress.
2nd down and 8. Under 10 minutes to play in a tied game at 7. Receivers are Sullivan to the right, McGroarty to the left. Rankin is the tailback, both fullbacks, Burnett and Hoddle in the backfield. Wiley to throw it. Step it up. Going to take the shot downfield. A little miscommunication between him and Sullivan. Sullivan took off upfield, and the throw was...
I think the read there for Wiley was he thought, with all the pressure there, maybe that Sullivan would come back to the ball. And if he didn't, it would be, harmlessly incomplete and not intercepted. So
3rd and 8 for the Wolverines. Trips right, single receiver left side. Rankin is the tailback, play clock at 12. Wiley overlooking that Westminster defense. And they're 4-3. Wiley to throw it. Stands in, fires downfield and off the hands of Breck Peacock and incomplete right at the sticks.
It looked like Peacock kind of got turned around a little bit, got his foot kind of planted funny, wasn't able to sort of snap around and catch that ball a little behind him.
So Lane to punt. Lane averaging now about 40 yards a kick this afternoon. Snap back to him. High, wobbly kick that is going to hit out of bounds, and we'll have to wait and see where they spot this football. We're going to spot it at about the 32.
Yeah.
Lane's punt out of bounds to 32.
Okay.
25-yard kick.
Coach D did not agree with that spot at all. I thought, again,
I thought it was upfield a few yards.
So did I. Yeah. I mean, I don't like to disagree with the officials on air because they have a much tougher job than we do. But wow. Yeah.
9:21 to play, 4th quarter, tied at 7 on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Express, Karen, car, wash and clothes. Check your phone, check your clothes and get you clean. Fast, friendly service for cars, trucks, and SUVs. Microplanes, tires, check your tire pressure. Locally, dash and
Ken Frenchak here from the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Fall. Leaves are changing. Why not get a jump start on the season and get the oil changed in your vehicle? We have your grade of Valvoline oil regardless of your gas or diesel engine. We stock most air filters and windshield wiper blades. So don't forget, we offer 2 automatic car washes along with 2 self-serve bays. Stop by to have your car run and look great. You can go anywhere for an oil change, but you come to us for the experience.
Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
9:21 to play here, fourth quarter, tied up at 7 on the PAC scoreboard. End of the third, it is W&J 49, Waynesburg 0. Geneva with an early 7-0 lead over Bethany as they're just underway. And Allegheny and Hiram, that game is scoreless at Hiram.
Yeah, the GT's putting together a nice season here so far, huh?
They definitely are. So 1st and 10 for Westminster. From their 32-yard line. Good going to hand the ball off. And hit right at the line of scrimmage. Is the running back for the Titans before being driven back.
Clayton Cannon on the run.
That's Clayton Cannon, the junior, who's carried it now, Chris, 22 times this afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, they just kind of keep feeding him the football. It's not like he's picking up chunks of yardage on every play, as he's right around 3 yards a carry for his average. But still, like you kind of mentioned about the Grove City offensive line, he just kind of wearing the defense down a little bit. Hasn't happened yet, but that's what they're trying to do.
Single receiver to the left, 2 to the right side. 2nd down and at 9. Man goes in motion right to left. Fake it to Cannon. Good's going to throw.
Got it.
Pass is intercepted across the 30. 20 to the 15. Still on his feet. And down near the 15-yard line, that's Keegan Frazier with the interception for the Wolverine defense. Have a day, Keegan Frazier.
He sure is. Yeah, Keegan Frazier just kind of jumping the route there and getting this Grove City offense, something they haven't had all day, Mark, and that's a short field. Yeah.
So they will spot the football for the Wolverines at the 18-yard line.
There we go. Kind of waiting for Westminster to make a mistake, and they finally do.
1st and 10 for the Wolverines. To put Sullivan out to the right, McGroarty to the left, Barzak in as an extra blocker. Yes. Rankin's the tailback. Wiley gives the ball to Chase Rankin. And Rankin's going to be spun down at about the 17. Give him a yard. It's 2nd down and 9.
Yeah. That's Donner and Bible and Sleva kind of all around there. Bunch of 4s. Number 4, number 44, number 46. They're all good.
So Sullivan and Rankin will check out. Huddle in at the extra fullback spot. Ian DeMary, now the tailback. 7:40 to play, fourth quarter, tied at 7. And Coach DiDonato didn't like what he saw and decided to use a timeout. So Grove City will take the timeout. Chris, we will keep it here. Okay. And, Keegan Frazier having a fantastic senior season. We've seen that so many times over the years. Yeah. When an experienced player that maybe hasn't started a lot gets called upon, boy, he has stepped up.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Coach DiDonato, talking today with Ryan in the pregame show about the depth of this team. And, again, that's what you got. You have guys that are, multi-year contributors, special teams, backups, the depth. step in when people are hurt, make good plays. Their names are names that we're familiar with, but right, they haven't been one of the feature guys. And then all of a sudden, as juniors or seniors, it's finally their turn. And Keegan Frazier doing that. Ryan Montgomery, a guy that we've talked about. Obviously, he's a 4-year starter, but I mean, he's really, kind of stepping up into the star role. But Frazier having a big day on a big stage today here against Westminster in a really, really crucial game as far as the conference standings go.
Burnett and Hoddle in at the fullbacks. Barzak also in. Rankin is the tailback. McGroarty, the other receiver to the right side. Gonna give it to Rankin, trying to slip down the line. On his feet, inside the 10. It's going to be 1st and goal for the Wolverines.
Yeah. Rankin just going off tackle there. Really good block by Anthony Brunette. Yeah, Burnett will be remembered for the touchdown catch last week, but that one was as big a play in my opinion, as he just kind of ran some guys over, and finally Rankin able to get something going there.
Both fullbacks and Barzak at a tight end. Rankin, the tailback. Wiley's the quarterback. Going to give it to Rankin again. Following the blockers. Pushing the pile into the end zone for a touchdown for Rankin. His 2nd of the season for the junior.
Yeah, how about that Chase Rankin? Just, kept the feet going, kept grinding, kept moving. And lots of great blocks down the field. And able to get into the end zone. Is that Dustin Hoddle? Yeah, Dustin Hoddle, the other fullback, making a great block there. So two great runs by Rankin, 2 great blocks by the fullbacks, each one of them.
Lane, 18 of 19 on the year. Lambert to snap it. Sutton Ellis will hold. Good snap, good hold, and Lane's extra point is banged up and through with 6:49 to play in the game. It is Grove City 14 and Westminster 7, and Chris, the Wolverines turn the turnover into a touchdown.
Yeah, how about that? Just a great sequence of events here for the Grove City Wolverines as they make the big play. Keegan Frazier on defense, and then the offense comes out with the short field. Goes right down the field, and Chase Rankin able to blast it in behind some great blocking by the offensive line and by the fullbacks.
I'll be curious to see what the approach is by the special teams here on this kickoff. It's been the short kicks kind of taking away the return weapons.
Right.
We'll see if they maybe want to drive this one.
Yeah, try to get a touchback, certainly, but
not as easy to do as it gets colder in the season, right, and the ball harder to hit.
Colder, windier, right? Yeah, no question about it. All those physics things that I don't understand. I know a little history, but I don't know physics. But I know that it's harder. I don't know why, but yeah.
History.
Yeah, that's it. That's all.
History is a lot easier to figure out.
Sports and history. Other than that, I'm sort of a functional idiot.
I'll go with that. Sports and history. That works for me.
Maybe a little music.
So Lane ready to kick the ball off. And they're going to put 2 men back deep now for Westminster, standing at their 5-yard line. Looks like it's Bright Cannon and Demir White.
Lane to kick off.
Lane has the ball teed up at the 35-yard line. .6:49 to play in this one, and the Wolverines with a 7-point lead. Again, a high short kick fielded across the 20, 25, and brought down shy of the 30-yard line. Good coverage downfield as they bring down at Demir White. Chris, that scoring drive for the Wolverines. It was 3 plays, 18 yards, and 1:31 off the clock. And for every Grove City touchdown and caused turnover this season, Northwestern Mutual Gold Financial is proud to partner with Grove City College football to support the Grove City Area United Way. Gold Financial is at 160 South Broad Street in Grove City.
All right. Good stuff.
So 1st and 10 for Quentin Good, the freshman quarterback with twins to each side. He'll drop to throw, step up in the pocket, sidearm sling, that one incomplete. It's Wheeler on the coverage for the Wolverines on the tight end, Brock Koval at 6'2" and 220.
Yeah, 6'2", 220 out there being guarded by a guy that's about 5'9", 160. But he is an absolute blanket.
Second down and 10 from the Westminster 29-yard line. Left to right here, fourth quarter, 6:37 to play. Twins to each side for the Wolverines. They are going to run it on second down and long into the arms of Clayton Cannon, who's going to pick up a couple and set up another third down conversion for Westminster, who is 6 of 15.
Yeah, I think we're going to start calling that Wheeler Island. Remember, like Revis Island, Wheeler Island, because you're not getting open on Wheeler Island.
Noah Wheeler was great as a freshman, but he has taken a big step forward this year as a sophomore.
Definitely.
Twins to each side of the formation. Third down and 7 for Quentin Good. Corrals the high snap. Pulls it down. Fires middle. Batted away and incomplete. And that is Mason Klaus on the coverage. Yeah. The safety moved a linebacker, and it's 4th and 7.
Yeah, Bowden Davidson in there, too. Kind of the inside hand. Yeah. Yeah, great. Just great. Kind of great team defense there by the defensive backs on these last couple of plays. Could have said a plethora of guys' names.
So the Titans will punt the football. This is their 5th punt of the day. Play clock to 2 when they just get the punt away, and Davidson going to back away from this, and it will take a roll down to about the 21-yard line. Chris, 5:43 to play in this one.
Yeah.
Grove City with a 14-7 lead and the football.
Yeah.
3 timeouts for Westminster, 2 for Coach
I was just going to say, we haven't really thought about timeouts and till now, but yeah, 5:43 to go. Grove City's used 1. Westminster hasn't used any, but here we are. But yeah, again, we would love to see a kind of one of those patent grind out the first downs, keep the clock rolling drives by the Grove City offense that they are so kind of famous for here.
It'll be a similar look offensively. Barzak in, both fullbacks in. Rankin is the tailback. Play clock under 10 seconds. Chase Rankin got to get the handoff. This will be his 13th carry. As he gets back near the line of scrimmage, it's going to be 2nd and 10.
Yes, Leva in there again, kind of clogging things up for
Second down and 10 as we roll to 5 minutes to play. Wolverines return home next Saturday, 1 o'clock, senior day for St. Vincent.
Rolling clock, or calendar rolling into November. Hard to believe.
2nd and 10. Going to give the ball to Rankin. Rankin trying to work off the line of scrimmage, able to just get himself back near the line. He's just going to set up a 3rd down at 10.
Yeah, just a couple of kind of conservative running plays there. Really clogged up by the Westminster defensive line. So interesting to see what the call is here. Obviously, you don't want to put your QB into any kind of situation where they has to make a tough decision on an obvious passing down.
Penna and Peacock check in. So it's Sullivan to the right, Penna, Peacock, and McGroarty to the left. Play clock at 5. Wiley snaps it with 1. Steps back to throw. Looking for McGroarty across the 30-yard line. And that is near a first down.
Got it. He got it.
That'll be just enough for the first down.
What a great route those guys ran. They had trips over here to the near side of the field. And Wiley making the great decision there. Throwing it to the outside to McGroarty. I think he kind of likes throwing it to him. You think?
He's played outstanding the last 2 weeks. McGroarty 4 for 84 and a touchdown this afternoon. Again, play clock down to 2 seconds. They snap it to Rankin, stepped outside, cut back in, and he's down to about the 34-yard line.
Rankin on the run, brought down by Austin. 2-yard gain to the 30.
2-yard gain. Again, 2nd and 8 here. Big play here. You don't want to end up in another 3rd and long.
Game clock approaching 3 minutes. Westminster still with all 3 of their timeouts.
Yeah, I mean, they are almost to the point here where they got to start using them. Grove City picks up another first down. They're going to have to exhaust them.
Under 3 minutes to play. 14-7 Wolverines. 2nd down, Wiley takes the snap.
Yes.
Gives the ball to Rankin, who broke free and dove down near the 40-yard line, and a fist pump from Coach Bainey. His offensive line is doing some work.
Yep. Yeah, there's no doubt. Finally got a little bit of a, push there, and great job. Again, good blocking out of that fullback position there by Dustin Hoddle.
3rd down, 3 for the Wolverines. Both fullbacks, Burnett and Hoddle, going to go to the right side. Rankin is the tailback, Wiley the quarterback. Down to 2 seconds, he snaps it. Gives the ball to Rankin, running up the middle, and there's no room on 3rd down and 3. And we'll have the first Westminster timeout. And he's asking for a little bit more time to put on that clock. It looked like initially.
Okay.
So he got that timeout call in before the 2-minute timeout.
Good catch by you there. Yeah, I thought they'd gotten it to the 2-minute mark, but nope, they get a timeout. Then they're obviously going to get the 2-minute timeout.
This is a 4th and 3 for the Wolverines, Chris, and they would anticipate the way Lane has been kicking the football that they're going to try and flip this field and force Westminster to work the length of the field.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's been a couple of times where there's been some decision. Not this time, though. Yeah, you get your star punter out there and let him rip another one, and then you put this great defense back out on the field and let them win the game for you.
I know it's not something said often, but the punters have been highlights for both teams.
They
today.
Really have been, right?
Lane averaged at about 38 yards a kick. Westminster averaging slightly over 38 yards a kick.
Yeah, they've been great, and they've been under duress, and they've had to make athletic plays and good decisions. So yeah, again, it's been the day of the punter.
So Lane to punt. Gianni DeSora, the freshman wide receiver from Upper St. Clair, back at his 25-yard line. Snap to Lane. Rush on, gets that kick away. Fair catch called for on the run. Man, it'll be inside the 30, right about the 28-yard line.
Yeah, now we get the 2-minute timeout.
So now we reach the 2-minute timeout with 1:56 to play in this game. And we'll take a break. Grove City 14, Westminster 7 on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Mama, what does the chicken say?
Chicken. Oh, okay.
Wolf?
Oh, a wolf.
Ooh! What about the tiny dog? Cat. Owl. Ooh. Dolphin? What does the turkey say? Whale.
Whale. So.
Do the giraffe.
Giraffe, really? Okay. Giraffe.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right.
Visit NHTSA.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
First and 10 for Westminster from their 29-yard line. 2 to the left, 1 to the right side for Quentin Good, the freshman, who drops to throw. Fires that pass too tall and incomplete, looking for Bright Cannon. And incomplete. Cannon 3 for 43.
Yeah, Bowden Davidson bearing down hard on him. Might have heard the footsteps a little bit there. So
Cannon came in averaging over 20 yards of reception on the season.
Yeah. Just an absolutely just gritty performance here by this Grove City defense.
Demir White, the senior, now in the backfield. Twins to the left, single receiver right side. Play clock at 4. Good dropping the throw, and we've got flags that'll stop this play.
Caleb Brubaker getting to him, but okay, false start.
Fifth penalty on Westminster. Chris Grove said he only flagged once so far
That's
today.
Unbelievable, yeah. Yeah, 10-5-2. Okay. Yeah, that two guys blocked Nick Clemens, and nobody blocked Caleb Brubaker there. And it worked out well for Grove City, but
second and 15 for the Titans. Twins to each side. Again, Demir White is the tailback. Good play action. Stepping up. Long throw. Incomplete. The deep out. Looking for his receiver, Thurston Bailey. And the incompletion going to bring up 3rd and 15.
yeah, Clemens, Karshevsky, Cower, all over Quentin Good there. Not able to set his feet and throw the pass he wanted to.
Minute 48 to play here in this football game this afternoon. A classic at Robert E. Thorne Field.
Yes. Oh, indeed.
Westminster are going to come to the line. Going to put trips to the left. Single receiver, Bright Cannon to the right side. Wolverines showing pressure. Jolly coming up the middle, and that pass is incomplete. It was both Jack Jolly and Nick Clemens that met at the quarterback and forced him to throw that early.
Yeah, Jolly coming on the blitz there. And he was not blocked. Clemens was blocked, but still ended up at the quarterback, and they tried to just lob it over the top for that screenplay, but he didn't have enough time to allow the receiver to get out where he needed him to be. Just a great play. That time by Jolly and Clemens.
And 15. Westminster 1 of 4 on 4th down. Twins to each side. White the tailback. Quentin Good, the freshman quarterback, takes the snap. Dropping the throw. Rolling out. Eyes downfield. Throwing on the run. And that pass is overthrown and incomplete. And another 4th down hold for the Wolverines.
Yes. No flags. I look to see nothing. Ryan Montgomery out there on the coverage. The D-line and linebackers all over Good. So, yes, the Grove City defense doing what they've done all day. Just absolute tenacity, guts, gritty performance. Grove City Wolverines defense have been good a long time, but this is a performance for the ages by them.
So they're going to bring both fullbacks in. They're going to bring in the senior Wyatt Barzak out of Cochrington. Minute 37 to play in this 4th quarter. Got the extra offensive lineman, Ian Quinn, in there as well. Going to run with Rankin. Rankin got tripped up at the 25 and fell forward back to the line of scrimmage. And that'll be a Westminster timeout immediately.
Yeah, Lamont Austin knifed in there to make that tackle. And then, the timeout by Westminster down to 1.
So they will have 1 timeout remaining. 92 seconds to play here in the 4th quarter for the Wolverines.
Yeah. And again, you just can't say enough about the way this defense has played all day long. Even that second quarter when Westminster was kind of picking up chunks of yardage, they were able to get off the field on 3rd down and 4th down and And then here, that stand right there, one of the great ones.
Chris, Westminster has run 66 plays this afternoon, and it's been when the defense needed to step up.
Yep.
And they have done that here this afternoon. Good throws 2 interceptions, and he's been sacked 3 times.
Yeah, that's just kind of been on the run, been uncomfortable all day. You want to make the quarterback uncomfortable, right, as a defense, and that's exactly what this Wolverine defense has done.
Freshman quarterback, after being the newcomer of the week last week, completing less than 50% of his throws this afternoon. 2nd and 10. From the 24-yard line, Rankin again the tailback. Burnett and Hoddle the fullbacks. Barzak's in there as well. Going to run the ball with Rankin, and Rankin able to push forward and get a little bit, and that'll be the last Westminster timeout.
30 seconds.
Okay, so
here comes the question for you. So it's 3rd and 10.
Yes.
You get to 4th down. You're well in Lane's range, but the question becomes, do you risk the field goal attempt or not?
Yeah, I don't know. Let me let's see how this play goes before I tell you what my decision would be. Much less being Coach Donato. Yeah, that's you're exactly right though. Yeah, you're well in his range. He can put the game away, but there's also about 12 bad things that can happen too, right? That if everything doesn't go perfect. So
it made me feel like I was listening to Woody Hayes talk about throwing the forward pass there for a second.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously that's probably the decision that will be made. Put the game away. You can see, there he is. He's being talked to right now by Coach Brest,
special teams coordinator for the Wolverines.
Yeah.
You're looking, about 42 yards right now?
Yeah.
Rankin, the tailback. Play clock now down to 10 seconds. Chase going to get another carry, trying to follow his blockers. And he's going to get about a yard and a half. This is going to set up 4th down and a long 8 for the Wolverines.
Yeah, they'll let the play clock run all the way down.
Wolverines. 4th and 9 at the 23.
So 23 seconds on that play clock. Now game clock is under a minute.
It's going to be probably, if they run the play clock almost all the way down, it'll be right around the 40-second mark when they either go for it or try to kick the field goal.
And our officiating crew, led by Dave Blair this afternoon, haven't had a lot of work. They've only thrown 6 flags.
Okay, 39 seconds, so they call the timeout.
So Grove City will use the timeout. They are left with 1. Should they need it. So you're right on. They added a second. Your math was solid.
I can occasionally do that. Any type of high level math or quick on the spot math, I'm not very good.
So that's why I leave you the math.
The blind leading the blinder.
I was going to say, it sounds like a bad pair when it comes to that. So it'll be 4th down and 9 for Grove City with the football at the Westminster 23-yard line. You look at the numbers for Lane, 3 of 4, a long of 44 on the season. They are going to keep the offense out there.
Yeah,
4th and 9.
Just thinking about that, when you said that, I wasn't completely conscious of where the clock would be. You know what I mean? Like, so now you run this play, Westminster doesn't have any timeouts. So you're essentially leaving Westminster, even if you don't get it, with 70 some yards to go with, less than maybe 25 seconds.
4th and 9. Barzak and McGroarty, your wide receivers. Going to give the ball to Chase Rankin. Had a little bit of a seam for Rankin. I mean, it'll get down to about the 21-yard line, and they're going to put the football in the hands of the defense. Chris, I was holding on to this one. Should we attempt a field goal there? We've talked about all the superlatives today for Lane.
Yes.
He has the longest field goal made going into play today in the PAC.
Wow. That kind of goes into the coaching mindset that, I have often said that was one of my tenets, and that is, first do no harm, as the coach, right? So in other words, you let your players make the plays to win the game. You don't kind of take some kind of a gamble as a coach to potentially, take that out of your players' hands. So again, that kind of follows what Coach DiDonato decided, and like you said, has put it in the hands of his defense.
1st and 10, Westminster. From their 21-yard line, trips to the left, good to drop and throw. Steps up in the pocket, goes underneath, pass caught, and the receiver going to step out of bounds. That is Bailey, the sophomore from Hollywood, Florida, with his 3rd catch of the day.
Yeah, only 7 seconds off the clock there, so certainly a successful start for the Westminster offense here.
They'll pick up 15, 1st and 10. Out to the 36-yard line. Titans out of timeouts as they work here the final 27 seconds. Split 2 receivers to the right and 2 to the left side. Single back in the backfield with Quentin Good, the freshman, takes the low snap. Drops to throw. Hit as he throws. Lofts the ball downfield. And Noah Wheeler makes the interception on the floating football that'll seal this deal for the Wolverines.
Wheeler Island able to go over there and make the interception. Good pressure on Good. And Wheeler able to go over and seal the deal for the Wolverines.
The sophomore with his 3rd interception of the season.
Yeah.
And the Wolverines just need to take one knee here to wrap this one up.
Yeah. What a great performance for the ages by this Wolverine defense.
Everyone in tight. Wiley going to go under center. He will take a knee, and the clock will roll under 15 seconds, and the Wolverines get a grit their way to a tough win here this afternoon by a final score of 14-7. With the win, Grove City 5-2 and 4-1. Westminster drops to 4-3 and 3-2 on a fantastic performance by this Grove City defense on a chilly Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, chilly Saturday afternoon, chilly for the offenses as well. But the Grove City defense, just all kinds of plays to be made. Keegan Frazier, a couple of interceptions. Noah Wheeler, the interception to seal the game. Great play by the defensive line, linebackers, all of the defensive backs, kind of a team effort. And you have to feel awfully good for senior quarterback Ethan Wiley coming into this football game and getting the win here in the second half.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap things up next on the postgame show.
I'm Sally, a volunteer at United Way. I'm asking people around the neighborhood what they think this place needs. Excuse me. Hi. What do you think this place needs?
I'd like to see more parking.
More playgrounds.
Free movies. That's easy. Better restaurants.
And you, what do you think this place needs?
This place? Oh, more ice cream trucks.
Okay. How about you?
Wi-Fi everywhere?
I was thinking more money in the pockets of local families come tax time.
Can I change my answer?
I was just kidding about the ice cream.
Oh, that's way better. Now that you mention it.
When it comes to getting better tax refunds into the hands of local families, what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org. Because great things happen when we live united. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This is the news. This morning, we are saluting the 2.2 million women who have joined in the war effort. They now make up 37% of the workforce, changing their role forever.
The prestigious Harvard Medical School is breaking ground today, opening its doors to new female applicants.
Today, little girls all over the world look to the sky
where the first woman is now in space.
Military stereotypes are challenged today with the trailblazing promotion of a U.S. female officer to four-star general. It was just announced that the vast majority of last year's doctorate degrees were earned by women.
We've come so far, but our news is changing for the worse. More women die from heart disease and stroke than men, even though it can be prevented. Make a change at goredforwomen.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women.
Chris, can you put the video game controller down for a second?
I can talk and play. Oh, I'm totally annihilating this punk kid in Nebraska.
I just feel like you're not acting like a grown-up in our relationship.
Am too.
Well, you still ride your skateboard to work. There's the comic book collection, the race car bed.
Look, I'm young at heart, but I put money into my 401k every paycheck. I picked up a few savings tips at feedthepig.org. I have control over my financial life now, and that feels pretty grown up.
Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. For free ideas and easy tips on ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
So, I bet I look like a grown-up to you now.
Well, except for the footy pajamas, I'd have to agree.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
Chris, the Grove City Wolverine football team, cheerleaders, everybody down there with the coaching staff. As who else leads the alma mater but Keegan Frazier?
I love it. Yeah, Keegan Frazier, just one of the all-time individual great performances today defensively for the Wolverines. And again, the story of the day was the defense, and Frazier a huge part of that.
He absolutely was. When you look at some of the final numbers, Ethan Wiley, 4 of 9, 1 touchdown, 1 interception for 84 yards. Sutton Ellis, 1 of 3 through the air. Chase Rankin carried it 21 times for 49 yards and a touchdown. Leading receiver for the Wolverines, Seth McGroarty, had 4 catches for 84 yards. Good for Westminster, 18 of 38 for 196, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions, and was sacked 3 times in a day where the Wolverine defense, they found a way to get it done.
They found a way, right? I mean, Westminster did get some yardage, as you say right there, but had a hard time, kind of making those big plays, those clutch plays, because the Grove City defense was just that good in those moments.
Leading tacklers, how about this? Jack Jolly, Caleb Brubaker lead the way with 13, Montgomery with 9, Frazier and Wheeler with 5, and both had key interceptions.
Right, that's it. Yeah, those guys were just all over. And give credit certainly to Karszewski and some of the other guys that were just all over the place that set those tackles up. Just a great day for just about everyone. That played, for this Grove City defense.
We turn our attention to a 1:00 kickoff next week for St. Vincent as we celebrate another fantastic senior class.
I know. Again, it's amazing, right? Just one great senior class after another here for Coach DiDonato and this Wolverine program. And so always a special day, always an emotional day. And, again, such an early day, though. Lots of big regular season games left after that. And then, potentially some postseason games. So it'll be senior day, but lots of football left to play for these seniors.
That is going to do it for us here this afternoon on the Wolverine Sports Network. A big thank you to Sports Information Director Ryan Briggs and his student staff that always do a great job behind the scenes. For my partner, Chris Birch, my name is Mark Means. It's a Wolverine winner this afternoon, 14-7. You heard it right here on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Thank you for tuning into the Wolverine Sports Network. We'll talk to you next time on the home of the Wolverines.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia One Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
So you don't think, obviously he's out of the picture now, Bruce Bochy, who kind of was through with the Texas Rangers, might have come back to the Giants, but Buster Posey obviously went with, kind of like the Sean McVay look, a younger coach. I don't know how old this guy is. Do we know Tony Vitello's age, Corey?
I think he's in his 40s. I'll take a look, though.
Was he in Tennessee?
Yeah, he was at Tennessee.
And Vitello chose the Giants over staying at Tennessee. He led the Tennessee Volts to the 2024 College World Series title. He's going to replace, if he accepts this job now and they work it out, Bob Melvin, who was fired September 29th after an 81-81 season and a fourth straight year without playoffs. So the Giants want to get back in it.
Yeah, he's 47, and I think they did because what Fred was saying. He saw something in his team. He saw something in Vitello. He's known as a program builder, so I think he wants to wipe a clean slate with these Giants and build a winner from the bottom up.
Fred, why haven't they ever hired from college in 30 seconds? What do you think?
Well, just like I say, there hasn't been anybody to think about it. Everybody who gets hired as a manager is worried about their own job, not at all. Hey, I know a guy that could replace me. Why don't you hire him? He's at USC.
We'll take a break, come back with more on the Fred Dreyer Show.
I'm holding in my hand the American Silver Eagle dollar. It's a beautiful piece of American history, and it's 1 ounce of silver. Originally minted in 1986, these coins are a beautiful classic piece of American history, and they're a great investment you should add to your portfolio. The beauty of silver is that however much you have available to invest, silver is affordable and easy to acquire, with one coin costing around $30. So, if you choose to invest a few thousand in silver, you can get quite a bit for your money. And you'll have a tangible asset that you can hold, one you can be proud to own. Claim your piece of American history with American Silver Eagle dollars. Call the Silver Hotline right now.
800-620-1624. 800-620-1624. 800-620-1624. That's 800-620-1624.
Do you have Medicare and do you use a CPAP machine? This is a national healthcare alert regarding your CPAP supplies. Using a clean CPAP mask and clean supplies is important to staying healthy. The best way to make sure your CPAP equipment is clean is to get new supplies. If you have Medicare, we have great news. Medicare will pay for you to have new clean supplies every 90 days. We'll even do all the paperwork for you to make sure that there's little to no out-of-pocket cost to you. And you don't even have to leave your home. We provide free in-home delivery. So if you're a CPAP user and you have Medicare, staying healthy with new CPAP equipment is easy. Just make this free phone call right now to get started.
Sponsored by Specialty Medical. 800-913-9739. 800-913-9739. 800-913-9739. That's 800-913-9739.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property, and your tenants aren't paying you? Quick Cash Offer can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents and risking your safety by showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your home to foreclosure. If you have any equity in your home, we will buy it and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call Quick Cash Offer now before the economy gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just don't want to get the cash you need today.
800-788-1495. 800-788-1495. 800-788-1495. That's 800-788-1495.
Michael Horn, Corey Marino, JD, Jeremy Dayton, the one and only Fred Dreyer. Time for speed handicapping. This week's football games. Fred Dreyer, Miami Dolphins at the Atlanta Falcons. Who do you like?
It's hard to go with Miami there.
Yeah,
I like Atlanta.
Miami's looking bad. Who do you want, Fred? Atlanta or Miami? Dolphins or Falcons?
Oh, Falcons.
Yeah.
Chicago Bears at Baltimore. JD.
I mean, I can't, you know.
Corey.
The Ravens.
I like the Bears. Fred.
The Ravens and who?
The Bears.
Chicago.
Oh, Chicago.
Buffalo Bills at the Carolina Panthers. Corey.
The Bills.
Me too. Fred.
Yeah, Bills.
Yeah, even though Panthers are playing good.
This is speed handicapping, guys. New York Jets at the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh,
what do you think?
God.
That's a tough one.
That's a jinx if you vote on either one of them.
I know. I'm going to go
Flacco.
Bengals.
Yeah, Flacco and the Bengals.
Yeah,
Flacco all the
and
way.
the Bengals.
He used to play for the Jets, too.
Yeah.
San Francisco 49ers at Houston. I like the 49ers. Fred?
Well, let's see.
49ers at Houston.
At Houston?
Yeah.
I'll go with 49ers, although that could be an upset.
JD?
Yeah, I mean, Houston lost Nico
yeah.
Collins, so all right, we'll say 49ers.
Yeah.
Corey?
Yeah, 49ers as well.
Cleveland Browns at New England Patriots. I'm liking the Patriots here. Corey?
Yeah, the Patriots are on fire.
JD?
Browns.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human, and she's got this little toy she's always playing with, all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese, and guess what?
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia One Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
I'm Mike Sempervive with the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network 2-minute warning. The National Association of Stock Car Racing, better known as NASCAR, has entered its penultimate weekend. And if you're a fan of the sport, you know that everyone's talking. They're talking about the contentious lawsuit which features one of the sport's best drivers and basketball legend Michael Jordan against the sports sanctioning body. They're talking about NASCAR's playoff system. Long debated, the banter about the playoff format has reached a fever pitch, which includes big-name drivers and legends weighing in. And they're talking about what Dale Earnhardt Jr. talked about on his podcast, or Denny Hamlin's, or Corey LaJoie's, or any number of podcasts emanating from the NASCAR universe. The problem is the sport is one race away from its championship being held in Phoenix, and the only place you'll hear anything about the races themselves are on NASCAR's own SiriusXM and Tubi channels. All of those things I listed absolutely deserve their time, and sometimes the messier the better, like what we've gotten from the lawsuit. But as a fan, I cringe at the sport's inability to generate buzz or cultivate new fans. If you haven't been paying attention, and you probably haven't, NASCAR can celebrate some wins. Everything about nearly 45-year-old Denny Hamlin's year could be turned into a movie. Amazon had a successful run broadcasting a portion of the Cup, and Xfinity Series coverage on the CW network has been top-notch. They even unveiled a console video game that wasn't immediately panned by its target audience. But the corporate entity that is NASCAR desperately needs to find a way to accentuate its positives and garner some publicity, especially during this sports-saturated time of year. There's a lot of interesting stories to be packaged and sold, including the races themselves, but it's up to the Sports Brain Trust in Charlotte to figure it out. As a longtime fan getting lonelier at the track by the year, I implore them to do it soon. I'm Mike Sempervive with the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network 2-minute warning.
Have you been daydreaming about losing weight for years? Do you just yo-yo back and forth?
At Innovative Wellness Center, we have a holistic weight loss program that allows you to lose up to 20 pounds in 30 days. People are losing weight like crazy and keeping it off. It can be done from anywhere in the United States. Go to our website at www.innovativewellness.center and schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Every champion has a team behind them, and for thousands of families without insurance, Christ Clinic is that team. At Christ Clinic in Katy, Texas, they provide high-quality, faith-based health care to people who can't afford it, because everyone deserves a shot at health, no matter their income or insurance status. Their doctors, volunteers, their mission, rooted in compassion, their impact, over 10,000 patient visits every year and growing. But they can't do it without help from fans like you. If you ever cheered for a comeback story, this is your chance to be a part of one. Donate today at ChristClinicKaty.org and help them keep the doors open for those who need it most. One gift can be the difference between surviving and thriving. Christ Clinic in Katy, where health meets hope and faith goes to work. That's Christ Clinic Katy, spelled Katy.org. Team up with them today. Getting together with friends to watch the game? Then you'll need American Premium Vodka. Handcrafted and pure, this is the one thing all Americans can agree on. Founder Mark Gus Scott shows the finest natural elements America has to offer, and you'll taste how great it is to be an American. Now available at Bevmo, GoPuff, Hy-Vee, and Fairway stores. American Premium Vodka. This is the America we need right now. Go to AmericanPremiumVodka.com. Celebrate responsibly.
Soccer season rolls on here on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network. This is Tyler Levine, host of First Touch, the premier weekly global soccer show across the entire Sports Byline broadcast, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Simple Radio, and around the world on the American Forces Radio Network. We're talking English Premier League, Champions League, our picks of the week, and a whole lot more. First Touch on Sports Byline USA Fridays at 5 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Every champion has a team behind them, and for thousands of families without insurance, Christ Clinic is that team. At Christ Clinic in Katy, Texas, they provide high-quality, faith-based health care to people who can't afford it, because everyone deserves a shot at health, no matter their income or insurance status. Their doctors, volunteers, their mission, rooted in compassion, their impact, over 10,000 patient visits every year and growing. But they can't do it without help from fans like you. If you ever cheered for a comeback story, this is your chance to be a part of one. Donate today at ChristClinicKaty.org and help them keep the doors open for those who need it most. One gift can be the difference between surviving and thriving. Christ Clinic in Katy, where health meets hope and faith goes to work. That's Christ Clinic Katy, spelled Katy.org. Team up with them today.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the Angry Giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
I'll just
But it's your show, so.
No, that's okay. I'll just be the tag team guy today. All right. Yeah, I definitely want to talk about the Arizona Cardinals. Like the Titans kept trying to give them the win, and Arizona kept giving it back to them. It was just ridiculous, the miscues. But for us 49er fans, that was actually a good thing. All right, stay with us. You're listening to Sports Econ 101. Don't touch that dial. We are going to be right back.
Palio Restaurant's been the premier Italian restaurant serving downtown San Francisco since 1990. Palio features fine Italian fare and a Wine Spectator award-winning wine list, so there's no surprise it's been voted Best Italian Restaurant in the SF Weekly this year. Palio has consistently been voted one of the best restaurants in San Francisco by San Francisco locals. Palio's been in business for over 30 years and recently went through a complete remodel. Our guests can expect to receive the same excellence in food and service that has sustained us for over 30 years in a brand new and more modern space. Our 250-plus seat restaurant includes seating in 4 distinct spaces, making social distancing while dining easy in our establishment. All precautions are taken by staff to ensure a safe dining experience. Open Monday through Saturdays. Reservations are recommended. Visit PalioSF.com to view our menus and make a reservation today.
Voted Best Natural Hot Springs in Calistoga by Travel and Leisure magazine, Dr. Wilkinson's Backyard Resort and Mineral Springs has been providing wellness, relaxation, and good times since 1952. Rooted in Calistoga's rich history, a new spa garden and outdoor living reveals why Dr. Wilkinson's Backyard Resort and Mineral Springs is the place to stay. Come visit us in beautiful Calistoga and experience our special mud baths and healing mineral waters. It's no wonder USA Today voted Dr. Wilkinson's Backyard Resort and Mineral Springs as the best wine country hotel. You won't find a more relaxing time than staying in our exquisite rooms and experiencing the awesome spa temperature mineral springs. Call 707-942-4102 or visit drwilkinson.com. That's drwilkinson.com.
The Elk Cove Inn, voted #1 of 77 bed and breakfasts in Mendocino County, invites you to explore one of the most romantic boutique hotels on the Northern California coast. This one-of-a-kind ocean view inn is part bed and breakfast, part homestead and sustainable farm. The Elk Cove Inn goes above and beyond to offer a home-away-from-home experience with unpretentious comfort, complete amenities, beautiful gardens and grounds, breakfast in bed, fine dining experience, and a day spa. Be prepared to relax, unwind, and recharge. Our spectacular ocean view rooms and cottages welcome you with a gift basket, champagne, and delicious breakfast. Enjoy the afternoon with a bonfire, wine, cheese, and games. A favorite for romantic getaways, the Elk Cove Inn is also a popular destination for reunions and business gatherings. Go to elkcoveinn.com for reservations. That's elkcoveinn.com.
Welcome back to Sports Econ 101. I'm Edward Brown along with Russell Jackman. All right, Russell, take it away. You said you got a couple of good stories to talk about.
Yeah, the first one, well, as you said, we're based in San Francisco. So a huge game was on Thursday for the 49ers with just an absolute miracle. Were able to beat their rivals, the Rams, with an amazing fumble, some missed field goals, extra points, all sorts of this crazy game. But the craziest thing wasn't what happened during the game, but was before the game started. Did you hear the story about how Mac Jones, the substitute quarterback for the 49ers, in the morning, looking out his hotel room window, looks at the water in Laguna Beach and sees a floating dead body in the surf?
I didn't hear that.
Yes. And they're still investigating how that person died. But he was coming off of a couple of hours of basically witnessing either a murder or an accidental death. And he still went in and played the game of his life, against the Rams. I don't know how I could see a dead body in the morning and be able to have my head be right for a prime football game.
Well, maybe someone threatened him and said, "Hey, if you don't play well, you're going to be like that guy."
If so, then people should be threatening the entire team, I guess, because it's not just Mac Jones. But I mean, he played one of his best games as a pro. But a few hours earlier, he was staring at a dead body in the surf. So what are you going to do with that? That's like, how often does that happen?
He's a football player, so he's got to get rid of that stuff out of his mind.
There's no way you can prepare for that or even say to people, if you see a dead body, make sure that you don't let it affect your game.
Well, but it's also, a dead body is one thing, but when you have like a bad argument with your wife or some other, let's say your mother just died or something like that, these guys, it's really challenging.
Well, there was that one game. There was that one Brett Favre game against the Raiders where Brett Favre's father died the day before, and he threw for 450 yards against the Raiders because he just was so motivated by his father's death to have a huge game after, as a tribute to his father. But then there's people that, obviously when they see something like that happen or something like that happens, they might need to take, a couple of days off. I mean,
exactly.
One of the worst days of my life was I was in court, actually in a hearing, and I got the news that my father died. I actually had to tell the judge, I got to make this appearance quick because I need to go home and deal with my father's death.
And just to remind the audience, you were the attorney, not the plaintiff or defendant.
Right.
Correct?
Yes, I was an attorney, and I had a very unappreciative client, very insensitive about the fact that my father just died and I'd gotten that news. Because all he cared about was his case.
You know what, though? If he was smart, he would have said the opposite, because he's got to realize that that's going to affect you. So even if it affects you, it actually does affect him.
Right, but he was an idiot, and I won't say his name, but he was a moron, and he was trying to unlawfully detain. He was trying to hold on to an apartment where he had already been evicted, and he wasn't going to leave because he said it would subject him to COVID risks. So it was a really tentative argument anyway. He was going to lose. And I got him a plea bargain. I managed to work out a deal with the other side, even though my father had just died. I was still able to work out a deal, and this guy still was unappreciative of it.
Did he pay you or did he stiff you?
He, believe it or not, he was under insurance. He paid under legal insurance, and he still wanted his money back. The case cost him $100 out of his pocket. And he still wanted his money back because I wasn't able to win the case for him.
Isn't that amazing? That kind of that kind of my blood's boiling, and I wasn't even involved in that case.
I know. No, the guy was a complete moron, and he looked like Emo Phillips.
Like who?
Emo Phillips, the comedian, the bowl haircutted comedian.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yes.
I
Anyway,
get a sense. I get a sense.
so
Wow.
then we have the second story,
Yes.
which is even weirder. And that is the strange case of one Mark Sanchez.
Oh my gosh. You hear about a stabbing, and then you think, oh, okay, well, what's going on here? And then you find out that he was kind of more on the aggressive side, wasn't he?
Well, let's explain to the listeners first that Mark Sanchez was a reporter here in the Bay Area. So he was somebody that a lot of people had seen before. I'd seen him.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Aren't you talking about Mark Sanchez, the football player?
No, I'm talking about. I am talking about Mark Sanchez.
Yeah, not Mark Sanchez. That's a different Mark Sanchez who was the reporter.
Okay, yeah, no, the Mark Sanchez, the football player. Sorry, not to impugn the reporter, but he had played here. I mean, with the Jets, he had appeared a number of times against the Raiders, and I think he played against the 49ers once, and so people know who he is.
Yeah.
But apparently, and I'm not. The story is still very strange. He goes up to a trucker, a 69-year-old trucker, who was emptying grease out into a grease trap. And he goes up to him and says, "You aren't supposed to be here." And then he starts attacking the trucker and starts pounding the trucker. And the trucker takes out a knife and stabs Sanchez several times. And then Sanchez takes the knife and stabs the trucker in the face.
I didn't hear that part of it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so now he's being held for aggravated attempted murder.
Well,
I know.
apparently he was quite drunk, and it was very late in the evening or early in the morning.
In the middle of Indianapolis, of all places. Just a very extremely strange story that I think is going to get weirder.
He was supposed to be, in the booth playing, doing his gig.
Right. No, what he was doing in Indianapolis and by a trucker that was emptying out grease, and why he wanted to get into a fight over that. And he said, he was the aggressor the whole time is beyond anybody's comprehension. But I guess as this whole thing unfolds, we'll finally get the truth on it. But it's one of the stranger stories that I've heard in quite a long time. You had that with, Mac Jones staring at a corpse, and it's been a strange week in sports.
It's been quite challenging, hasn't it? Okay,
yes.
Can we have a little bit lighter side? Let's have.
Sure. It can't get any heavier than that. We've got the weird stuff.
Silly joke of the week. So I asked my wife if I was the only one she ever loved, and she said yes. All the others were 9s and 10s.
Ooh.
Nice. Ooh,
yeah. I just wanted to say this. I really love green. I love green better than blue and yellow mixed together, combined.
Like money.
Yeah, but I like the color green because I like it even more than the combination of blue and yellow.
Okay. Other than money, how does that fit all
Blue and
together?
yellow makes green. That's it. You didn't get the joke.
Yeah.
You didn't get the joke. Sorry.
Right? Money, green.
No, it was just the when people say I like something more than something combined, these two things combined.
No.
Never mind. It was a dad joke that didn't
Sorry,
land.
I didn't get it. All right. Are you okay? You know what's so funny? Guess what our first trivia question is?
Something about green.
No, but very interesting. What 3 colors are present in the flag of Colombia? Isn't that funny? You just have different colors and then
my son is the king of flags. My son.
Are you the king of your son?
Yeah, my son is the king of flags. He can name like 200 of them.
Wow, wasn't that just like Sheldon on Big Bang Theory?
Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely.
Fun with flags, that's what it was. So funny. All right, audience, that's our trivia question. Stay with us. Sports Econ 101 will be right back. Don't touch that dial.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
I'm holding in my hand the American Silver Eagle dollar. It's a beautiful piece of American history, and it's 1 ounce of silver. Originally minted in 1986, these coins are a beautiful classic piece of American history, and they're a great investment you should add to your portfolio. The beauty of silver is that however much you have available to invest, silver is affordable and easy to acquire, with one coin costing around $30. So, if you choose to invest a few thousand in silver, you can get quite a bit for your money, and you'll have a tangible asset that you can hold, one you can be proud to own. Claim your piece of American history with American Silver Eagle dollars. Call the Silver Hotline right now.
800-620-1624. 800-620-1624. 800-620-1624. That's 800-620-1624.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human, and she's got this little toy she's always playing with, all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese, and guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
One single bit. They might as well be Vladimir Putin's Dodgers for as much as I would root for them. No, there's nothing I would root for less. There's nothing I would root for less in sports than the Los Angeles Dodgers. And that includes the Dallas Cowboys. That includes the Los Angeles Lakers. That includes, anyone in the NFC West, which I never root for either. I would sooner root for any other team in Major League Sports, any other team in college sports than the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Well, I was going to say that can you imagine if Cleveland would have beaten Detroit? What a story that would have been. I mean,
But
just
it
the
didn't
fact
happen.
that
It didn't happen. In fact, I'm glad it didn't, because the Detroit-Seattle series is the one to watch. That's fun. That has been great baseball from the opening pitch to the end of the last inning. You really have to watch that series, every inning of that series, because stuff happens. There's great baseball going on. There's been great pitching. There's been great fielding. There have been key hits. Every game's been exciting and close. And the series is tied 1-1. What do you want from a series like that?
And this young guy, Cal Raleigh, he's like a Mike Trout.
Well, and what about the dumper? The guy who's the hitter, the catcher for Seattle, that's got all those home runs.
Yeah. I mean, you got to feel for Seattle because they've never been in the World Series. They came kind of close back when they lost to the Yankees in
24 years ago.
Is that what it was?
24 years ago. I wasn't even married.
Well, 2001, I guess. Yeah.
2001.
Well,
I was just starting my pro wrestling managerial career, literally, when Seattle was a good team. And so, I'm rooting hard for Seattle, but I don't think they're going to measure up to Toronto. Toronto, to me, has that look like they're ready to chew somebody up and spit them out. And that's what you need to win a World Series. You can't go into a World Series with just this little tentative, maybe win a game here, maybe win a game there. You have to say, I'm going to win every game. I'm going to win every game, and I'm going to win every game by 5 runs.
And Guerrero is just like his dad. Just like his dad.
He is. I always wish that Vlad Sr. had been a Giant. I think that was one of the missed opportunities. They could have teamed Vlad Sr. up with Barry Bonds in his final years, and they just never pulled the trigger on a trade.
Yeah. So Bob Melvin, he's got the exit door, right?
Yes, that happened between when we last talked. Yeah,
And
Bob
they're
Melvin's, in reading the want ads and seeing where he can apply. I mean, it's a lot of egg on Buster Posey's face, because he re-upped Melvin during the season and extended his contract when he could have easily made him wait and see. And Unfortunately,
how much of the Giants failing was on Melvin? What do you think?
I'm going to say like about 75%.
Really? I mean, again, by who he's putting in, because it's all the various things that a manager.
It's more of a thing where you say to yourself, when the whole does not equal the sum of the parts, it's the manager. You know, that there was enough talent on that team to be better than what it was. Yeah. And the fact that we had a 9-game lead, over a 9-game over 500 record, and finished with a 500 record after the All-Star break was a big problem. The one thing, too, about Melvin that I've always had a problem with was that he refused to commit to a leadoff batter. He went through in 162 lineups, I bet you 150 different leadoff hitters. I'm not being facetious.
Yeah, so I mean, whether he's just like not feeling that he's getting production from his leadoff hitter.
I don't know. I don't think he understands, and I'm serious about this. I don't think he understands what the role of a leadoff hitter is. When you put Yastrzemski in as a leadoff hitter, a guy who's hitting 210 as a leadoff hitter and has no speed on the bases, then you don't understand what a leadoff hitter is about. You know, I hate to say this, but the Giants haven't had a good leadoff hitter since Hunter Pence left, and they really haven't had a dedicated leadoff hitter since Angel Pagan left. And I know you like go, oh my God, that's a long time, but really, for over a decade, the Giants really haven't had a committed leadoff hitter. Now, I know getting a guy to bat 300 is hard to do. In fact, I heard that in the major leagues this year, here's a trivia question for you. How many hitters hit over 300 last year?
Wow. You know, that's a good question, because I remember back in 1967, it was just Carl Yastrzemski who was the only one who hit over 300 because the mound was so high. I don't know how many.
Well, just throw a number out there, and then I'll tell you.
Well, 10%.
That would be like 20 or 30. You know, like about 30 or 40. There were 7. There were 7. 7 batters.
What do they attribute that? What did they attribute that to?
The chicks dig the long ball. And so it's the emphasis is on home runs now, and nobody cares that you bat 200 if you hit 20 home runs. You know,
well, I guess it really does depend on when you hit those home runs. I mean, if it's gonna give you a lead or make you win the game.
Yes, but being so low a percentage on base is what's killed the Giants. The Giants won 3 titles with Bochy because of small ball, not because they hit a ton of home runs. And small ball right now is dead. I mean, nobody knows how to play it. I mean, maybe Bochy does. He sort of won a title last year with playing with kind of small ball sort of stuff.
That's what made St. Louis really good in the 80s, doing a lot of small ball.
But that's the 80s. That's the 80s. I think the Giants were the last team to not really hit home runs and still win a World Series. And since then, it's been a decade plus year. You know, it's been 11 years, and the game of baseball has changed dramatically. And that's sort of thing that's getting done.
Doesn't it seem like they just won the World Series?
No, it doesn't. As a Giants fan, it feels like 100 years since they won one. Yeah. It really feels like a long time.
When you win every other year, you know, 10, 12, and 14, it kind of seemed like they were always doing it. Tell you what, let's go to our next trivia question here, then we'll come back with some more sports stuff. What was the first Pixar movie?
Well, are you talking the first short?
No, this was not a short.
Because there was Luxo Jr., which was the animated short that won.
Yeah, this would be what was the first Pixar movie? So really, it wasn't a short; it was a real movie. All right, stay with us. Sports Econ 101. We'll be right back. Don't touch that dial.
At the heart of San Francisco lies the Axiom Hotel, Located in the heart of Union Square, the Axiom Hotel blends a sense of history with modern touches. Our spacious accommodations are comfortable and created with a soft ambiance, with state-of-the-art amenities such as a core fitness center and in-room espresso and coffee. Guest reviews rave about the staff, as well as how quiet the hotel is, so you can get a good night's sleep and rest up for a day of shopping at the best stores San Francisco has to offer. Just steps from the Powell Street cable car turnaround, the Axiom Hotel is ideal for exploring downtown San Francisco. Check out AxiomHotel.com for our specials and vacation packages and book online today. That's AxiomHotel.com or call 415-392-9466. That's 415-392-9466. The Axiom Hotel San Francisco.
Extreme heat is a leading cause of weather-related deaths in the United States. With summer here, the American Red Cross is urging you to take action to protect yourself and loved ones. Stay hydrated by drinking plenty of water, even if you don't feel thirsty. Aim for a cup of water every 20 minutes and avoid drinks with sugar, caffeine, or alcohol. Check your urine color. Dark yellow means drink more water. Stay cool by spending time in air-conditioned places. If your home is too hot, go to a mall, library, or cooling center, or take cool showers or baths. Wear lightweight, loose-fitting clothes in light colors and avoid strenuous activities when it's hottest outside. Stay connected by checking on others and asking for help. Talk to your doctor if you have a chronic condition or take medicine. And remember, don't leave children or pets in a parked car. Extreme heat is too dangerous to be invisible. Remember, stay hydrated, stay cool, stay connected. To learn more, visit redcross.org/heat check. Sponsored by the American Red Cross.
Tahoe Lakeshore Lodge and Spa provides guests with an all-lakefront hotel in South Lake Tahoe, where every lodge room and condominium has a view of the lake and mountains. Enjoy fewer crowds and the fall leaves at the Tahoe Lakeshore Lodge and Spa in beautiful Lake Tahoe, where it is the perfect time to be hiking. Hotel rooms offer lodge pine furnishings, gas fireplaces, and a full lake view. Condominiums offer private bedroom, full kitchen, and living area with a fireplace. Guests can also relax or play on over 500 feet of private beach and enjoy a dip in the outdoor heated pool and hot tub that are also lakeside. Call 800-448-4577 or go to TahoeLakeshoreLodge.com to make your reservations today. That's TahoeLakeshoreLodge.com. Welcome back to Sports Econ 101. One more time, I'm Edward Brown, your host, along with Russell Jackman. No Mike McDowell today, he's off on assignment. Second trivia question, what was the first Pixar movie?
Bug's Life?
No, this is before that, I think.
It's before Bug's Life.
Yeah.
Was it Toy Story?
Toy Story.
It was Toy Story. Okay. I forget whether Bug's Life came before Toy Story.
Yep.
But my friend Chris Perry was on the production crew of Bug's Life. So,
what did he do? What did he do?
He was part of the animation crew.
Ah,
the computerized animation stuff. And Bug's Life still holds up. If you watch it now, it's still a fun movie to watch, even though the animation is really barbaric. But it's still a very clever movie.
Yeah, I remember seeing it with the kids, and then going to Disney. I guess it was California Disney that had the Bug's Life, attraction. It was really kind of fun.
Well, one thing I was going to mention about the Giants before we cut off the last time, the Giants finished with an 81-81 record, and someone on KNBR, I forget which host it was, mentioned that. At the time, this was during the season, when the Giants had their 9-game lead and dropped down to 500, that he looked back over the last 500 games of the Giants, and their record?
It was 250 and 250.
250 and 250.
Wow.
500 games. And they're 250 and 250. That includes when they were 100 and when they won 107 games.
Well, there were some times when they were pretty stinky.
The Giants have been just a mediocre team. And it is fascinating that with 3 different coaches, managers, all the personnel changes, they're still a 500 team. And that to me is why Melvin had to go. Is that you just, if all you're going to do is wind up being 500, we can get anyone to do that with the Giants. Yeah. Literally, anyone can do that.
You're right. Yeah.
So prove you're something exceptional, Bob. And I was the thing that's very tough was I was really in favor of us getting Stephen Vogt at the time.
Yeah,
when we chose Melvin. But Melvin had the experience and he was the hot prospect. And Buster Posey went with the guy he knew versus the guy he didn't know. And now Stephen Vogt wins Manager of the Year with Washington and has made that team more of a contender, whereas the Giants are still stuck in mediocrity. And so, I do think that Buster Posey, this hasn't been a great year for him, and he's got to hopefully learn from these mistakes and put together a better team next year. So,
well, our friend Bobby Evans is working alongside him, so hopefully he'll give him some.
I was surprised that Buster had this much trouble putting together over 500 team with the talent he had. So we'll see what next year.
Being a catcher, they're the quarterback of the team, so to speak. So he should know.
Oh yeah, yeah. And we still have a manager. We still haven't hired a manager, which is interesting. I guess he's going to wait till after the postseason, and maybe some coaches are going to get let go.
And Bochy is not coming back apparently.
No, that he said on the air on KNBR that there's 0% chance of that happening, which on some level I'm disappointed because I love Bochy. But on the other hand, I think the Giants' next manager is one they should commit to for 5 years. So they should really be ready, whoever they get, to stand behind him. You can't win in any sport when you keep rotating coaches.
That's true. I mean, players are not robots, and that really does affect them. No, totally. And we were recording on Tuesday, the day after the Monday Night Football game with.
What a game that was!
That was entertaining.
Well, all the things that went right for Kansas City last year, well, they won 11 games in a row by under 4 points.
Yeah.
This year, that Cobra has come out of the cage and is biting them in the ankle repeatedly. They are snake bitten. And that pick six, 99-yard pick six by Mahomes, I've never seen him throw a pick six for 99 yards.
He doesn't want to get hurt, so he kind of did sort of a not so good attempt.
He doesn't want to get hurt. What do you think about? What do you think Kansas City wants?
No, of course not. But then there was one other player, and I don't know who it was, but he looked like he was just trying to push the guy out of bounds, and he just kind of feebly made an attempt at him, and sure enough, he got the win. And then what about Trevor Lawrence, that dive at the end to get that touchdown?
Yeah. Well, that whole thing where he was stumbling, bumbling, fumbling, and kind of reminded me of that Steve Young play where he ran against Minnesota.
Yeah,
where he was going to fall, and somehow got back on his feet and was able to get into the end zone, at the very last second. But
I think on that play, Steve Young ran about 150 yards, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, from around and sideways and all that stuff. Absolutely, it took like 8 minutes off the clock with that run. But that was drama. That sort of thing didn't happen to Kansas City last year. Last year, they won against Atlanta when Atlanta chose to go for it twice on fourth down, and then they lost by 5 points.
That's because Taylor Swift and Kelsey hadn't been engaged then.
Yeah, maybe there's something to be said about that. Although, the rest of the team has problems. In fact, it's the running game that I think that has abandoned Kansas City that's causing them so many problems. I mean, Mahomes is their leading rusher, and not by a small amount. He is Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt have barely scratched the surface. I don't think either one of them has had over 50 yards in any game so far this season. And at 5 games into the season, you kind of are the team you are now. I mean,
that's a good point. That's a good point. And the thing that's cool about Jacksonville is they, I guess the way they're being coached, which I like this, is like be really aggressive, and they're going for the ball, and I think they have the most turnovers in their favor, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. No, they get like 3 a game, and they
Amazing.
cost my 49ers, an unbeaten record so far. But then again, all the teams have been beaten now. And by the way, one of the things I dislike more than anything else is the Dolphins from '72 opening the bottle of champagne when all the teams lose and there are no more unbeaten teams. There is no team that is going to go 17 games in the modern NFL and the postseason without losing a game.
Well,
That's too long.
And they only had 14 game seasons.
That's what I'm saying. They shouldn't be celebrating that record because it's like Cy Young's record. It's just the game has changed so much. Or like Cal Ripken's. Cal Ripken Jr.'s second record.
Cy Young's record is the one that's pretty close to.
Actually, I think just as unassailable is AC Green's 780 games or 800 games played in a row.
In basketball?
In basketball, because of load management, you're guaranteed that the best players will all take games off every season. That's just built into the game now.
That's true. But I mean, if you think about Cy Young, you got to pitch for like 25 years and you have to win.
Yeah, but if you're AC Green, you got to play 10 solid years of basketball and not miss a game.
Well, how is
that possible?
Well,
how is that possible?
Well, I mean, if a coach is going to keep you in, I mean, you're right. If the coach is purposely going to keep you out, then it's impossible. Same thing like in baseball.
But the players now demand it. I mean, the players say themselves, "I'm not going to play back-to-back road games. I'm not going to play. If we're going to have a 7-game road trip, I'll play 5 of those, but I'm not going to play all 7." And that's just that. Same with baseball. Same with basketball. I don't think you'll ever have a consecutive game winner again.
Probably not. And back to the football one. The Patriots almost did it. They just lost last minute to the Giants. Otherwise, they would have been more than 17-0. They were like 20.
No, they would have been 19-0.
19-0, yeah. So they actually.
I thought you were talking about this Sunday. I was like, Patriots didn't play the Giants. But the Patriots did get a huge win on the weekend.
Yeah.
Over Buffalo.
Yeah, that's what made Buffalo finally lose a game. They still look.
Yeah, I know. I am so glad that I don't bet on sports. One of the things that we had when we had FP Santangelo Jr. on was, we talked about gambling and sports, and I'm on the anti side, and he was on the pro side. There was a poll taken that said that the majority of adults feel that gambling in sports is taking sports the wrong way. And
you and I would agree with that.
Yeah, I really wish I don't do Bodog. I don't. People say, "Oh, you know so much about sports. Why don't you get on one of these sports betting sites and clean up?" And it's like, all I got to say to people is, if you saw my fantasy football teams, you'd know how much I really know about sports. And let me just give an example. Like, I had to choose between Jared Goff and Patrick Mahomes, this week as the starting quarterback. Jared Goff has been coming off of hot weeks, and he played up against Cincinnati, which is a total mess.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes was going up against, right now, one of the best defenses in the league.
Yeah.
And so which one do you decide to start? Jared Goff or Patrick Mahomes?
Well, you
start Jared Goff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But Patrick Mahomes threw for over 300 yards and had 60 yards rushing. He was a friggin' one-man house of fire against one of the best defenses.
Yeah, the thing is about sports, you can know a lot about sports, but betting on them, I mean, like, again, a guy gets hurt, or it's not an exact science. So you can know everything about sports.
Or New England beats Buffalo. Nobody saw that coming.
Or people claim to be, like economists, and they seem to always be wrong, but yet they're the smartest people in the rooms, apparently.
Any given Sunday, I tell people, any given Sunday, and that's why I'd rather just watch sports for the enjoyment of it, and with my fantasy teams, maybe not the enjoyment of it, but I never put any money down because that's the easiest way to lose your love of sports. Is once it becomes.
I know. I used to bet on the Super Bowl, on all these various things, and suddenly it's like I wasn't enjoying the game anymore because I was just concentrating on, hey, did I win
Who's
that?
covering the spread and how much are you going to get over or under, that kind of thing. Absolutely.
Yeah, totally. I remember the year with when John Riggins was going again, when it was Washington and the Raiders when they were in LA against Marcus Allen, and I thought, well, gosh, they're going to give Riggins the ball a lot because the year before they beat Miami and he had the big rush and all that kind of stuff. Well, they concentrated on him, and Marcus Allen broke one really big, and so I lost that bet. At least I bet on the Raiders, but it was like still it took the enjoyment out of it. Okay, here's our last trivia question. We have another cartoon type one. What is the highest grossing animated film of all time? All right, that's our trivia question. Stay with us, Sports Econ 101. We'll be right back with some closing comments. Don't touch that dial.
Do you have Medicare and do you use a CPAP machine? This is a national healthcare alert regarding your CPAP supplies. Using a clean CPAP mask and clean supplies is important to staying healthy. The best way to make sure your CPAP equipment is clean is to get new supplies. If you have Medicare, we have great news. Medicare will pay for you to have new clean supplies every 90 days. We'll even do all the paperwork for you to make sure that there's little to no out-of-pocket cost to you. And you don't even have to leave your home. We provide free in-home delivery. So if you're a CPAP user and you have Medicare, staying healthy with new CPAP equipment is easy. Just make this free phone call right now to get started.
Sponsored by Specialty Medical. 800-913-9739. 800-913-9739. 800-913-9739. That's 800-913-9739.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case, and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-278-1738. 800-278-1738. 800-278-1738. That's 800-278-1738.
Are you over the age of 50? Want peace of mind and financial security for your family? Here's an important message to you from Senior Care USA. The average funeral now costs over $10,000. That leaves your loved ones the burden of paying your debts and funeral costs. Our plans start as low as $1 per day and will pay your family up to $30,000 to help pay for your funeral and other expenses. There are no medical exams. Your rates will never increase, and your plan cannot be canceled, regardless of your medical conditions, as long as you make your premium payments. Get up to $30,000 in final expense insurance. Call now for free information. Just answer a few simple questions and get approved right over the phone in just a few minutes. Call right now.
Call 800-399-6879. 800-399-6879. 800-399-6879. That's 800-399-6879.
Welcome back to Sports Econ 101. Last time for today, I'm Edward Brown, your host, along with my other co-host, Russell Jackman, and hopefully next week, Mike McDowd will be back. Third trivia
Yes, because
question.
all of you folks are missing your Central Florida sporting news.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all gotta see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan.
Separated.
We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
Idea how to find each other.
The whole experience was
the
fine.
most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Message.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio on westernreserveradio.com.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world. You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
I'm Mike Sempervive with the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network 2-minute warning. The National Association of Stock Car Racing, better known as NASCAR, has entered its penultimate weekend. And if you're a fan of the sport, you know that everyone's talking. They're talking about the contentious lawsuit which features one of the sport's best drivers and basketball legend Michael Jordan against the sports sanctioning body. They're talking about NASCAR's playoff system. Long debated, the banter about the playoff format has reached a fever pitch, which includes big-name drivers and legends weighing in. And they're talking about what Dale Earnhardt Jr. talked about on his podcast, or Denny Hamlin's, or Corey LaJoie's, or any number of podcasts emanating from the NASCAR universe. The problem is the sport is one race away from its championship being held in Phoenix, and the only place you'll hear anything about the races themselves are on NASCAR's own SiriusXM and Tubi channels. All of those things I listed absolutely deserve their time, and sometimes the messier the better, like what we've gotten from the lawsuit. But as a fan, I cringe at the sport's inability to generate buzz or cultivate new fans. If you haven't been paying attention, and you probably haven't, NASCAR can celebrate some wins. Everything about nearly 45-year-old Denny Hamlin's year could be turned into a movie. Amazon had a successful run broadcasting a portion of the Cup, and Xfinity Series coverage on the CW network has been top-notch. They even unveiled a console video game that wasn't immediately panned by its target audience. But the corporate entity that is NASCAR desperately needs to find a way to accentuate its positives and garner some publicity, especially during this sports-saturated time of year. There's a lot of interesting stories to be packaged and sold, including the races themselves, but it's up to the Sports Brain Trust in Charlotte to figure it out. As a longtime fan getting lonelier at the track by the year, I implore them to do it soon. I'm Mike Sempervive with the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network 2-minute warning.
Have you been daydreaming about losing weight for years? Do you just yo-yo back and forth? At Innovative Wellness Center, we have a holistic weight loss program that allows you to lose up to 20 pounds in 30 days. People are losing weight like crazy and keeping it off. It can be done from anywhere in the United States. Go to our website at www.innovativewellness.center and schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Every champion has a team behind them, and for thousands of families without insurance, Christ Clinic is that team. At Christ Clinic in Katy, Texas, they provide high-quality, faith-based health care to people who can't afford it, because everyone deserves a shot at health, no matter their income or insurance status. Their doctors, volunteers, their mission, rooted in compassion, their impact, over 10,000 patient visits every year and growing. But they can't do it without help from fans like you. If you ever cheered for a comeback story, this is your chance to be a part of one. Donate today at ChristClinicKaty.org and help them keep the doors open for those who need it most. One gift can be the difference between surviving and thriving. Christ Clinic in Katy, where health meets hope and faith goes to work. That's Christ Clinic Katy, spelled Katy.org. Team up with them today. Getting together with friends to watch the game? Then you'll need American Premium Vodka. Handcrafted and pure, this is the one thing all Americans can agree on. Founder Mark Gus Scott chose the finest natural elements America has to offer, and you'll taste how great it is to be an American. Now available at Bevmo, GoPuff, Hy-Vee, and Fairway stores. American Premium Vodka. This is the America we need right now. Go to AmericanPremiumVodka.com. Celebrate responsibly.
Soccer season rolls on here on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network. This is Tyler Levine, host of First Touch, the premier weekly global soccer show across the entire Sports Byline broadcast, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Simple Radio, and around the world on the American Forces Radio Network. We're talking English Premier League, Champions League, our picks of the week, and a whole lot more. First Touch on Sports Byline USA, Fridays at 5 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Every champion has a team behind them, and for thousands of families without insurance, Christ Clinic is that team. At Christ Clinic in Katy, Texas, they provide high-quality, faith-based health care to people who can't afford it, because everyone deserves a shot at health, no matter their income or insurance status. Their doctors, volunteers, their mission, rooted in compassion, their impact, over 10,000 patient visits every year and growing. But they can't do it without help from fans like you. If you ever cheered for a comeback story, this is your chance to be a part of one. Donate today at ChristClinicKaty.org and help them keep the doors open for those who need it most. One gift can be the difference between surviving and thriving. Christ Clinic in Katy, where health meets hope and faith goes to work. That's Christ Clinic Katy, spelled Katy.org. Team up with them today.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier. Then make sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
He dribbled between his legs, around his back, did a step back three, got fouled, and made it. Okay, and you're not supposed to be able to do that at 7 feet 6, 7 feet 7, whatever he is, with shoes on or without shoes on. Unbelievable. I think we can probably start getting prepared for more games like that.
I think we might be entering, so long as he doesn't get hurt.
Oh, yes.
But I think we are entering a special era in the NBA concerning Wemby.
Yeah, well, I was very impressed. I had a couple of people telling me that you got to take a look at the highlight film, so I did, and I was glad I did. All right, we have a very special guest coming up right after this. We're going to be joined by Mike Scioscia, so please stay with us. We'll return right after this message. Hey there, sports fans. Ron Say. Are you ready to score big with fresh, healthy eats? Well, our friends at Melissa's Produce have got you covered. Whether you're gearing up for the big game or just living that active lifestyle, Melissa's Fresh Produce delivers the winning nutrition you need. And here's the MVP move. Visit melissas.com today and use the promo code RONSAY to save 15% on your first order. Don't miss out on the home run deal. Fuel your passion for sports and good eats with Melissa's Produce. That's melissas.com, promo code RONSAY.
Hi, everyone. Super Bowl champ Vernon Davis here from Legal Help Center. If you've been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, listen up, because we have legal professionals standing by right now to answer your questions for free. You can find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. The call is free, the consultation is free, and you can speak with a live agent right now. So if you or someone you know were injured in an accident of any kind, call now to find out if you have a case and how much you could potentially get.
Thanks, Vernon. You heard it, folks. If you've been injured, call and find out how much you qualify for. Call 800-745-9090. That's 800-745-9090. 800-745-9090. Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
Sonoma County Vintners Association is a leading voice of Sonoma County wine, dedicated to raising awareness of Sonoma County as one of the world's premier wine regions. The organization focuses on promoting Sonoma County wineries, sustainability, hospitality, while celebrating the region's incredible beauty. In addition to caring for the land, Sonoma County wineries also cultivate a vibrant and diverse community by elevating lives through charitable events and philanthropic giving. Vintners participating in the annual Sonoma County Wine Celebration have raised millions of dollars to date to support more than 400 nonprofits through the Sonoma County Vintners Foundation Community Grants and Emergency Relief Fund. So come visit us. Sonoma County Wine Country has always been a quick drive along Highway 101 for many, but getting here has become even easier with direct flights to Santa Rosa Airport from major cities. Taking wines back home, it's a cinch with Alaska Airlines Wines Fly Free program. For more information about Sonoma County Vintners and experiencing the amazing wineries, visit sonomawine.com.
Trying to sell your old car? Instead, donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind. Pickup is free and your donation is tax deductible. Just call 1-800-785-9618. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats, whether they run or not. Call right now and receive a free gift. Call 1-800-785-9618. Donate your car today. That's 1-800-785-9618.
They still clean the pen? Okay, welcome back to We'll See About That with our special guest, Mike Sosha. Mike will be receiving a beautiful fruit gift basket, courtesy of our friends at Melissa's Produce. Melissa's is a proud partner of We'll See About That. Please use my VIP code RONSAY when checking out at melissas.com. Come on and go over there, folks. There's a lot to be seen on that site, man. They've got some great stuff waiting for you. Michael, welcome back. We have a two-time world champion, a World Series champion manager of the year with the then California Angels, a guy that was fortunate enough to play his entire career with one team, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Michael, welcome back. And what is going on in your world these days?
You know what, Ron? Everything's good. You get a little different perspective when you're out of the game, and having a lot of fun and still enjoying the game of baseball. Keeping my toe in it with some USA baseball stuff, some stuff for MLB, but everything's going great.
Terrific. And it seems as if the latest news is that the Los Angeles Angels have a new manager in Kurt Suzuki. Your thoughts on that? And where do you think the Angel organization is headed these days?
Well, Kurt's he's a sharp baseball guy. He knows the game. He's caught. He was a catcher. He understands the pitching component. Understands how to relate with people. He's got great communicative skills. Where the organization is going, there's no doubt that there's a thrust to try to get young talent into the organization. A couple of years ago, especially on the pitching side, they drafted all their drafts, all 20, as pitchers. So they're doing steps to try to get that pitching depth that you need to really stabilize an organization, and it's not easy to do. It takes more than money. It takes great scouting. And hopefully they're on their way to making some strides there. They've got some young, good arms in the organization.
That is all good to hear. They do have some good young players coming forward. You also have Mike Trout, who has decided it's seemingly that he wants to stay in Anaheim and see if this thing can't get turned around. You do have some good arms. You've got one of the hardest throwers in the game out of the University of Tennessee. And tell us about the young Adele has come around. You've got other players who are contributing, 30 home runs, 100 RBIs, second baseman hitting from the leadoff spot that's doing a great job. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, Neto at shortstop, the evolution of Adele as a plus outfielder and showing the power at the plate. There are some young guys that are stepping up. Ohapi behind the plate, I really like. He had a great start, had a tough finish, but I think you can build an organization around him, especially handling the pitching staff. There's some bright spots moving forward that they can, that I think they can wrap their arms around and hopefully grow on the offensive side. But, Ryan, the teams you played on, you guys had a deep offense. But what really had the impact was your tremendous pitching staff. When you look at, what Sutton and Bert Hooton and, Bobby Welch, when he came on the scene, did. 81, what Fernando did for us. So there's always that pitching component you need. And I think that's the first course of action for the Angels is to get that pitching much deeper.
Well, it seems like they're on the right course, at least if you say from the previous year's draft, they drafted all arms. So, that's you have to understand and recognize, what your needs are, and it looks like they're addressing it. Now it's a matter of having these young players step up and fit the bill.
Well, the development aspect is huge. You spent your time in the minor leagues. I did too. Some of the players now are getting rushed a little bit. I'm not sure if they get that foundation you need, especially on the pitching side, where you've got to take a starting pitcher that you draft, and you've got to nudge him up to be able to throw the 110 pitches a night and the 33 starts you're going to get in the major leagues. And that's a process. It's not, you don't come out of collegiate ball and go right in and be able to accomplish that. I mean, some guys have, but sometimes there's a price to pay, and a lot of these guys are not getting their consistency where it needs to be to compete in the big leagues before they're called up. And it's tough to learn at the major league level. It's tough to learn this game at the major league level. But I know a lot of teams are faced with it. I think just in the Angels situation, I'm hoping a lot of these guys will get the time in the minor leagues to have their game evolve to where they get on the major league field and they're going to be closer to the finished product.
I do agree with you. I think that the system today is a rush system. I don't think that you get to learn all of the things that you need to learn. I don't think you get enough time to adjust to all of these things. You have to have a period of time, I think, where you have to learn how to get out of jams. You got to compete when you don't have your best stuff at night. And if you have 3 or 4 games, 5 games, or if you're an everyday player, a few weeks at one level and everything's good, great. But what do you do when it goes to the downside? That's one of the things that, when I would go and take a look at some players that I was asked to or not, I already had a pretty good understanding of what kind of a player they were. And then I wanted to kind of see how they adjusted to the game as a player. But I wanted to see how they reacted when they struggled a bit. How deep is it going to go? Are they recognizing it? Are they trying to make changes? Are they just sitting there saying, I'll get them tomorrow? I think it's an important part of the development.
Absolutely. I think you can tell more about a person when they're going bad than you can when they're doing well. I think those, we've all been through the major leagues. The best hitters, that we played with had the 0 for 20s and, the 2 for 25s before they found their swing. And all of a sudden you'd start to see them impact the baseball the way they can. So you need this as part of your development in the minor leagues to understand that how do you work out of a situation? Maybe you've got to simplify your swing at times. Maybe you've got to start thinking up the middle or right center more if you're a right-handed hitter that's having a lot of problems, with rolling over or just hitting the breaking ball or whatever the case might be. This is all that experience and that growth you need as a player. And you know what, Ron? I think every player's got to eventually become their own coach. We played, you played long enough and you figured it out yourself. You knew your swing better than any hitting instructor was going to tell you anything about it. And I think that's what this development in the minor leagues is for these guys to understand their game, understand the adjustments they can and maybe shouldn't make, and understand that team concept game of when you take what the pitcher's giving you. And that has to be learned through repetition of being in the minor leagues, getting your at-bats, getting your reps, and understanding what kind of hitter you are.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think there's so many things that you've got to go through, and rushing it doesn't make it easier. I spent a little bit too much time, I believe, in the minor leagues, especially at AAA. But looking back on it, it turned out to be a good thing because I got a little bit more seasoning. I got to see some crafty left-handers, some new pitches like the cut fastball. I got to see some screwballs there. I got to see some knuckleballs, all of which is pretty much obsolete in today's terms. But it really did help me refine my game and the strike zone in particular. I was always able to have, a small strike zone, but I felt like, I learned the strike zone pretty well. And so therefore you do get into a situation where you do have an opportunity to take advantage of what the pitcher is going to be giving you. We're going to be taking a quick break here with our special guest, Mike Social. We'll be right back with more right after. We'll see about that. Thanks for joining us.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-256-4816. 800-256-4816. That's 800-256-4816.
Everyone watches more than 5 hours of television. Really? And that's not counting mobile viewing. Get Dish TV and make that time worth it. With Dish, you can get hundreds of channels, access to all kinds of sports, tons of movies, premium channels, and more. Another thing that's really cool with Dish is you can watch most of your favorite shows on your mobile device anywhere for a lot less than cable. Yes, that's right. We are asking you to watch more TV and not less TV, but make it better television with Dish this time, anytime, anywhere. So call right now and learn how easy it is to save on your television bill and get the most out of your TV viewing experience. Dial that number and I promise you we're here waiting for your call because we want to save you money and give you better television. We are Dish TV.
800-293-0328. 800-293-0328. 800-293-0328. That's 800-293-0328.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio, take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter Brooklyn was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human, and she's got this little toy she's always playing with, all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese, and guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m. and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio on westernreserveradio.com.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all gotta see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Ohtani. You had Shohei his rookie year. You saw a lot of things there about that. Was he pretty coachable? Was he still kind of shy? And you know, give us a run through about that.
Shohei's he's one of a kind.
Yeah.
And in the recruitment process, which I was part of, and the meetings we had with Shohei. You could understand the questions he was asking, that he wanted to be not only the best he can be, he wanted to be the best in baseball. And he understood his talent. He also understood what it was going to take for him to get there. And he worked very hard at that. He was set back with some arm injuries where he couldn't pitch, and had a couple of Tommy John surgeries, during the course of his career. But I'll tell you what, Ron, I've never seen anybody with the depth of his talent, like what he did in the last, in the last game in the playoffs. 3 home runs and pitching 6 innings. I mean, that is that's a game for the ages right there. He wants to be great. He wants to continue to be great, and he will work no matter how this season turns out. In the World Series, he will work as hard as he can to get back to where he wants to be. And he's just a special player.
The game that Mike just mentioned, Mr. Mike Scioscia, do you guys think that was the best game ever played by a player?
It's tough to beat. I think statistically, I don't think you ever see a guy hit 3 home runs and pitch away the way that he did. He's. I think what's impressive about Shohei is, we talked about before, Ron, is when this guy, it's not always flowers and the birds are chirping in his game and he's always on his game. He goes through some tough times.
Oh yeah,
but he never goes into a batter's box or goes on the mound without the utmost confidence that he's going to achieve and he's going to be the best out there. And I think you can see it in the batter's box how he struggled a little bit, comes back and has a game like he had the other day. That's a testament to his makeup. And it reminds me a lot of Mike Trout on the makeup side, because Mike Trout's the same way. He can go strike out 3 times in a game and come up in the 9th inning, and he knows he's going to win the game for you and come through. That's a special. It's just a special trait.
Yeah, it must have been a lot of fun having those guys back to back in that lineup for a very short period of time. But I can't argue with the possibility that might have been the greatest game played. It's certainly in the mix. I mean, think of it this way. You pitch 6 innings, you strike out 10 guys, you give up 2 hits, 3 walks, you get the win. You got one of the 2 teams' walks. You got 3 runs scored, which is 3 of the 5 runs. You got 3 of the 9 hits. All of those were home runs. Those were the only home runs hit in the entire game. He got 3 of the 5 RBIs. He hits the ball out of the stadium for the second time. And technically speaking, under old terms, he would have gotten the game-winning RBI as well. That's a statistic that doesn't exist anymore. They follow it, but they don't track it as a league statistic. But yeah, I mean, how does anybody do that? I mean, it's not even you could have been very creative, okay, and not come up with something like that.
It's a Little League style game. The only other performance that I'd maybe even put in the same category would be Sean Green's 6 for 6, 4 home runs, 9 RBIs, 24 total bases.
Yeah, and then Shohei Ohtani did something really ridiculous too. He drove in 10 runs, wasn't it last year? Yeah. And he goes 50-50, and it's like he goes 50 again this year. 20 stolen bases, scores 150 runs, plays every day, from the DH, don't have to be pressed with playing defense. But when he does pitch, I mean, just like he did in Anaheim, I think one year he won 15 games over there, didn't he? And
he was hurt the first year he pitched with us. He got hurt early, but he came back and had some great games. But talking about Sean Green, that's an incredible game. Sean Green didn't pitch in the same game. I think what Shohei did was play the most important defensive position on the field is your pitcher, and that's where it starts. So what he did on the defensive end of containing a terrific team like the Milwaukee underperformed for sure. They were a good team. They were shut down with the Dodgers pitching, and they had some really good arms on the mound pitching against the Dodgers. And for him to hit 3 home runs and pitch like that, I'll tell you what, there's not many games where a player has done as much as he did.
Yeah, when you look at it, the rest of it, like Milwaukee did nothing, and they didn't look like they even belonged in this series. They did absolutely nothing offensively, which is too bad because they did have a terrific year. And then you look at the offensive side of things, and he dominated the offense, and it's like this is Little League stuff. This was all his game. It was all about him. Offensively, pitching, I mean, it was an amazing game. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it, and a lot of people seem to feel the same way. When you first got Shohei over here, were there any restrictions on what you could do and what you couldn't do, as far as his contract was concerned?
Yeah, well, not so much his contract, but the reason I think one of the reasons why he came down with the Angels was we were the first team that was adamant that said, you are going to get a chance to pitch and you're going to hit. Absolutely. So some teams said, we really just want you to pitch. Hey, we just want you to hit. We said, you're going to do both. So it was a little complicated to figure out exactly what he needed because he'd never tried this in the major leagues. So he threw a bullpen on a day. He couldn't hit that night. He would get another, he'd recover. So there definitely were some parameters that were handed down to us from the front office and our medical staff just to try to get him comfortable in in Major League Baseball, of playing every day, we tried to get him on the 6-day rotation like he had in Japan. So there were things that we were trying to feel out. I think Shohei was trying to feel out. But once he did, and everybody took the gloves off and just let him play, look what he's done. And that's one of the things we saw on the offensive side. And I had many conversations with front office saying, look, this guy is not going to get a chance offensively to contribute if he's only getting 300 at-bats a year, which is kind of what they were looking at. And I was told, look, that's going to change as he moves on. But right now, that's where we are. And you can see the offensive production he has being able to hit every day.
Well, looking back on it now, Angel fan was licking his lips when you had Ohtani and you had Trout and you had Albert Pujols at a later stage. But wouldn't it have been interesting to see what those guys as a threesome would have been able to do in their prime? Because it's pretty well documented that Mike Trout and Albert Pujols probably had the best 10 years of a career start than anybody in the history of baseball. I would have been interested in seeing that one. We're going to be right back with Mike Scioscia and talk about the World Series right after this message.
Kohl's lowest prices of the season are here, and they're so good. You're gonna wish you had enough hands for a second cart. Save on cozy tees for women, comfy jeans for boys, refreshed essentials for your home, and so much more. Because when prices are this low, self-control is overrated. Shop Kohl's lowest prices of the season and stock up now. Select styles. Offer ends October 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Have you been daydreaming about losing weight for years? Do you just yo-yo back and forth? At Innovative Wellness Center, we have a holistic weight loss program that allows you to lose up to 20 pounds in 30 days. People are losing weight like crazy and keeping it off. It can be done from anywhere in the United States. Go to our website at www.innovativewellness.center and schedule your complimentary consultation today.
With hurricanes, wildfires, and severe storms threatening communities, preparedness is essential. In a crisis, connection helps hold communities together. Year-round, T-Mobile works to keep people connected, reinforcing sites, adding backup power, and using smart tech and AI to reroute traffic and even tilt antennas in real time to spread coverage when a site is affected. If cell towers go down, T-Satellite with Starlink lets compatible phones send and receive texts, even to 911, in most places as long as you can see the sky. And emergency alerts can still reach most phones. You don't even need to be a customer. On the ground, teams deploy with mobile cell sites to restore service, while community support vehicles offer free Wi-Fi and device charging for anyone who needs it. This National Preparedness Month, enable wireless emergency alerts, set up Wi-Fi calling, and save local emergency numbers. For more information, visit T-Mobile.com. Sponsored by T-Mobile.
Are you a fan of paranormal radio? Bigfoot, UFOs, ghosts, hauntings, cryptids, true crime? After Dark Radio with Brian Alvarez airs live on Sports Byline every Wednesday at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 Eastern, talking all manner of the strange and unusual. From the latest news of the weird to interviews with the top names in the field, After Dark is your source for paranormal radio. Check it out, 2 Pacific, 5 Eastern, every Wednesday, live on Sports Byline USA.
Getting together with friends to watch the game? Then you'll need American Premium Vodka. Handcrafted and pure, this is the one thing all Americans can agree on. Founder Mark Gus Scott shows the finest natural elements America has to offer, and you'll taste how great it is to be an American. Now available at Bevmo, GoPuff, Hy-Vee, and Fairway stores. American Premium Vodka. This is the America we need right now. Go to AmericanPremiumVodka.com. Celebrate responsibly.
And we are back. We'll see about that with the legend, the champion, the MVP, Mr. Ron Say. I am Mike Gary, and I was quite mean to Ron last week because this week in Dodger history was the famous Reggie Jackson Bronx's burning 3 home run game, but I'm going to make it up to you this week.
Okay.
All right, here we go. This week in Dodger history, that is 1981. After dropping the first 2 games of the Fall Classic, the Dodgers defeat the Yankees 9-2, capturing the World Championship in 6 games. The victory at the Bronx ballparks marks the 3rd time that postseason that Los Angeles will come from behind to win a series, having been down 0-2 against the Astros in the 5-game strike necessitated NLDS, and 1-2 behind the Expos in the NLCS 5-game series. Congrats, Ron. I believe you had a couple hits in that game.
I did, and you brought up something that Michael and I can both share, and that is our first World Series championship. And so we're very proud of all of that. And as we move on, this baseball season turned out to be quite exciting. We had pennant races with the Dodgers and San Diego. We had it with Seattle and Houston, the Yankees and Toronto. Detroit did a flip and went south, and Cleveland caught them and ended up right there at the end. And, of course, the Phillies kind of ran away with the East, and Milwaukee kind of did the same in the Central in the National League. And here we are, the Toronto Blue Jays, Los Angeles Dodgers. By the time that our listening and viewing audience will hear this, we will be 1 game into the World Series. How do you like both sides? How do you sum it up?
I think first and foremost, you look at the starting pitching and the depth the Dodgers have, plus the shutdown arms they have of the guys that they're putting out there. Are going to have the biggest impact in this game. Not that they're not beatable, but you have to pitch with these guys. And I think that's going to be the real question mark and the real challenge for Toronto is not as much seeing if they can hit these guys, can they pitch with them? And if they can pitch with them and they can keep the game at where they want to be, there's no doubt about some of the voids that have plagued the Dodgers in their bullpen can't possibly show up again, and you can win a game late. So they have Sasaki at the back end of the pen. He could be a miracle worker for where they are now. The two left-handers have to do their job. Banda and Vesio have to do their job when they're called on. Blake Treinen has the talent, but he hasn't been on his mark for most of the year. So if they can pitch with the starting pitch of the Dodgers, it's going to be an interesting situation. If they can't, and the Dodgers get out to some leads, it could be what you saw, how the Dodgers played against Milwaukee. That could be this series too.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Dodger fan is predicting, 4-1, 4-2 series. I think they'll just roll through these guys. Bichette is supposed to be able to come back now. He's supposed to be eligible for this series. That'll add another bat to their lineup. They put the ball in play in comparison pretty good to everybody else. I think that you're right. I think that you have to hope that if you're a Blue Jay fan that they can, hold their own pitching-wise. But they've got some bats in the lineup too. And Vladimir Guerrero right now is red hot. And, if he gets in a situation where he can hurt you and the game's on the line, you better think twice about that.
Well, he's a special talent like his dad. I mean, every time I see him, I keep thinking about that, little pudgy 3-4-year-old kid that would come out and swing the bat almost like he is now. I mean, this kid was something special when he was young. You could just see that this kid was going to grow up to be a hitter. And there's no doubt about him being the backbone of that offensive team. But they've got some guys who are going to put the ball in play. They are going to run the bases aggressively. Their offensive lineup does not have the depth that the Dodgers do. That's pretty obvious. But I think, like you said, when you mentioned Bichette, getting him back in the lineup is going to be or can be big for Toronto because it adds a bigger bat in there that might lengthen their lineup a little bit.
Well, I do like their catcher, and he provides a lot of stability, I believe. George Springer from the top of the lineup, he's been there before. He's been a World Series MVP before. He got a home run that destroyed my Mariners in the seventh inning on the last game. I think they're brimming with confidence. I think it's going to be an exciting series. I hope it is because I really like it when you have things kind of nail biters going back and forth like the 7-game series with the Mariners.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no doubt. I think one thing with the Dodgers going up to having to play 4 in Toronto, that gives them a little edge for sure. It's a different field. Obviously different playing surface, and the Dodgers are used to playing in Dodger Stadium. The ball does carry a lot down the lines, and Dodgers can take advantage of that. But also on the pitching side, some balls that were warning track fly balls at some parks are going to be out of Toronto. Yeah. So there's just trying to get familiar with the environment is something the Dodgers are going to have to grow with and get used to quickly. But this series can go a lot of different ways, and I agree with you. I hope it's exciting, but we'll see. We're going to see how well the Dodger starting pitching does, because I think that's what the big indicator is going to be as to how this series goes.
Well, when you were talking about Guerrero and his son, I had a similar experience. Kid turned out to be a pretty good player. His name was Griffey. I got to watch him on the field a lot too. Yeah, amazing. Yeah. These kids were well ahead of everything, being on the field every day with all the major leaguers. The Dodger pitching was so good and so dominant. It's now the World Series. This is what it's all about. This is what you played for all year to get here. They have been really great this last series against Milwaukee. Do you think they are capable of a follow-up game?
Oh, absolutely, they're capable, but there's no sure thing. You know that, Ron. There's no doubt they're capable. I think that each pitcher is going to do what they can do, and you saw the first two games against Milwaukee where they got a shutout and eight incredible innings from Snell. They're going to be capable of doing that again. And you look at Glass now, and this guy's a stud, but he's not going to be pitching into the eighth inning. He's going to be probably a little bit shorter on his length because that's where he is right now. So these guys are going to do what they're used to doing, and I think there's going to be a lot of things that are peripheral that are going to dictate how the Dodgers do outside of maybe what a guy like Glasnow does going through 6 innings. What happens in innings 7, 8, 9, and so there's a lot of things that are going to be interesting to watch. So we'll see.
Gentlemen, this game opens up in Toronto, and that Toronto crowd is raucous. Do you think that having that kind of crowd will maybe does it help you guys? Having a huge crowd reaction like that.
Oh, for me, we played in front of 50,000 people all the time. So I mean, we were versed to it. I just listened to a bit of this Dodger radio show the other day saying, "Oh, I think the biased, of course, as you might imagine, but but they said, oh my God, just think of it, the Dodgers are going to have a huge advantage when they go to Toronto." And he says, the very first batter is going to be Shohei Ohtani, and they're going to be booing him. And I started to laugh. And I'm saying, of course they're going to boo him. And he says, but it's going to be an advantage because now that's going to stir up the players. They're going to light the fire under the Dodger players. Look, you don't need an extra fire to be lit. It's the World Series. And besides, it's kind of ho-hum. I mean, everywhere he goes, he's going to get the same treatment, and they expect it. So I don't think it's going to be any advantage in that regard. They have a mission to do. They're well schooled in it. This is their 4th appearance in last 8 years, maybe so, something like what we did. But yeah, I think that they're probably like this is kind of old news, great news, but kind of old news.
Penguin, you've been in I think 4 World Series, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I played in 2, managed in 1. And I don't think there's a game you go on the road where the crowds aren't crazy.
Exactly.
So we did it in Yankee Stadium. When I was managing, we did it up at in San Francisco. Thank God it wasn't Candlestick, but San Francisco was crazy. There are teams that have to go. You have to go in the playoffs in '81. You go into the Astrodome.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Then you go up to Olympic Stadium, and that was crazy too. So. When you go on the road. I mean, we played in Shea Stadium in '88. You know what it's going to be like. You know what the crowd's going to be like. So that should be a non-issue. You go out there and play the game, focus on playing the game. I think playing in LA because we had so many big crowds does get used to understanding that don't let it be a distraction. Whether they're cheering us in LA or whatever, you have to go out there and you have to perform. And I think it's that gets you into that focus of knowing what you need to do. And, you had so many clutch hits for the Dodgers during their all the championship seasons. I don't think you were thinking I'm in LA and this crowd's behind me, so I'll hit a home run now. It's just a fact that you can't let it be a distraction, whether someone's cheering for you or cheering against you. You can't let it be a distraction because that can definitely the momentum can go in the wrong direction if it is.
Well, I want to take a moment to say thank you to all you Dodger fans out there for over the years. You inspired us a great deal. You always had our back On the road, we would get booed. We expected it. They don't like people who beat them. They don't like successful teams, and they didn't like us in Candlestick Park much. But you know what? We thrived off of it. If I didn't get booed in Candlestick Park, I'd be disappointed. Honest to God, yeah,
You're
no
not
question
kidding,
about it.
and you did. I'll tell you what, that was an environment there.
Anyway, we're going to have to cut things short, Michael. I want to thank you so much for your expertise. In closing, who do you like?
I like the Dodgers. I just think that they've got the depth. I think Toronto's got to play a perfect series to get to their goal, and not that they can't do that, but that's the way they have to play. The Dodgers have a lot of depth, and they can maybe, erase some of the mistakes that might happen in early in the game and come out on top. So I like the Dodgers in the series.
Well, I think most people are going to say quite the same thing. Now they all have to do is just go out and prove it. All right, that was Mike Scioscia. Thank you so much, Michael. We'll get you again next time. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We'll be right back after this message. This is baseball's Ron Say. Nowadays, it seems like nothing is built to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers, but the new Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast. With a quiet and comfortable ride, you will have the confidence you need on the roads, whether they're wet or dry. So goodbye to the short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Get your set of Michelin Defender 2 tires at Hank's Tires, 19951 Ventura Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Call my buddy Steve Goldberg at 818-340-4200. That's 818-340-4200. Hank's Tires is also built to last. Hank opened Hank's Tires in 1953, and we are the oldest tire and auto repair shop in the San Fernando Valley with 100% customer satisfaction. Hank's is AAA approved for all of your auto repair needs. Call Hank's Tires at 818-340-4200 and tell them Ron Say sent you.
I'm holding in my hand the American Silver Eagle dollar. It's a beautiful piece of American history, and it's 1 ounce of silver. Originally minted in 1986, these coins are a beautiful classic piece of American history, and they're a great investment you should add to your portfolio. The beauty of silver is that however much you have available to invest, silver is affordable and easy to acquire, with one coin costing around $30. So, if you choose to invest a few thousand in silver, you can get quite a bit for your money. And you'll have a tangible asset that you can hold, one you can be proud to own. Claim your piece of American history with American Silver Eagle dollars. Call the Silver Hotline right now.
800-620-1624. 800-620-1624. 800-620-1624. That's 800-620-1624.
Do you have Medicare and do you use a CPAP machine? This is a national healthcare alert regarding your CPAP supplies. Using a clean CPAP mask and clean supplies is important to staying healthy. The best way to make sure your CPAP equipment is clean is to get new supplies. If you have Medicare, we have great news. Medicare will pay for you to have new clean supplies every 90 days. We'll even do all the paperwork for you to make sure that there's little to no out-of-pocket cost to you. And you don't even have to leave your home. We provide free in-home delivery. So if you're a CPAP user and you have Medicare, staying healthy with new CPAP equipment is easy. Just make this free phone call right now to get started.
Sponsored by Specialty Medical. 800-913-9739. 800-913-9739. 800-913-9739. That's 800-913-9739.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property, and your tenants aren't paying you? Quick Cash Offer can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents and risking your safety by showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your home to foreclosure. If you have any equity in your home, we will buy it and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call Quick Cash Offer now before the economy gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just don't want to get the cash you need today.
800-788-1495. 800-788-1495. 800-788-1495. That's 800-788-1495.
Hey, Ron. How you doing?
And we are back. We'll see about that once again. Thank you so much to Mike Sosha for joining us. And as always, I'm joined by the legend, the MVP, the champion, Mr. Ron Say. You can check out his website, theronsayshow.com. He's also on Instagram. Find The Real Ron Say, also available.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio on westernreserveradio.com.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human, and she's got this little toy she's always playing with, all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese, and guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you?
To the stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
I'm Mike Sempervive with the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network 2-minute warning. The National Association of Stock Car Racing, better known as NASCAR, has entered its penultimate weekend. And if you're a fan of the sport, you know that everyone's talking. They're talking about the contentious lawsuit which features one of the sport's best drivers and basketball legend Michael Jordan against the sports sanctioning body. They're talking about NASCAR's playoff system. Long debated, the banter about the playoff format has reached a fever pitch, which includes big-name drivers and legends weighing in. And they're talking about what Dale Earnhardt Jr. talked about on his podcast, or Denny Hamlin's, or Corey LaJoie's, or any number of podcasts emanating from the NASCAR universe. The problem is the sport is one race away from its championship being held in Phoenix, and the only place you'll hear anything about the races themselves are on NASCAR's own SiriusXM and Tubi channels. All of those things I listed absolutely deserve their time, and sometimes the messier the better, like what we've gotten from the lawsuit. But as a fan, I cringe at the sport's inability to generate buzz or cultivate new fans. If you haven't been paying attention, and you probably haven't, NASCAR can celebrate some wins. Everything about nearly 45-year-old Denny Hamlin's year could be turned into a movie. Amazon had a successful run broadcasting a portion of the Cup, and Xfinity Series coverage on the CW network has been top-notch. They even unveiled a console video game that wasn't immediately panned by its target audience. But the corporate entity that is NASCAR desperately needs to find a way to accentuate its positives and garner some publicity, especially during this sports-saturated time of year. There's a lot of interesting stories to be packaged and sold, including the races themselves, but it's up to the Sports Brain Trust in Charlotte to figure it out. As a longtime fan getting lonelier at the track by the year, I implore them to do it soon. I'm Mike Sempervive with the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network 2-Minute Warning.
Have you been daydreaming about losing weight for years? Do you just yo-yo back and forth? At Innovative Wellness Center, we have a holistic weight loss program that allows you to lose up to 20 pounds in 30 days. People are losing weight like crazy and keeping it off. It can be done from anywhere in the United States. Go to our website at www.innovativewellness.center and schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Every champion has a team behind them, and for thousands of families without insurance, Christ Clinic is that team. At Christ Clinic in Katy, Texas, they provide high-quality, faith-based health care to people who can't afford it, because everyone deserves a shot at health, no matter their income or insurance status. Their doctors, volunteers, their mission, rooted in compassion, their impact, over 10,000 patient visits every year and growing. But they can't do it without help from fans like you. If you ever cheered for a comeback story, this is your chance to be a part of one. Donate today at ChristClinicKaty.org and help them keep the doors open for those who need it most. One gift can be the difference between surviving and thriving. Christ Clinic in Katy, where health meets hope and faith goes to work. That's Christ Clinic Katy, spelled KATY.org. Team up with them today. Getting together with friends to watch the game? Then you'll need American Premium Vodka. Handcrafted and pure, this is the one thing all Americans can agree on. Founder Mark Gus Scott chose the finest natural elements America has to offer, and you'll taste how great it is to be an American. Now available at Bevmo, GoPuff, Hy-Vee, and Fairway stores. American Premium Vodka. This is the America we need right now. Go to AmericanPremiumVodka.com. Celebrate responsibly.
Soccer season rolls on here on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network. This is Tyler Levine, host of First Touch, the premier weekly global soccer show across the entire Sports Byline broadcast, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Simple Radio, and around the world on the American Forces Radio Network. We're talking English Premier League, Champions League, our picks of the week, and a whole lot more. First Touch on Sports Byline USA, Fridays at 5 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Every champion has a team behind them, and for thousands of families without insurance, Christ Clinic is that team. At Christ Clinic in Katy, Texas, they provide high-quality, faith-based health care to people who can't afford it, because everyone deserves a shot at health, no matter their income or insurance status. Their doctors, volunteers, their mission, rooted in compassion, their impact, over 10,000 patient visits every year and growing. But they can't do it without help from fans like you. If you ever cheered for a comeback story, this is your chance to be a part of one. Donate today at ChristClinicKaty.org and help them keep the doors open for those who need it most. One gift can be the difference between surviving and thriving. Christ Clinic in Katy, where health meets hope and faith goes to work. That's Christ Clinic Katy, spelled KATY.org. Team up with them today.
It's Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard or call 234-254-8532.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all gotta see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Spoiler, Persephone won this year's Grand Prix. Much like earlier this year with the men, Team Mexico bested Team International in a 20-women Torneo Cibernetico match on Friday in Arena, Mexico. AEW's Tekla, last person eliminated, with Persephone picking up the win after a moonsault. Also today, in Japan, the biggest match in Marigold history. Maybe the biggest match today, with all due respect to NXT. Mayu Iwatani versus Io Sky, the former Io Shirai in Stardom. Former partners, besties, sometimes rivals in their Stardom days will face off in a dream match later in Japan. Very excited to see that one. Really excited. Bringing back the good old days. Super Junior Tag League continued in New Japan Saturday. Show in Kumagaya. The 3A block matches took place on the show, and the group now already down to the final 2 matches each. Teams of Doki and Sho and Master Wado and Yo are tied atop the standings with 3-0 records and 6 points. Doki and Sho defeated Kato and Hiromu Takahashi. Sho got the win with a roll-up and handful of trunks on Geto. And Yo and Wado defeated Templar and Austin Young, in the semi-main event. Halloween Havoc tonight, the NXT card. SmackDown last night, the big news, Jade Cargill turned heel. Is it a good thing? I think so. Also, are we setting up an Usos heel turn? And the enduring legacy of WWF WrestleFest. We'll talk with RetroSoft Studios. Stand by, Jim Valley, Wrestling Observer Live.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliate.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Our office computers were from like 2012.
What? They had computers then?
Yeah, I don't know much about new tech.
Apparently.
So I went to Staples and saved big on an AI-powered HP laptop and HP OfficeJet Pro printer, which also came with 3 months of free instant ink.
And we're back in this century. During Staples HP Tech Event, save up to 35% on HP printers and up to 40% on AI-powered HP PCs.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Into 11/1, select models only.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
The Columbia interchange system was revolutionary when it was designed over 40 years ago, and it's still breaking ground to this day. Featuring 3-in-1 jackets that adapt to fluctuating weather patterns to keep you warm, dry, and protected no matter what. Whatever the weather, Interchange is there. Shop Interchange jackets and more at Columbia.com.
Have you been daydreaming about losing weight for years? Do you just yo-yo back and forth? At Innovative Wellness Center, we have a holistic weight loss program that allows you to lose up to 20 pounds in 30 days. People are losing weight like crazy and keeping it off. It can be done from anywhere in the United States. Go to our website at www.innovativewellness.center and schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Wrestling Observer Live, Jim Valley here on this Saturday. No video today. I apologize. It's completely out of my hands. But we still got a lot of things to cover. I'm glad you're here on the podcast or all across satellite radio and all that good stuff. Anyway, I've been gone for a while, dealing with things, as you know, with my voice. It's still healing up. It gets better, it gets worse. It's a little iffy today, but trust me, it's been okay sometimes. So I'm hopeful